Before this moment, I had already spent an entire lifetime on the battlefield, a life measured only in blood spilled and lands reduced to ash. I did not rise through glory. I carved my path with brutal logic, turning forgotten battlefields into warnings that even kings learn to fear. They called me the mercenary king, the man whose decisions decided the fate of armies and whose silence signaled the fall of nations. But power poisons those who cannot possess it. Betrayal did not come from my enemies. It came from the shadows of those I once trusted. Surrounded, broken, and alone, I died, not as a hero but as a lesson written in blood, and I remembered every detail. Fate made a mistake. I awakened in a younger, weaker body, while my soul remained burdened with decades of calculated slaughter. I did not return seeking redemption, nor a second chance to play the hero. I returned to become the variable they could never control. This time I returned with a plan they cannot stop, to pull every string, burn every board, and make every betrayer pay the price. What happens after people die? I casually answered my friend. I wouldn't know since I've never died. He asked if I was serious about wanting a quiet life next time, and I confirmed that I was tired of the ongoing disaster. He wished me luck, then a black vortex suddenly appeared, swallowing his body and disappearing from sight. Left alone, I raised my glass and drank, the memories of my pathetic youth resurfacing again. I was the heir to the poor Ferdium territory, but my constant complaints and reckless actions led to endless mockery. Eventually, I fled my family in disgrace, wandering for years as a mercenary, constantly brushing up against death. My fame grew, and I longed to return home, thinking I could finally help my family. But by the time I returned, my family estate was reduced to ashes, and I could only run and hide. I endured years of pain, honing my skills until I was known as the King of Mercenaries, one of the continent's 7 strongest. Despite my power, the thirst for revenge was insatiable. My past tormented me every night. I realized I had always made excuses, but now the time for vengeance against those who destroyed my family had finally come. The news that the King of Mercenaries had raised an army and was marching to war shocked the continent. I revealed my hidden lineage and declared my sole objective was the destruction of the Britannia kingdom. Ghislaine rampaged through the kingdom, smashing everything in his path with overwhelming force. But suddenly, powerful individuals unknown to me began appearing, blocking my advance. I pushed aside my suspicions and cut them down one by one, but the appearance of these hidden foes threw my plans into disarray. As the war dragged on, my mercenaries began abandoning me, true to their nature, calculating the diminishing gains. Then the decisive event. Noble Knight Aiden, one of the 7 strongest, joined the fray, rapidly tipping the scales of victory. In the final battle, Ghislaine was forced to kneel, pierced by dozens of spears and swords. Aiden stood before him, laughing in amusement, acknowledging Ghislaine's true name. Aiden scoffed at the fleeing mercenaries, calling them lowly dogs without pride. Ghislaine retorted that a capable mercenary knows how to find a way to survive, refusing to show fear. Aiden raised his sword to Ghislaine's throat, demanding his last words. Aiden admitted he never liked being compared to a filthy mercenary, and revealed he knew Ghislaine was a survivor of the Ferdium family. Then, leaning closer, Aiden whispered the shocking truth. "We were the ones who destroyed your family in collusion with the Delphine Duchy." Ghislaine shouted in urgent confusion, demanding to know who was backing the duchy. Aiden sneered, explaining that he was involved to clean things up neatly and protect his reputation as the noble knight. Aiden swiftly swung his sword, delivering the final fatal blow. As his vision spun and blood bloomed, Ghislaine felt only boundless, burning rage and a final thought. "If I am reborn, I will tear you all to pieces." His severed head rolled to the ground, the King of Mercenaries meeting his bitter, vain end. But then Ghislaine cautiously opened his eyes, finding himself alive and inside a simple military tent. He realized he was untied and spotted a sword leaning against the bed. They must think I'm a joke, he thought. He quickly sensed someone approaching the entrance of the tent, carrying what smelled like soup. As the soldier turned his back to prepare the meal, Ghislaine moved like lightning, drawing the sword. "SHH, if you answer my questions obediently, I'll let you live, maybe." But the soldier just sighed, sounding annoyed, asking, "Young master, why are you doing this again? Are you bored?" Ghislaine was momentarily confused by the title, demanding to know why the king of mercenaries was being called young lord. The soldier, irritated, asked if Ghislaine was playing king again, and told him to simply leave the camp if he was so dissatisfied. Ghislaine, sensing the sincerity in the man's voice, realized something was terribly wrong and cautiously asked about their location. He then asked how his mana had been suppressed, which made the soldier laugh incredulously, claiming Ghislaine didn't even know what mana was. The blatant disrespect felt strangely familiar, and as Ghislaine scanned the tent, he spotted the black and white Ferdium banner. Ghislaine was utterly shocked to see the flag of a fallen family, demanding to know if this was some cruel joke mocking him. As the soldier walked off, Ghislaine's attention fell upon his own hand, which was now unsettlingly white and smooth. Horrified by the change, he rushed to a nearby water basin to examine his reflection. The face staring back was that of a delicate, handsome youth, not the scarred, sunken face of the mercenary king. Ghislaine screamed in horror, confirming the soldier's belief that the young lord had finally lost his mind. After cautiously checking again, Ghislaine realized he was physically back in his late teens, and a sharp pinch confirmed this was absolutely not a dream. He concluded that the brutal, vivid life of the mercenary king was not a dream. He had returned to the past carrying all his future memories. Dazed but amazed, Ghislaine stared at the soldier and managed only a single word of admiration. "Wow." Ghislaine stopped the departing soldier and awkwardly asked his name, complimenting Ricardo on his looks and cool name. He then muttered that it had been a long time since anyone called him handsome, referencing the scars he no longer possessed. Ghislaine sat down, trying to explain the insane truth, while Ricardo concluded the young lord had truly gone mad. Ghislaine looked up with a serious expression and told Ricardo that he had died and returned to the past. After a long silence, Ricardo responded by asking if Ghislaine was requesting to be locked away in a monastery or tower. Ghislaine quickly forced a loud, awkward laugh, claiming he was just joking and trying to hide his startled realization. Ricardo left quickly, and Ghislaine immediately dropped his head, sighing deeply at the difficulty of his situation. He realized this was the period right before he had run away from home, and needed to recall every detail to avoid being locked up for real. Ghislaine stepped outside and immediately noticed the surrounding military tents were worn, confirming the impoverished state of the Ferdium territory. Soldiers saluted him, showing proper respect, but their faces were filled with thinly veiled contempt and disregard. Ghislaine laughed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the unbelievable realization that he had truly returned and could fix everything. The joy quickly turned to deadly resolve as he remembered the Delphine Duchy, whose destruction of his territory he vowed to avenge. He decided to use his future knowledge to become stronger than anyone else and systematically eliminate every threat, starting now. He immediately focused on the orc subjugation mission, recalling how he had almost died when 3 expected orcs turned into 20. Ghislaine looked up at the descending sun, realizing the ambush that nearly annihilated the force would happen before sunset. This was his chance to correct the starting point of his regrets, and avoiding the fight was not an option. He considered warning the commander about the 20 orcs, but knew that as the territory's notorious scoundrel, he would be instantly dismissed. The only way to ensure preparation was to seize command himself, just as he had done in his past life, though for different reasons. He recalled his previous attempt, a childish tantrum where he threatened the knight with future punishment if he was defied. Ghislaine vowed to act like a mature adult, approaching the situation politely and with dignity, unlike his past self. He soon found the knight leading the subjugation force, Sir Skaven, who immediately displayed his open disdain. Ghislaine coughed to regain his composure, trying to maintain a soft, kind demeanor despite the knight's blatant look of contempt. Ghislaine addressed the knight by name, raising his voice slightly to convey authority, saying he had an important matter to discuss. Ghislaine suddenly stopped trying to be polite, deciding that simply demanding the command was the most straightforward approach. Skaven looked puzzled by the abrupt demand, but Ghislaine repeated firmly, "The command, hand it over." After all, in Ghislaine's New World view, as long as he wasn't hitting anyone, this counted as dignified and sufficiently polite. Skaven was immediately dumbfounded. The useless young master was now demanding command authority. He wanted to strike the air right then, but restrained himself due to the rules of decorum. "That is impossible, young lord. You simply lack the ability to lead soldiers." Ghislaine's reaction was strange. Instead of yelling, he just shrugged, "I'll handle it this time." Skaven saw the difference. Ghislaine's shoulders were straight, chin up, radiating a commanding aura. Skaven dismissed the change, believing the pathetic core of the idiot wouldn't change. "No, please return to the castle. I will finish the subjugation quickly." Ghislaine repeated his demand several times, leaving Skaven completely suffocated. Skaven sighed deeply, explaining he couldn't hand over the Lord's authority. "The on-site commander makes decisions, and right now, my orders take precedence." Skaven swallowed his fury, deciding to let the fool play commander while he killed the orcs himself. Finally giving in, Skaven handed over command, demanding full responsibility from the young lord. "Oh great, let's get ready right away. Battle preparations." "Ready for what? We haven't even found the orcs yet," Skaven questioned. Ghislaine ignored the knight, quickly gathering the small group of 30 weary soldiers. The soldiers looked at him with exhausted, fed-up eyes, tired of cleaning up his messes. Ghislaine smiled, finding their looks of disdain rather cute compared to his past life. After a moment, Ghislaine softly ordered, "The orcs will be charging in soon. Form a defensive formation." The soldiers, resigned to the young lord's latest craze, reluctantly took their defensive positions. Suddenly, just as Skaven was about to protest, a massive thudding sound echoed through the distance. "Orcs, they're really coming. Why are there so many of them?" the soldiers shouted in surprise. Skaven panicked, drawing his sword to yell battle preparations, then suddenly paused. The soldiers had already raised their shields and spears, ready for combat in an instant. Ghislaine's preemptive order had saved them from being thrown into chaos by the ambush. Despite the quick formation, the overwhelming number of orcs made the soldiers tremble in fear. Ghislaine patted a nervous soldier's shoulder, asking why he was afraid of those creatures. He explained that momentum was the most important thing, just like the savage charge of the orcs. The soldier thought Ghislaine was just acting cool, realizing advice only matters from a credible source. Ghislaine frowned, instantly knowing the soldier was cursing him in his head. He sighed, remembering his days as one of the 7 strongest, and how much his reputation had fallen. Deciding to fix his reputation slowly, Ghislaine chuckled and casually spun his sword, moving toward the orcs. Skaven yelled in alarm, demanding the young lord get back immediately. "It's fine," Ghislaine replied dismissively. "Just watch from there. I'll be right back." The leading orc roared, swinging its massive, rusty axe in a fierce blow. Ghislaine smiled, stepping casually aside with minimal effort as the axe smashed into the ground. Before the orc could recover, Ghislaine's sword flashed and sliced cleanly across its throat. The massive orc collapsed heavily to the ground, writhing for a moment before going still. The soldiers and Skaven stared, mouths agape. Ghislaine had killed an orc in one strike. Skaven understood. This was not strength, but unimaginable swordsmanship finding the perfect weak point. The remaining orcs stopped their charge, roaring as they began to surround Ghislaine in a tight circle. Ghislaine smirked, finding it easier that the foolish creatures were all rushing toward him. "Fighting without mana, it's been a while," he mused, raising his sword with an arrogant smile. The orcs swung their axes wildly, but Ghislaine dodged with strange, fluid, minimal movements. He used their charging force against them, slicing through the weakest part of their necks one by one. Ghislaine muttered that his body wasn't cooperating. Sweat poured, and his muscles ached intensely. Yet he never stopped smiling. This feeling of pushing his body was proof he was alive. Skaven watched, swallowing hard, realizing there was not a single wasted motion in Ghislaine's technique. This was swordsmanship he had never witnessed, far surpassing the limits of a regular warrior. Skaven realized Ghislaine's skill was comparable to a swordmaster who chose not to use mana. After a brief moment, most of the orcs were dead, and only 5 terrified ones remained. The 5 remaining creatures stumbled backward, finally retreating in sheer terror. Ghislaine pointed his sword at them with a smirk, taunting them for being pathetic warriors. Internally, Ghislaine was dying. His frail body was giving out, and he desperately wanted to lie down. Ghislaine realized his body was even weaker than he thought, but his bluff caused the remaining orcs to retreat. Anxious that the orcs might escape, he moved to attack, but his exhausted legs suddenly gave out. Seeing his vulnerability, one quick-witted orc charged with an axe as Skaven shouted a panicked warning. Ghislaine barely rolled away as the axe struck the earth, instantly springing up to swing his sword at the foe. The orc collapsed, and Ghislaine, sweeping his hair back, flashed a relaxed, triumphant smile claiming success. The remaining orcs retreated, but Skaven stared, confused by Ghislaine's trembling hand and shaking legs. Ghislaine realized he couldn't maintain the act, putting on a stern face to mobilize the surrounding soldiers. He loudly ordered the soldiers to attack, but they simply blinked, too stunned and defiant to move a muscle. Ghislaine was stunned, realizing how utterly insignificant his command truly was to these soldiers. Desperate, he called out a soldier by name, only for the man to recoil in horror, refusing the order. Furious at the total disregard, Ghislaine finally roared at Skaven, demanding the commander move immediately. Hearing Ghislaine's fury, the dazed Skaven snapped back to reality and instantly gave the command to attack. As expected, the soldiers moved like clockwork, surging forward instantly upon the real commander's order. Skaven, utilizing his mana, darted around the field, quickly intercepting the retreating orcs. Ghislaine wanted to join, but his body felt like his bones were twisting, forcing him to give up moving. Maintaining his swagger, Ghislaine sat casually and watched as the skilled knight finished the remaining foes. Once the battle ended, Ghislaine smiled and asked the silent soldiers if the entire situation was manageable. Skaven approached Ghislaine, his eyes trembling with confusion and disbelief at the swordsmanship he had witnessed. Ghislaine quickly brushed off the question, urging Skaven to return to the castle immediately and safely. Before Skaven could respond, the limits of his bluff were reached, and Ghislaine collapsed heavily onto the ground. Ghislaine opened his eyes to a clean, elegant ceiling, realizing he was safely back in his castle room. The door swung open, and his personal head maid, Belinda, entered, exclaiming in relieved surprise. Overwhelmed by meeting her again, Ghislaine leaped from the bed and hugged Belinda tightly. Belinda, trying to calm him, asked gently if his sudden affection meant he had caused trouble again. Ghislaine tried to explain earnestly that he had died to an orc, and then miraculously came back to life. Belinda quickly cut him off, leaning in to whisper a warning about maids hearing rumors of madness. Ghislaine nodded with a resigned expression, realizing his terrible credit made sincerity impossible to convey. Belinda, noting his sweat, ordered the attending maids to prepare the bath for the young master immediately. Flustered, Ghislaine was quickly dragged away by the maids to be freshened up against his protests. After freshening up, Ghislaine stood before the mirror, marveling at his young, handsome reflection. When Belinda chuckled, Ghislaine confidently replied that he liked his face a lot. Finding his endless staring strange, Belinda shook her head slightly and left the room to let him rest. After some time, the door quietly opened, and his younger sister, Alina, peeked her head inside. Ghislaine instantly recognized his sister and shouted her name, his expression shifting to grim surprise. The sight of her face brought the memory of her impending tragedy into terrifying, sharp focus. Ghislaine leaned in urgently, asking Alina how many days were left until the upcoming family festival. Alina answered innocently that the festival, the date of the fatal accident, was exactly 1 week away. Ghislaine covered his face, suppressing a cold, silent laugh filled with calculating, murderous intent. He vowed this time he would change the memory that tormented him for decades. Alina would not die. Ghislaine suddenly grabbed his sister Alina's face, causing her to flinch in genuine fear. He was overwhelmed, realizing he had finally found her alive again after years of regret. Ignoring her confusion, Ghislaine spread his arms wide, acting overly emotional. Alina instantly backed away, wondering what crazy plot her unpredictable brother was planning now. Before she could react, Ghislaine lunged forward and pulled his sister into a powerful, tight hug. Alina struggled, completely flustered by this sudden, affectionate behavior from her usually hostile brother. She finally managed to push him back, ready to unleash a retort about his strange actions. But when she saw the expression on his face, Alina froze, completely stunned. His eyes were soft and filled with an intense, unexplained longing she had never witnessed before. She realized this unusual, genuine smile was similar to the way he acted years ago. Ghislaine quickly cleared his throat and asked why she was loitering in his room. Alina was stunned by his politeness, recalling his typical response was to tell her to get lost. She admitted Belinda had asked her to check on him after the recent orc incident. Ghislaine shrugged, smugly claiming he had handled the orcs easily, proving how strong he was. Alina burst out laughing, reminding him that he actually collapsed and was carried back. He then launched into an exaggerated tale of valor, gesturing wildly about the battle. Watching him show off and boast so excessively put Alina in a genuinely good mood. They briefly joked about Ricardo, the famous flirt, before Ghislaine mentioned someone named Aiden. As he spoke of Aiden, a flash of cold malice briefly crossed Ghislaine's face. Alina noted the return of his usual temperamental nature, but decided he was still slightly better now. Alina prepared to leave, joking that his dragon story sounded like something he killed in a dream. Though he was still odd, she found this blustering version of Ghislaine much more tolerable. Ghislaine stood alone, staring at the door, unable to shake the memory of Alina's brutal end. He also remembered the decapitated bodies of his father and vassals hung at the estate gates. He was filled with self-loathing, recalling how he had run away like a coward in that timeline. The faint smile vanished, replaced by the chilling resolve of his former mercenary king self. He swore he would prevent the fall of Ferdium this time and change the entire timeline. Ghislaine immediately began scribbling notes, detailing the major events he remembered about the future. His first priority was saving Alina from the tragedy that would strike during the upcoming festival. He recalled how he had abandoned her during the festival, returning to the castle alone in his past life. That decision led directly to her disappearance, followed by the discovery of her body. Ghislaine questioned if Alina's death was orchestrated by the Delphine Duchy to start a territorial war. The involvement of Aiden confirmed that this entire situation was a carefully plotted conspiracy. He didn't care about the true reason. Anyone who opposed Ferdium would be eliminated. Since Alina's death was the starting point of Ferdium's decline, he just needed to fix that moment. Ghislaine left the room, realizing he had only 1 week to get his weak body back into fighting shape. As he walked through the castle, he saw only indifference or silent disdain from the servants. Suddenly, an old knight named Fergus came running up, clutching his chest and panting heavily. Fergus, his loyal guardian, had been searching everywhere and was genuinely worried about the young master. Ghislaine realized how foolish he had been to reject this man's loyalty in his past life. Overcome with emotion, Ghislaine pulled the startled old knight into a powerful, sudden hug. He urged the old man to live a long life, saying that dying was truly a terrible feeling. Ghislaine decided to tell him the truth, leaning close to confess that he had died and returned. Fergus only laughed awkwardly, dismissing the serious confession as a strange joke. Giving up, Ghislaine simply repeated his wish for Fergus to live long enough to see him married. Ghislaine walked away with long strides, announcing that he was heading to the training grounds immediately. Fergus gasped in total shock, clutching his chest and nearly collapsing at the news. Ghislaine just sighed, wondering why no one believed him about anything he said anymore. Thanks to Ghislaine's quick response performing chest compressions, the old man, Fergus, barely managed to start breathing again. Ghislaine scolded the old retainer, reminding him that coming back from the brink of death was not a trivial matter. Ghislaine reluctantly agreed to let the stubborn Fergus stay nearby while he trained, just to keep an eye on him. After a quick look around the castle, Ghislaine headed straight for the private training grounds. He realized his past self was an idiot for neglecting such a perfect environment for cultivation, something mercenaries could only dream of. Fergus was genuinely happy to see the young master finally commit to training, believing Ghislaine was just temporarily lost. Ghislaine entered the grounds and began his mana cultivation, knowing he had to push himself to the absolute limit in the short time remaining. He immediately began absorbing and converting mana, a remarkable feat that was effortless thanks to his past life experience. This reckless, combat-refined technique was incomplete and wasted mana, but it was fast, effective, and perfectly suited to his body. Soon, a third core formed in his left chest, creating a reverse triangular system that rapidly circulated an immense amount of power. However, his unique method came with the extreme instability of 3 energy sources trying to burst free from his weak body. After immense effort, Ghislaine suppressed the resistance and decided 3 cores were the absolute limit his current body could handle. His strength was fueled by vengeance, and he focused entirely on the image of Aiden, the noble knight who had defeated him. He still felt furious about the cowardice of having to fight Aiden and his entire contingent of knights simultaneously. He quickly dismissed the arbitrary rankings that put Aiden above him, remembering the destructive rivalry he had shared with the Archmage. This time, he wouldn't just be one of the 7 strongest. He would crush everyone and become the continent's absolute strongest. There was only one man who ever truly intimidated him, the acknowledged rank 1, the continent's greatest sword. But Ghislaine quickly shook off the fear, reminding himself that he was young now and armed with the knowledge of a past life. While training, he made efforts to eat and converse with Alina, slowly repairing their fractured relationship. Alina teased him about his old, lazy remarks, making Ghislaine realize just how terrible of a son and brother he had been. Time passed quickly, and soon the day of the festival arrived, the exact date the destruction of his family had begun. Ghislaine surprised Alina by inviting her to the festival, noting that his small behavioral changes were already subtly shifting the timeline. As they walked through the bustling crowds, Ghislaine couldn't relax, knowing that his enemy's plans would now adapt to his presence. Suddenly, he realized they had wandered off the main path and were now near the outskirts, close to the slums. Alina, finding the repetitive festival dull, expressed a desire for something more exciting and stimulating. Just then, one of her personal escort knights, Jamal, approached with a suspicious offer. Jamal claimed there was a special, stimulating event happening near the outskirts that they should check out. Ghislaine stared intently at the knight's face, instantly recognizing the traitor who had orchestrated Alina's death in his previous life. Ghislaine had always suspected a traitor was involved in Alina's previous demise within the castle walls. He followed Alina and Jamal, pushing through the busy streets toward the edge of town and into the slums. The eerie atmosphere made Alina uneasy, but Ghislaine focused on Philip, analyzing the layout for a trap. Soon they arrived at a clearing littered with trash, where Jamal stopped and shouted excitedly. Ghislaine realized the scattered trash piles were intentionally placed to block any quick escape. Alina, disappointed by the long journey and the dismal trash heap, demanded answers. Jamal frantically waved his hands, insisting the amazing show was just about to begin. Sensing danger, Alina firmly announced she was suspicious and was immediately going back. Jamal instantly dropped his nervous act, blocking her path with a confident, sly grin. Alina called out to Philip, only to watch him silently join Jamal's side, confirming her worst fears. Trembling, she asked her longtime bodyguard why he was betraying her after all this time. Jamal merely shrugged, stating he had taken a better job and regrettably wouldn't see her again. He shouted, signaling the deal was done, and three unremarkable men emerged from a nearby shack. The middle-aged man leading the group noticed Ghislaine, realizing the young lord was an unexpected bonus. Jamal joked that Ghislaine was a bonus gift, so the other two assassins moved to block the exits. Ghislaine calmly interrupted Alina's protests, questioning their plan to escape the lord's inevitable wrath. Jamal scoffed, claiming they would be long gone, happy to abandon their wretched lives as knights. Ghislaine noted their bad luck was dying right after doing something good by saving the maids. Misinterpreting Ghislaine's smile as resignation, Jamal offered a fake apology and walked toward the leader for payment. Jamal, still wary, demanded proof of payment, reminding the man that they were both knights. Frank pulled out a piece of paper, claiming it was a letter of credit for the large sum. Though he preferred gold, Jamal reluctantly accepted the paper, threatening Frank if it was fake. As Jamal began verifying the mana, his eyes widened. It was a worthless ball invitation. Before Jamal could react in rage, Frank drew a dagger and instantly plunged it into his stomach. Frank stabbed him repeatedly, stating, "Once you're dead, there won't be any issues at all." Realizing their cunning plan had failed, Philip roared in fury and charged at Frank with his sword. Frank drew his own sword and easily parried Philip's furious attack, acknowledging the knight's skill. Frank amplified his mana, and with a swift movement sliced clean through Philip's neck, killing him instantly. Frank ensured Philip was dead, then approached Jamal, who was still begging for his life. Despite his pleas, Frank apologized, stating he preferred things neat, and decapitated Jamal as well. Frank lit a pipe, savoring the moment, before turning his attention back to the terrified noble siblings. Alina gripped Ghislaine's arm, trembling uncontrollably, begging him desperately to run away. Ghislaine tried to reassure her, joking about how surprisingly strong her panic grip was. Frank chuckled at Ghislaine's apparent madness, confirming the rumors about the young lord. Ignoring the sneers, Ghislaine began releasing his restricted mana, spreading it out like invisible threads. This highly precise manipulation required knowledge only accessible to masters who transcended basic ability. Confirming no other enemies were hidden, Ghislaine gently but firmly pried Alina's hands off his arm. Ghislaine asked the man for his name, who replied, "Frank," before refusing to name his employer. Frank instructed his men to break Ghislaine's body slowly, ensuring he writhed in pain for maximum effect. Upon hearing the horrific plan, the traumatic memory of Alina's mutilated corpse flooded Ghislaine's mind. Rage, hot and overwhelming, rushed through him, causing his hands to tremble slightly in anticipation. Frank noticed the trembling but was disturbed by the unnerving, mad smile on Ghislaine's face. Frank ordered his men to hurry. As the assassins closed in, Alina screamed Ghislaine's name in terror. Ghislaine spoke in a low, chilling voice, telling the approaching men he had finally found them. In a flash of speed, Ghislaine's hand shot out and clamped tightly around one man's throat. Puhook, his fingers pierced straight through the man's neck, tearing the flesh and releasing a gush of blood. Ghislaine pulled the convulsing, dying man close, whispering how long he had waited for this moment. With a powerful backward fling of his arm, Ghislaine ripped the man's head off completely. The fight began and ended instantly, with the first assassin dropping dead before he could react. Another knight swung his sword wildly at Ghislaine, outraged by the brutal speed of the attack. Ghislaine simply tapped the side of the blade, sending the man's arm flying up and exposing his defense. Before the man could recover, Ghislaine seized his face in a brutal, iron grip. Then, with a thunderous impact, he slammed the knight's head straight into the dirt. Ghislaine didn't stop. He continued to pound the man's head repeatedly into the unforgiving earth. Finally, the sound of bone crunching signaled the end of the ruthless assault. Ghislaine rose slowly, his expression utterly blank as his eyes locked onto Frank. Frank froze, chilled by the terrifying, blood-starved intensity radiating from the young man. Frank quickly realized that the intel was faulty. Ghislaine had obviously used mana to achieve such speed. It was clear Ghislaine was no ordinary noble wastrel, showing zero hesitation to kill. Frank internally vowed to discipline the intelligence department for providing such disastrously wrong information. Meanwhile, Elena watched the cruel display, utterly astonished by her brother's sudden, brutal skill. She questioned how he could have gotten this powerful after just a few days of training. Frank swallowed his fear and asked Ghislaine if he had been hiding his true abilities all along. Ghislaine ignored the question, demanding again to know the name of the person who gave the order. Frank shook his head, refusing to divulge any secrets and confidently stating Ghislaine would die here regardless. Ghislaine gave a dry laugh, noting that villains rarely cooperate easily. Frank warned Ghislaine not to get cocky, claiming his youthful lack of experience would lead to his defeat. Ghislaine retorted sarcastically that he had probably lived more days than Frank had. With a sudden burst of speed, Ghislaine initiated the attack, moving faster than expected. Frank barely managed to block the swift blow, resulting in a violent, ringing clash of steel. Elena watched the fierce exchange, her heart pounding as she debated whether to stay or run for help. Ghislaine quickly realized Frank was an outstanding knight, far superior to the men he had just killed. Frank was internally reeling from Ghislaine's ferocious, unpredictable, and cruel swordsmanship. He recognized that only his superior mana core was preventing Ghislaine from tearing him apart instantly. As the fight continued, Ghislaine's limited mana reserves meant he started accumulating injuries. Ghislaine locked eyes with Frank and confidently suggested Count Desmond was behind the assassination attempt. Frank's reaction was a momentary widening of the eyes, which was all the confirmation Ghislaine needed. Ghislaine laughed, confirming that the downfall of his family had indeed started with these conspirators. The two men glared, channeling all their remaining mana into their blades for a decisive final clash. Frank's raw strength began to overwhelm Ghislaine, slowly pushing his sword backward. Just as victory seemed certain for Frank, Ghislaine's eyes suddenly flashed with a vivid, crimson light. A torrent of overwhelming, powerful red mana erupted from Ghislaine's core, enveloping his sword. Frank groaned in disbelief as Ghislaine's strength surged, instantly reversing the power dynamic. Ghislaine spoke cryptically of past regrets, pain, and the joy of correcting the past. He then detonated his third core, unleashing a power several times greater than his current mana capacity. The overwhelming force sent Frank reeling backward, staggering violently as he tried to regain his stance. Ghislaine capitalized on the opening, closing the distance instantly with terrifying speed. Ghislaine's relentless, storm-like assault eventually caused Frank's sword to shatter under the immense pressure. Staring at the shattered fragments of his weapon, Frank could only murmur in disbelief. Ghislaine met his gaze and delivered a final, chilling promise. He wouldn't let him die easily. Ghislaine didn't waste time, striking Frank's core directly to seize his accumulated mana and energy. He channeled all his mana, causing an internal backlash that completely shattered Frank's core. Frank collapsed, utterly defeated, while Ghislaine turned to approach Elena, who was horrified by the bloody spectacle. She realized that the rumors about his immense skill and the orc killings must have been completely true. Ghislaine simply told her to rest and gently touched the nape of her neck, instantly putting her to sleep. He carefully laid Elena down inside a nearby abandoned building before returning to his defeated opponent. Kneeling down, Ghislaine explained that he already knew who was behind the attack. He just needed to vent some anger. Frank tried to commit suicide, but Ghislaine was faster, grabbing his jaw and stuffing a makeshift gag into his mouth. He quickly severed Frank's tendons, immobilizing the professional killer who now thrashed helplessly. Ghislaine then gathered all the nearby swords and used his mana to meticulously shatter them into dozens of sharp, jagged fragments. He explained that he had diligently practiced torture methods, intending to use them on his enemies when the time came. His fury was fueled by despairing memories of the past, confirming that they could never coexist peacefully. Frank, recognizing the madness in those eyes, realized he was facing a killer far more experienced than his age suggested. Ghislaine announced that the thrilling part was starting and promised that all of Frank's comrades would meet the exact same fate. A sharp fragment slowly pierced Frank's neck, sealing his fate for messing with the wrong person. After Frank had gone half insane from the pain, the lengthy torture finally ended in his death. Ghislaine felt a massive weight lift from his chest. One of the burning, internal flames of his rage had finally been extinguished. Suddenly, the massive recoil from detonating his cores hit him, causing him to bend over and cough up blood. Ignoring the pain, Ghislaine focused on the next task, dealing with the rest of the bodies hidden nearby. Inside the house, he found several thick sacks, opening one to reveal the corpse of Gilmore Diggold, the supposed killer from his past life. This confirmed the enemy's plot: use the corpses to frame Ferdium and ignite a territorial war with Diggold. He opened the remaining sacks, finding the bodies of Gilmore's escort knights, identifiable by their crests. To prevent the war, Ghislaine crushed all identifying objects and dragged Frank, his men, and the Diggold corpses into a single pile. He ignited the pyre, and foul-smelling flames quickly began to consume the bodies and surrounding scrap. By handling the bodies cleanly, he had successfully stopped the immediate threat and bought his territory crucial time. But he knew the enemies would not stop and would quickly shift their plots, requiring constant vigilance. Back at Ferdium Castle, the attempted kidnapping by the escort knights caused a massive uproar among the staff and soldiers. Gossip immediately spread, claiming Ghislaine was lying and that Alina was just helping him cover up his weakness. Alina became dejected because no one believed her heroic account, labeling her a liar alongside Skaven. Ghislaine heard the ridiculous rumors but simply laughed, knowing the full truth would be even less believable. Once Alina recovered, Ghislaine focused on preparing for the inevitable future attacks, listing everything he needed. The biggest obstacle was money. Ferdium was bankrupt, and he had no starting capital to work with. He even considered desperate measures, like mercenary work or, shockingly, resorting to banditry for quick funds. He quickly dismissed the idea of banditry, desperately needing a solution to raise initial funds quickly and cleanly. While deep in thought, Ghislaine was interrupted by a boisterous voice and the approach of a man accompanied by several knights. "Hey, cousin," the man mocked, loudly accusing Ghislaine of having delusions and spreading ridiculous lies. Ghislaine suddenly remembered his cousin, Cain, who was both his childhood friend and his biggest, most persistent tormentor. Cain was seen as spirited and bold, while Ghislaine was always dismissed as nothing but a petty, inferior rich kid. Cain constantly humiliated Ghislaine, crushing his pride until he was forced to endure countless shameful situations. Ghislaine internalized the abuse, only to take out his anger on the estate staff, earning him shameful, petty nicknames. As Ghislaine crouched, plucking petals, Cain sneered, demanding attention and suggesting Ghislaine had lost his mind. Ghislaine stood up blankly as Cain approached, demanding to know why the usual preparations were not yet complete. Ghislaine suddenly realized Cain always used his visits to force him to procure alcohol and women for their supposed fun. Cain tapped Ghislaine's cheek patronizingly, claiming their shared malice was the foundation of true friendship. Cain was notorious for his insolence, frequently harassing staff and beating soldiers under the pretense of being a privileged relative. When Ghislaine failed to respond immediately, Cain grew frustrated and began shouting about his slow, strange reaction time. Cain shoved his face aggressively close to Ghislaine's, demanding that he snap out of his apparent daze. Cain's escort knights quickly restrained him, urging him to calm down because too many people were currently watching them. Ghislaine, accustomed to being the king of mercenaries, found the entire childish confrontation utterly ridiculous. He decided dealing with such a petty brat was beneath his dignity, concluding he needed to hire a strong subordinate immediately. Unable to decide whether to strike the boy or ignore him, Ghislaine resorted to his new method, flower petal fortune-telling. He began plucking the petals, reciting the options aloud. Beat him, don't beat him, don't beat him. The final petal decided Cain was safe. Ghislaine tossed the stem away, declaring the rude guest was lucky to be spared. Cain, enraged by the dismissal, started insulting Ghislaine, calling him a crazy idiot who only bullied the weak. As servants gathered to watch the spectacle, Cain's anger only intensified, causing him to hurl even harsher insults. Cain accused Ghislaine of lying about beating a knight, demanding he lower his gaze and remember his proper place. Ghislaine realized the profound change in himself. The old him would have instantly knocked Cain unconscious for such disrespect. As Cain delivered the final, loud insult, Ghislaine's calculated patience finally snapped. Ghislaine's right hand shot out like lightning, delivering a sharp, unexpected blow that left Cain clutching his face in shock. Ghislaine looked at his own hand in admiration, noting that his body had acted purely on instinct, bypassing his conscious decision. Before Cain could recover and scream his rage, Ghislaine delivered a second, equally sharp punch. Cain staggered back, drew his sword in a murderous rage, but his escort knights quickly moved to block him. The knight urgently advised Cain against immediate violence, suggesting a formal duel instead to save face in front of the crowd. Cain quickly agreed, realizing a public humiliation via a duel would be far more satisfying and destructive to Ghislaine's reputation. Cain ripped off his glove and hurled it at Ghislaine's face, formally issuing the challenge of a duel. Cain loudly declared the duel was necessary, because Ghislaine had tarnished noble dignity by spreading false rumors and initiating the attack. Ghislaine was genuinely surprised, finding the challenge from such a mediocre opponent hilarious and almost flattering. He reflected on his past life, where only the Continental Seven dared to fight him, and even they proceeded with extreme caution. Ghislaine decided to go with the flow, realizing this might help reconcile the dissonance between his past life's power and his current body. Ghislaine threw his own glove, which inexplicably changed trajectory midair, striking Cain squarely in the face. Ghislaine formally accepted the duel, but first, he demanded immediate repayment of all the money Cain had ever extorted from him. Ghislaine calculated the total, including interest, demanding an unbelievable sum of 1,000 gold coins. Cain screamed that the money was not a loan, but a friendship fee Ghislaine willingly paid for the privilege of associating with him. Ghislaine dismissed the absurd claim, assuring Cain that the debt would be settled immediately after the conclusion of their duel. Raising his fist, Ghislaine grinned menacingly, promising that a few punches would magically make the necessary funds appear. Cain, furious at the provocation, swore that Ghislaine would soon be licking his boots and crying. Ghislaine noticed the disgraced, drunk knight Skaven among the onlookers, who had been mocked for supporting him. Ghislaine knew those disgraceful titles would vanish soon, instructing the knight silently to hang in there and endure the humiliation. Once the crowd was sufficient, a knight announced the start, but everyone immediately began betting on Cain, forcing a rule change. Suddenly, Skaven interrupted the commotion, setting down his bottle and tossing a heavy pouch of money forward. He fiercely declared he was betting everything on the young master, challenging the others to bet if they weren't scared to die. Just then, Alina entered the training grounds with her maids and gracefully placed her own money pouch on the table. She confirmed she was betting on her mother's son, the addition of her living expenses finally made the total wager substantial enough for the crowd. Alina and Skaven exchanged a silent, painful glance, recognizing each other as fellow victims of the rumors meant to discredit Ghislaine. With the bets settled, the duel finally began, and Ghislaine swung his sword before casually inviting Cain to attack first. Cain, towering over Ghislaine, raised his sword and charged with a wild rush, resembling a bullfight in the dusty arena. Their swords collided with a loud crash, and Cain glared, gathering all his strength, fully intending to turn the young master into a cripple. Ghislaine noted that Cain's strength and endurance were considerable, concluding that he would have made a great bandit. The swords clashed rapidly without pause, astonishing the spectators and confusing Cain, who couldn't believe Ghislaine was blocking everything. Cain's face flushed with embarrassment, as the spectators whispered that he looked flashy but lacked actual skill. Ghislaine smiled, lightly stepped back, and proposed making things more interesting by giving Cain a significant handicap. Ghislaine calmly sheathed his sword, shook both hands, and declared he would fight barehanded because the skill difference was too obvious. Cain flushed with rage at the provocation, but Ghislaine ignored him, turning to the crowd and urging them to cheer. To heighten the spectacle, Ghislaine boldly promised to buy everyone drinks and meat if he won, instantly earning the crowd's full support. Cain, flustered by the shift in atmosphere, yelled furiously about Ghislaine defiling the sacred nature of the duel. Ghislaine clicked his tongue and casually dismissed the notion of a sacred fight, asking if the temple had sponsored Cain. Ghislaine taunted Cain further, asking if he was scared and wiggling one finger, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Amidst the loud cheers, Cain completely lost his temper and charged toward Ghislaine, screaming that he would kill him. Ghislaine suddenly dashed toward the charging man and swung his open palm, delivering a powerful surprise slap to Cain's head. Cain let out a painful groan, grabbing his throbbing head as he staggered backward from the unexpected force of the blow. Ghislaine dodged the counterattack effortlessly and immediately began a rhythmic, systematic beating of Cain's body. Cain couldn't manage a single counterattack or even finish a curse as he continued to take blow after blow. The onlookers, including the veteran knights, were left in shock, recognizing Ghislaine's movements as a dazzling display of masterful, impossible skill. The audience cheered wildly, feeling exhilarated by the dazzling punches and the satisfaction of seeing the universally disliked Cain get beaten up. Feeling the atmosphere completely shift in his favor, Ghislaine decided it was time to deliver the final, decisive blow. He looked at the swollen, tearful Cain and instructed him wickedly to bite down tight so he wouldn't bite off his own tongue. Boom! Ghislaine's mana-infused fist slammed into Cain's stomach, sounding like a thunderclap that shocked the spectators. Cain flew incredibly fast across the training ground, crashing hard into the stone wall, which immediately cracked upon impact before his body slumped. The knights watching wore expressions of total disbelief, unable to comprehend such power without sensing any lingering mana. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the young master's unbelievable victory. Ghislaine, however, approached the fallen man, deciding that since Cain hadn't surrendered or died, the beating must continue. Cain weakly opened his mouth, desperately trying to declare his surrender before Ghislaine reached him. Ghislaine leaned in, pretending he couldn't hear the muffled declaration, forcing Cain to repeat the word. Just as Cain was about to repeat his surrender, Ghislaine's fist slammed into his philtrum. Cain was rolling on the ground, shocked by the relentless, skilled assault he never saw coming from Ghislaine. The brutal beating worried the onlookers, who started murmuring about the need to intervene before Cain was killed. Cain begged for his life amidst the blows, but Ghislaine refused to forgive those who dared challenge him. Suddenly, Cain's bodyguard rushed in, unable to watch his master suffer, only to find a sword instantly at his throat. Ghislaine mocked the interruption, forcing the nervous bodyguard to declare that the match was already over. Ghislaine looked down at the writhing Cain, remarking how weak the current generation was before relenting. He then demanded immediate repayment of a fabricated 1,000 gold debt, shocking the bodyguard. The bodyguard, knowing the demand was unfair, had no choice but to agree to pay the outrageous sum. Ghislaine added a secondary demand. They must also buy drinks and meat for the entire cheering crowd. The furious bodyguard complained, but Ghislaine mocked him, framing the payment as compensation for their past bullying. Ghislaine sheathed his sword, grabbing the dazed Cain by the back of his collar like a discarded rag doll. Cain, still confused, begged for mercy, but Ghislaine laughed, reminding him he was still financially useful. Calling Ghislaine a devil, Cain was swiftly hoisted onto the bodyguard's back and rushed away from the training ground. Once the humiliated pair left, the relieved crowd erupted in applause and cheers for the young lord's impressive victory. Skaven grinned smugly at the knights, while Alina looked immensely satisfied beside him, raising her chin in relief. Ghislaine waved to the cheering crowd as he headed back toward the castle, exchanging a knowing glance with Skaven. Skaven raised his bottle in a silent toast, and Ghislaine responded with a confident thumbs up. Alina quickly followed, catching up to her brother and linking her arm through his with enthusiasm. She eagerly asked what he planned to do with all the money he had just extorted from the duel loser. Alina thought wistfully about their family's poverty and the accessories she desperately wished for. Ghislaine tried to pull his arm free, teasing her about her surprising strength and changing the subject. Alina assumed the money was for an expensive birthday gift for his fiancée, Amelia, coming up soon. The mention of Amelia Rayfold struck Ghislaine hard, giving him a sudden, brilliant idea for quick funding. He instantly recalled how Amelia, the future traitor, had worked hard to financially ruin his family in the past life. Since he couldn't attack yet, Ghislaine decided to squeeze every coin he could from her before she became an official enemy. Ghislaine decided to cheer Alina up by allowing her 5 gold to buy some new clothes and accessories. When he offered 5 gold, Alina was initially disappointed, but quickly accepted with forced cuteness. Ghislaine quickly sent Alina off and hurried to find Belinda before his crucial new plan faded. He asked Belinda when his father would return, calculating that a week was enough time for a trip. Ghislaine informed a puzzled Belinda that he was leaving immediately for Rayfold's estate. Belinda teased him, suggesting his sudden urgency was due to his romantic feelings for Amelia's birthday banquet. Ghislaine dismissed the teasing, saying he was pressed for time and needed to be back before his father returned. Belinda grabbed him firmly, insisting that he absolutely could not travel alone in the dangerous world. Ghislaine conceded, realizing he was still significantly weaker than his past self, and agreed to take guards. Belinda returned, now wearing a long, heavy black robe over her uniform, ready for the journey. When Ghislaine commented on her new attire, Belinda opened the robe, revealing numerous hidden daggers lining the interior. Ghislaine observed her with a knowing look, realizing that the mysterious head maid was more than enough protection. Ghislaine carefully fastened her robe, and Belinda smiled, proud of how much her young master had matured. Belinda mistakenly credited her own teaching, and then they quickly departed with 4 accompanying knights. On the way to her estate, Belinda questioned Ghislaine about why he wasn't bringing Amelia a proper gift. Ghislaine simply replied that he had no intention of trying to impress a woman who would soon become his enemy. He knew from his past life that military strength meant nothing without the massive finances needed to sustain it, so he needed to move fast. After days of riding, the group finally arrived at the magnificent Rayfold castle, covered in dust and sweat. Despite Belinda's protests about his appearance, Ghislaine, carrying only a cheap bouquet, headed straight for the gate. The guards didn't recognize him due to his few attendants and travel weariness, forcing Belinda to step forward and assert his identity. The guard returned moments later, wearing a troubled expression as he relayed Amelia's refusal to meet, claiming she was unwell. Belinda was furious that Amelia would disrespect the Ferdium estate, by denying entry and accommodation to the young lord himself. Ghislaine stepped forward, calming Belinda and taking control of the situation himself. He approached the stammering guard and quietly whispered a veiled threat about disclosing sensitive information concerning the merchant guild. The threat worked instantly, and the guard returned swiftly, bowing deeply and inviting them inside on Amelia's behalf. Ghislaine smirked, attributing the change to his irresistible charm, leading Belinda to playfully scold him for being cheeky. As they were guided to the reception room, Ghislaine was deeply impressed by the castle's opulent, wealth-flaunting decorations. Left alone, Ghislaine waited for a considerable amount of time, growing bored after finishing his tea. Finally, the door opened, and his fiancée, Amelia Rapald, entered with an arrogant, cold demeanor. She was followed by her sleek blue-tinged gray cat, Bastet, which carried the same air of pride as its owner. Ghislaine greeted her casually, then smiled brightly as he presented the cheap bouquet as a birthday gift. A flash of utter contempt crossed Amelia's face, disgusted that he would dare offer her such a pathetic present. She took the flowers only to casually toss them into the corner of the reception room, humiliating him publicly. However, Ghislaine merely shrugged off the insult, leaning back on the sofa with an unwavering, innocent expression. Amelia intensified her attack, accusing him of lacking pride and expressing sincerity with garbage. Ghislaine replied smoothly, stating that poverty was only shameful if one was doing something dishonest. Amelia's face froze, realizing that his strange confidence meant he knew about her secret merchant guild activities. Wary of his complete change in attitude, Amelia attempted to regain control by demanding he state his purpose immediately. Ghislaine, without preamble, made a cheeky gesture and requested money because he was in a difficult spot. Amelia scoffed, mocking his lack of pride for asking his fiancée for financial assistance. Ghislaine corrected her, leaning in close to whisper that he wasn't asking to borrow the money. He then leaned back, confirming his expectation that she would simply give the funds to him. Hearing his outrageous demand, Amelia made the final, serious decision to break off their engagement immediately. Amelia was stunned by Ghislaine's brazen request, which completely disregarded their social positions. Hiding her immediate rage, she questioned his nerve, arguing Rapald already gives too much support to the Ferdium family. She called the Ferdium territory beggarly, asking if this sudden demand came from the Count himself. Ghislaine fired back, calling her out for insulting her future father-in-law with such harsh words. He explained that their defense of the North was a necessary job for the kingdom, making her support a fair deal, not begging. Amelia mocked his logic, pointing out that Ghislaine himself was certainly not the one fighting any barbarians. Ghislaine shifted the focus to the future, claiming it was only natural for her to support him soon. He declared that as the future Countess of Rapald, she would support him when he inherited Ferdium, so he was asking early. Amelia instantly recognized the dangerous implications of his casual, outrageous statement about her family's succession. She warned him to stop joking, insisting that her becoming the Countess of Rapald was impossible. Ghislaine pressed her further, asking if she truly intended to avoid marrying him. Amelia bit her lip, unable to voice the scathing internal thought that she would never marry a scoundrel like him. Ghislaine cut the conversation short, stating he didn't care about her titles, he just wanted the money. Amelia scoffed, denying she had such large sums, asking why he thought she was so wealthy. Ghislaine revealed his hand, mentioning the Actium Merchant Guild, which she secretly controlled. Amelia's face instantly froze, and a flash of intense, murderous intent crossed her eyes. She was internally frantic, realizing Ghislaine somehow knew about her hidden power base. Ghislaine offered the deal, 10,000 gold now for his silence, calling it a cheap price. Amelia realized she was caught in an inescapable trap. Exposure would cost her everything. Ghislaine mused that this threat worked, because Amelia was still struggling to hide her power base from her family. She knew that exposing her secret alliance with the Delphine Duchy could lead to her ruin or assassination. Amelia closed her eyes, then opened them with cold resolve, declaring the conversation over. Ghislaine acted surprised by the sudden shift, pretending he hadn't received his payment yet. Ignoring him, Amelia commanded her hidden guard to emerge and deal with the young master. A section of the bookshelf wall flipped over, and a man holding a sword stepped out. Ghislaine calmly drew his own sword, warning that his death would ignite a territorial war. Amelia scoffed, confident that the hidden fighter would easily silence the notoriously weak Ghislaine. She ordered the quick execution and turned away, intending to deal with his party outside. The sound of clashing steel was immediately followed by a short, sharp scream of pain. Amelia froze mid-step, realizing the scream had not come from Ghislaine. She spun back to see her skilled fighter lying dead on the carpet, defeated by Ghislaine. Ghislaine casually shook the blood off his sword, criticizing her choice of assassin. Suddenly, two armored knights burst through the door, drawing their swords in shock at the sight of the body. Amelia screamed at the top of her lungs, commanding the knights to kill Ghislaine immediately. The knights hesitated, unsure of the political fallout from killing the heir of a major territory. Before they could move, Belinda appeared silently behind Amelia, pressing a dagger to her throat. Belinda winked at Ghislaine and noted that their lovers' quarrel seemed a bit intense. Ghislaine stepped forward nonchalantly. The paralyzed knights dared not stop him for fear of Belinda harming Amelia. He laughed, saying things wouldn't have escalated if she had just paid when he asked nicely. Ghislaine delivered the final blow. Since things had escalated, the price was now 20,000 gold. Suddenly, Amelia's cat, Bastet, screeched and lunged directly at Ghislaine's face. Ghislaine casually dodged, letting the pitiful feline crash harmlessly into the wooden floor. He laughed, then casually brought up her surprisingly close relationship with her head of security, Bernarf. Amelia immediately misread his comment, wondering if this arrogant fool was actually jealous of her bodyguard. But a sudden fear gripped her. What if Ghislaine spread rumors about her being romantically involved with Bernarf? Swallowing her panic, Amelia demanded to know how Ghislaine had discovered her sensitive guild dealings. Ghislaine simply shrugged, claiming he just overheard a few things by chance, infuriating her further. He pressed the issue, reminding the Countess that he was in a hurry and needed her decision on the money. Amelia tried one last time to intimidate him, threatening the safety of the Ferdium estate if he continued his blackmail. In an instant, Ghislaine's composure shattered, replaced by an overwhelming, terrifying surge of bloodlust. The sudden crushing pressure made everyone in the room, even the seasoned knights, swallow hard in sheer terror. Ghislaine leaned in, stating coldly that real threats were never delivered merely through words. He reflected on the countless influential people he had killed on the battlefield in his previous life. Ghislaine paused, realizing that all those enemies he had slain were, for now, probably still alive in this timeline. Shaking off the confusion, he focused back on the present, asking Amelia what she intended to do now. Amelia briefly considered eliminating Ghislaine on the spot, but the resulting commotion would cause too much suspicion. She needed to handle this quietly, ensuring her father and brothers remained unaware of the scandalous meeting. With immense frustration, Amelia finally agreed to pay him 20,000 gold pieces to leave immediately. Ghislaine nodded, pleased by her decisiveness, and readily accepted the terms of the immediate annulment. Amelia looked at him, commenting that he had changed drastically from the useless delinquent she once knew. He simply replied that she was one of the people responsible for forcing that change upon him. As Ghislaine turned to leave, she hurled a final, resentful jab, calling him foolish for risking everything for money. Ghislaine ignored her, his face setting into a hard, cold mask as he exited the audience room. He knew this payment gave him the capital needed to start his true plan to take her head in this life. Long after Ghislaine's group departed, Amelia's anger continued to boil over the insult and extortion she suffered. She realized she had to silence him permanently to protect her secret pact with the terrifying Duke of Delphine. There was only one solution. She decided to kill Ghislaine first and worry about creating an excuse afterward. Amelia shouted for her trusted bodyguard, Bernarf, demanding he be brought to her immediately. A tall, handsome man entered, flinching slightly at Amelia's rage and the still glaring cat Bastet. Amelia wasted no time, ordering Bernarf to kill Ghislaine because he knew her critical secret. Bernarf listened to the story and tried to reassure her, dismissing Ghislaine as a pathetic man only interested in money. Amelia insisted that even careless talk could ruin her carefully constructed plans at this crucial time. They both assumed Ghislaine would squander the gold and inevitably return later to extort even more. Amelia pulled out a map, pointing to a narrow valley that served as the quickest route back to the Ferdium estate. She spread the map and pointed decisively to the location where the ambush should take place. Bernarf cautioned against using their knights, fearing the Count Ferdium's wrath if their involvement was discovered. She commanded him to use the mercenaries and assassins they had already invested in for this type of dirty job. Seeing her resolve, Bernarf finally nodded, promising to make sure the ambush was fully prepared and executed quietly. As he left, Bernarf frowned slightly, annoyed that this troublesome task was delaying his return to Amelia's side. He paused at the door, glancing back longingly at Amelia, eager to complete the murder quickly and return. The plan to start a territorial war between Ferdium and Diggold failed, much to the annoyance of Count Harold Desmond. Apparently, their captured escort knights tried to kidnap the Count's daughter but were somehow killed by Ghislaine Ferdium, the heir apparent. Harold scoffed, finding it ridiculous that the supposed bratty troublemaker Ghislaine could defeat trained killers, assuming it was just a mutual accident. Harold's frustration grew. How could they fail a simple kidnapping when the Count and Knight Commander were away? The terrified lieutenant groveled on the floor, begging for one more chance, but Harold had already decided his fate. Harold rang the bell, summoning two knights, and ordered them to dispose of his incompetent subordinate without a shred of emotion. The lieutenant screamed and pleaded as he was dragged out, but Harold simply returned his gaze to his documents, annoyed by the distraction. Between managing Amelia's rebellion plan and now dealing with the Ghislaine annoyance, Harold decided he needed to deploy more spies to the Ferdium estate. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was bragging to Belinda that he had successfully squeezed money out of his fiancée, calling it past life compensation. Belinda was completely unconvinced by his ridiculous explanation and pressed him for the real reason he needed Amelia's cash. Ghislaine knew he couldn't reveal Amelia's future plotting. Doing so would only make the Delphine Duchy replace her with a harder target. Belinda worried that Count Rapold would find out, but Ghislaine assured her that Amelia would keep the secret to protect her own schemes. Knowing Amelia wouldn't let them walk away easily, Ghislaine decided they needed to prepare immediately for her inevitable retaliation. To throw off Amelia's plans, Ghislaine stated they needed a powerful, wild card, someone who could join them and be helpful in the future. Despite not being sure if this person was even in the area, Ghislaine gave the name Jillian, a man he had only heard of through rumors. Fortunately, a knight soon returned with information on Jillian's whereabouts, confirming he hadn't yet taken his own life as he did in the past life. They arrived at a desolate, shabby house on the outskirts of the castle, clearly indicating that Jillian and his family had fallen completely. After the accompanying knight knocked, a man in his 50s emerged, appearing broken, with wild white hair and the sunken eyes of a dead fish. Both Belinda and the knight were visibly disappointed, seeing nothing more than a broken drunkard instead of the powerful presence they expected. Despite the man's weak appearance and lack of imposing aura, Ghislaine smiled and addressed the man respectfully. Ghislaine immediately offered to solve Jillian's difficult situation, treating the matter as a simple transaction. Jillian let out a self-deprecating laugh, dismissing Ghislaine's offer as the bored whim of a frivolous young nobleman. When Ghislaine repeated his offer, Jillian turned to walk away, prompting the accompanying knight to draw his sword over the blatant disrespect. Gillian paused, pointed to his chest, and dared the knight to stab him, showing a complete lack of fear or will to live. Ghislaine quickly intervened, motioning the knight's back, and sincerely repeated that he really could help solve Gillian's problem. Seeing Ghislaine's unwavering confidence, Gillian hesitated, then sighed and reluctantly invited the group inside his dwelling. Once inside, the group immediately covered their noses. The house was a complete dump, filled with dust and mold, though littered with various weapons. Gillian led them to a small bedroom where his young daughter lay, incredibly gaunt and covered in alarming red spots. Her brittle hair, cracked lips, and the bloodstains on the bed hinted at the immense pain she was suffering from an incurable disease. Belinda grabbed Ghislaine's arm in alarm, recognizing the severe symptoms and urging him to retreat immediately. Ghislaine calmly removed her hand, assuring her the disease was not contagious, knowing the rumor about its spread had been false. Gillian's face twisted in pain, demanding to know Ghislaine's real intention for claiming he could help with an untreatable affliction. Ignoring Belinda's continued protests, Ghislaine made a bold claim. He knew the cure for the disease and was the only person in the world who could treat it. Belinda was stunned as red blotches appeared and faded cyclically all over the girl's body. She quickly recognized the dreadful symptoms, confirming this was the eternal punishment disease. Ghislaine nodded, internally mocking the clerics who claimed the disease was divine retribution. He quickly dismissed the theological nonsense, declaring this was a simple, curable illness. Belinda frowned, asking how he planned to cure something that divine power couldn't touch. Ghislaine explained that divine power merely suppresses the disease temporarily, which is not a true cure. He noted that Gillian must have spent everything he had trying to save his daughter. Belinda urged Ghislaine to leave immediately, fearing the contagious rumors and the risk of association. Ghislaine firmly shook his head. He had finally found the person he was looking for and would not leave. He knew Gillian's daughter would soon die, causing the devastated father to take his own life. Ghislaine declared he must treat her himself, as he was the only one who knew the cure. Suddenly, Rachel began to tremble violently, crying out in sheer, unbearable agony. The intense fever and unimaginable pain arrived in overwhelming, unpredictable waves. Rachel had torn the bed linens with her fingernails. Dried bloodstains covered the sheets. When blood trickled from her mouth, Gillian urgently lifted Rachel's upper body to help her breathe. Gillian held his daughter tightly, shivering helplessly as she thrashed and foamed at the mouth. Rachel cried out to her father, begging him to let her die and end the horrific suffering. Sensing the end was near, Gillian felt his resignation turn into a suicidal, empty resolve. Belinda and the attendant knights averted their gaze completely, unable to watch any longer. As Rachel's convulsions subsided, Ghislaine called Belinda over immediately. He instructed her to begin treatment right away and quickly scribbled down the necessary ingredient list. Belinda took the paper, her eyes widening in shock at the first item required for the cure. She gasped, realizing Ghislaine was demanding the outrageously rare and costly fairy's blessing flower. Ghislaine confirmed it was the most important ingredient, stressing the urgency of preparation. Left with no choice, Belinda hurried out to secure the expensive components immediately. The attendant knights began preparing tools while Gillian stared blankly, utterly exhausted and resigned. When Belinda returned, Ghislaine immediately started clumsily mixing the medicine himself. Though he had never studied, the simple future recipe allowed him to imitate an apothecary. Gillian watched the serious young master, finally asking why he was going to such extreme lengths. Ghislaine replied without looking up, stating there was no grand reason for helping a sick person. Caught between hope and doubt, Gillian could only watch Ghislaine with trembling, desperate eyes. The medicine was finally complete, a purple liquid that resembled melted amethyst in a small flask. Ghislaine approached Rachel, gently supported her neck, and carefully poured the liquid into her mouth. Hours later, Belinda jolted awake to shouts. The onlookers were staring in shock. Jillian was stunned. The red spots covering Rachel's body were slowly disappearing entirely. Ghislaine smiled, satisfied that his future knowledge had worked, though he had been slightly worried. Belinda pressed close, her voice trembling as she urgently demanded confirmation of the cure. Ghislaine ordered an escort knight to fetch a priest immediately to verify the results. A plump, haughty priest soon arrived, wrinkling his nose in distaste at the filth of the poor house. He immediately recognized the patient, then noticed the dramatic change in her symptoms. The priest who had been treating Rachel was completely stunned, realizing her previously incurable disease was visibly improving. He frantically tried channeling divine power, only to discover her body absorbed it instantly, like cotton soaking up water. Dazed, the priest stood up and immediately declared this an absolute miracle bestowed by the goddess. He launched into an endless session of praise and prayer, convinced the goddess had forgiven Rachel and healed her. The knights had to forcibly drag the priest, who was still insisting he needed to witness more miracles, out of the room. Finally convinced the cure was real, Jillian felt his legs give out as he fell to the floor, completely overwhelmed. He shed endless tears, caressing his daughter's face now marked by a peaceful smile for the first time in years. After a long moment of grief, Jillian stood up, desperate, and asked Ghislaine if his daughter could truly be healed completely. Ghislaine confidently explained that a couple of months of medication would ensure a full recovery, unlike divine power which only stimulated vitality. Speechless, Jillian quickly regained his focus and asked Ghislaine what he wanted in return for this unbelievable favor. He sincerely offered his worthless body, prepared to become a slave or a dog if that was Ghislaine's demand. Ghislaine laughed lightly, shaking his head, stating he only needed the strong, capable person Jillian used to be. Jillian paused, testing the situation by asking what would happen to his daughter if he refused the request. Ghislaine calmly assured him the treatment and medicine would continue either way, as the favor was minor to him. Jillian stared in disbelief, knowing that in this world, no one offered such a massive favor without expecting something equally large in return. Ghislaine maintained a relaxed expression, stating he would be disappointed if Jillian refused, but he wouldn't force compliance. Jillian studied the young lord, sensing an odd maturity and calm confidence radiating from Ghislaine's purposeful eyes. Having made his decision, Jillian grabbed a dagger, gathered his long, unkempt hair, and swiftly cut it all off. His previously bent back straightened instantly, and the lifeless look in his eyes reignited with burning intensity. The sudden, overwhelming surge of energy startled the nearby knights and Belinda, causing them to instinctively reach for their weapons. Jillian strode toward Ghislaine, but the accompanying knights quickly moved to block his path. Standing 2 handspans taller, Jillian looked down at Ghislaine, exuding an overwhelming, imposing presence. With a deep, resonant voice, Jillian asked Ghislaine if there were any other allies or contacts nearby. Hearing the suspicious questions about their group, Belinda slowly drew her dagger from her coat, remaining vigilant. Squinting slightly, Jillian then asked if the young lord had any enemies who might currently hold a grudge against him. Ghislaine chuckled, amused, and admitted that he certainly had enemies now and would acquire many more in the future. Without wasting a word, Jillian grabbed a nearby harpoon, tied it to a rope, and hurled it with incredible force toward the door. Bang! The harpoon pierced the door, and Jillian yanked the mana-infused rope, dragging a man impaled in the shoulder through the wreckage. Ghislaine watched the screaming man writhing on the floor and dryly remarked that it seemed they had a tail following them. The captured man stared up at Jillian with sheer terror, shocked by the impossible precision of the non-fatal strike. Belinda and the knights were momentarily shocked by Jillian's incredible throwing skill and precise mana control. Unfazed, Jillian dragged the struggling man over to Ghislaine, who looked down coldly and demanded to know who sent him. The man trembled and remained silent, so Belinda quickly searched him, finding concealed weapons but no identifying information. Knowing the man wouldn't talk, Ghislaine decided he already knew the identity of the sender and instructed Jillian to dispose of the uninvited guest. Nodding, Jillian dragged the man into an adjacent room, followed moments later by a sickening asterisk crunch and eerie silence. Jillian returned, his expression cold and indifferent, leaving the knight stunned by his ruthless efficiency and unwavering resolve. Observing the transformation, Ghislaine acknowledged that Jillian had clearly made his final decision. Jillian immediately knelt and pledged his unwavering loyalty, declaring he would now live only for his lord. Satisfied, Ghislaine confirmed the pledge and personally helped Jillian stand up, a pleased smile on his face. Ghislaine assured him that Rachel would be moved to the estate for care, guaranteeing her remaining treatment would continue. Ghislaine playfully shifted the topic, asking how Jillian managed such an accurate capture when their trained knights missed the tail. Belinda grumbled defensively, shouting that she could have done the same thing but was simply distracted by the preceding events. Jillian impassively explained that being cooped up for years had heightened his ability to spot suspicious behavior easily. He firmly stated that the young lord's safety was paramount, and any mistake could be dealt with later. Belinda paled, realizing Jillian's ruthless mindset meant he would kill an innocent bystander without hesitation if he perceived a risk. Ghislaine patted Jillian on the shoulder, officially welcoming the newly forged variable into his growing organization. Jillian was ready to leave, but collecting all his scattered weapons and gear was quickly turning into a logistical nightmare. The old carriage couldn't handle the load, forcing Ghislaine to fork over cash for a better, more robust ride for Rachel's comfort. Even the new carriage looked insane, completely covered in lances, axes, and swords from top to bottom, ready for war. The escort knights watched in disbelief, wondering why anyone needed a mobile bandit fortress just to travel a short distance. Ghislaine, however, just shrugged off the criticism, telling Jillian to pack everything he needed for the journey ahead. As they rode out, Belinda kept her eyes fixed on Ghislaine, realizing his changes went far beyond simple maturity. She had tried to believe his talent was finally manifesting, but his ability to cure Jillian's daughter made no logical sense. Ghislaine was never a scholar, and he certainly didn't have the background knowledge to figure out that kind of complex cure on his own. She even considered sinister theories, like forbidden magic or soul transference, while subtly checking his calm demeanor. But his core aura felt the same. He was still her young master, just layered with excessive confidence and slyness. Since he wouldn't explain anything, Belinda shifted her focus to the business side, how to monetize his miraculous, expensive medicine. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was chatting easily with Jillian, who noted that his young lord was unusually carefree for a nobleman. Ghislaine admitted that maintaining noble decorum felt awkward and unnatural for someone like him. Jillian advised him to enjoy his youth, but Ghislaine sighed, saying his life was already mortgaged to other matters. After a peaceful ride, they reached the edge of the Rapald estate, feeling cautiously relieved that no attack had occurred yet. Ahead was a dense, narrow path lined with trees, the perfect yet unavoidable spot for an ambush. Ghislaine knew Amelia wouldn't miss this opportunity, so he subtly released a thread of mana to scan the perimeter. This high-level scanning technique was undetectable by ordinary people, confirming his suspicions about the location. Confident in his assessment, Ghislaine signaled the group to proceed slowly into the shadowed path. As they moved through the woods, the escort knights relaxed, but Belinda suddenly felt a prickling sensation on her skin. Her honed instincts screamed danger, and focusing her mana confirmed familiar hostile presences lurking nearby. Before Belinda could warn Ghislaine, Jillian exploded into action, cutting the carriage loose and leaping onto his horse. He drew his modified crossbow and fired 3 bolts simultaneously into the dense cover of the trees. Groans followed, and immediately about 30 attackers sprang up from the ground and leaped down from the branches. While the escort knights fumbled for their swords, Jillian charged forward, shouting a challenge at the approaching figures. Jillian tossed the crossbow aside, pulled out a hand axe, and buried it instantly into the skull of the leading enemy. Without pausing, he grabbed a small lance from his saddle and directed his horse into the thick cluster of attackers. Heads were crushed and bodies impaled as Jillian flawlessly executed a lance charge through the narrow, uneven forest path. The escort knights were frozen in awe, unable to believe such a maneuver was possible in that kind of unforgiving terrain. Stunned by the display, the remaining attackers ignored Jillian and redirected their entire focus onto Ghislaine. As Belinda rushed to intervene, Ghislaine calmly raised a hand, reminding them that Jillian had promised to handle everything. Just then, Jillian turned his horse, charging back toward the carriage to grab the enormous shield attached to its side. A volley of daggers instantly flew toward Ghislaine, but his expression remained perfectly relaxed. Jillian leaped directly between Ghislaine and the attackers, the massive shield catching every single blade with a loud clatter. He then swept the heavy shield forward, sending 2 or 3 charging assailants flying backward with crushing force. Belinda was completely bewildered by this display of raw power and asked Ghislaine who this man truly was. Ghislaine smiled, watching Jillian's reliable back, and explained that he was Jillian, a master mercenary captain. The ambush began, but Jillian instantly hurled his massive shield, flattening the charging assassins and shaking the confidence of the rest. Their middle-aged leader realized the intelligence was completely wrong. They were facing a monster, not average knights. Knowing they had to break through, the leader commanded everyone to rush Jillian simultaneously. Jillian grabbed a hand axe, muttered about fools, and charged right back, moving with brutal, overwhelming force. He was a lion amidst sheep, cleaving through swords and skulls with every devastating swing of his axe. Amidst the chaos, one assassin lunged, stabbing his mana-imbued sword straight toward Jillian's body. In a shocking display of raw power, Jillian caught the glowing blade with his bare hand, completely unharmed. The assassin was instantly terrified as Jillian tightened his grip, causing the sword to shatter into fragments. The now defenseless man was immediately struck down by the falling axe, collapsing lifelessly at Jillian's feet. Witnessing this monstrous feat, the remaining attackers scattered instantly as the leader screamed the command to retreat. Jillian quickly mounted a horse and began the pursuit, hurling daggers that cut down the fleeing assassins one by one. Only one target managed to gain significant distance, threatening to escape the massacre entirely. Jillian threw his heavy hand axe at the final fleeing target, watching it soar through the air. Just as the axe struck the assassin's head, a dagger pierced his heart. Belinda had finished the job. She reeled the dagger back into her robe using a fine wire and gave Jillian a triumphant, challenging smirk. She smugly declared that if it weren't for her, the escapee would have gotten away. Jillian, retrieving his axe with an emotionless face, simply stated that his axe struck first. Belinda shot back sharply, insisting that her dagger was the one that landed the decisive blow. Ignoring the maid's tantrum, Jillian bowed slightly to Ghislaine and reported that all threats were neutralized. Ghislaine had to hold back a laugh, highly amused by the usually haughty Belinda furiously arguing with Jillian. Ghislaine was deeply satisfied, confirming that Jillian's real strength far surpassed even the most exaggerated rumors. He realized Amelia was persistent, hiring assassins to obstruct his path just like she did in his previous life. Belinda began inspecting the bodies, searching for the telltale tattoo of 3 fangs for identification. She identified them as members of the Wildcat Smuggling Guild, a powerful and nasty criminal organization in Rapeld. Ghislaine was puzzled by how Belinda knew the names and affiliations of powerful criminal guilds, given her background. Setting aside the mystery, he quickly focused on gathering all the valuables and weapons from the corpses to replenish his funds. After 2 more days, the familiar sight of Ferdium Castle finally appeared, filling him with a deep sense of warmth and relief. Having a home to return to, unlike in his previous life, reinforced his firm resolve. Far away, Amelia was completely enraged, shattering a teacup against the floor in her opulent room. She vented her fury, screaming that the 30 assassins only made her look ridiculous and disgraced her honor. Bernarf apologized profusely, explaining they underestimated the escort due to the unexpected presence of a master like Jillian. Amelia, settling down slightly, ordered Bernarf to keep the Wildcat Guild on standby until she formulated a precise plan. Bernarf, thoroughly scolded and feeling mocked by the cat Bastet, withdrew with a bitter expression, convinced Ghislaine was still doomed. The short trip was over, and Ghislaine's party finally returned to the relative safety of the Ferdium estate. Only Jillian remained serious, critically surveying the old, worn structures of the estate. As they rode toward the castle, Ghislaine asked Jillian for his honest evaluation of the domain. Jillian didn't mince words, pointing out that the houses were old, worn, and clearly unmaintained. Ghislaine nodded, confirming that Ferdium was indeed an impoverished estate where people lived hand-to-mouth. Jillian noted the severe lack of young men, which made any estate development seem impossible. This shortage, Ghislaine explained, was due to constant conscription needed to fight the northern barbarians. If the area near the Lord's castle looked this bad, the remote villages were undoubtedly far worse off. The vicious cycle of low manpower and declining tax revenue was bleeding the estate dry. The most critical issue was money. Equipment was outdated, and supplies rarely arrived on time. Ghislaine lamented that they were likely to starve to death long before the enemy finished them off. They had no income source other than the army, yet maintaining it consumed all their resources. Ghislaine then mentioned the Forest of Beasts, where troops were constantly stationed to ward off monsters. With a heavy heart, Jillian asked if they could simply request more substantial aid from neighboring estates. Ghislaine explained that the other nobles only provided just enough support to keep the army running, nothing more. Generations of Ferdiums had tried to fix the situation, but without initial capital, they couldn't succeed. Jillian bluntly suggested Ghislaine should leave and seek knighthood elsewhere, avoiding this suffering. Ghislaine simply grinned, declaring he would fix everything himself. He vowed to bring an end to the estate's poverty, not with a drop of water, but with a rainstorm. As soon as they reached the castle, Ghislaine began moving swiftly, confirming his father's return. He instructed Belinda to prepare lodging and medicinal herbs for Jillian and his daughter. After ensuring Jillian was settled, Ghislaine, taking a deep breath, headed toward his father's study. Although it had only been a few months since his family left, the reformed Ghislaine felt decades of separation. Through the closed door, he heard his father and the core retainers discussing the estate's dire situation. The treasurer, Albert, stated matter-of-factly that they must reduce troop numbers due to declining external aid. Randolph, the knight captain, immediately protested, arguing that they could not maintain the front lines if they cut troops. Randolph wondered why they didn't just request more support from the wealthy Count of Rapald. The steward, Homern, explained that Rapald had actually reduced aid to fund their own military expansion. Randolph was shocked, asking why Rapald was mobilizing when the only fighting was happening here in Ferdium. Albert coldly insisted that they had no choice but to cut the knights' forces and shorten the northern front. Randolph shouted that shortening the front was suicidal. The barbarians would simply exploit the new gaps. Ghislaine turned to Jillian, feeling embarrassed by the tense, desperate atmosphere of his home. Jillian, however, was impressed by the strong bonds and loyalty of the retainers enduring such poverty. Taking a final deep breath to steady himself, Ghislaine pushed the heavy door open and entered the hall. The three serious retainers, Homern, Albert, and Randolph, immediately darkened their expressions upon seeing him. Ghislaine ignored their hostility. His gaze was fixed entirely on his father, Zwalter Ferdium. The sight of Zwalter, whom he hadn't seen since fleeing in his previous life, hit him with unexpected force. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat, and his eyes began to tremble with unshed tears. Zwalter, unaware of Ghislaine's emotional turmoil, simply grew tense, wondering if his son had caused trouble again. Finally, Zwalter broke the silence, asking sternly about the situation involving Count Rapold's daughter. Ghislaine finally gathered his composure and informed his father that he had just concluded a discussion with Amelia. Zwalter noticed a stark change. Ghislaine, who once ran from him, now approached him with newfound confidence. The change was so radical that Zwalter wondered if his son was ill, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Ghislaine spoke first, acknowledging his father's successful defense of the estate. Zwalter dismissed the praise, declaring that he must push the enemy back completely, despite the strain on the estate. Ghislaine observed his father's face, noting that despite the struggle, Zwalter's stern expression remained completely unchanged. He realized that the sternness was not emotionlessness, but a mask covering deep fatigue and an unshakable sense of responsibility. The peace everyone took for granted was built on his father's constant sacrifices and endless hardship. Zwalter interrupted Ghislaine's thoughts, asking directly if the rumor about him personally dealing with Jamal and Philip was true. Before Ghislaine could answer, Randolph, the knight commander, leaned in, demanding honesty about whether Ghislaine had killed them. Ghislaine gave a careful, slightly evasive reply, admitting he had not killed all of them himself. The retainers immediately assumed the traitors had fought among themselves, and Randolph asked if that was the case. Ghislaine confirmed the fight and stated that he simply finished things off in the end. Randolph looked satisfied, praising Ghislaine for getting lucky but still managing to deal with a knight. Zwalter added his approval, noting that Ghislaine had stayed to protect his sister, which was an impressive feat for him. He then referenced the duel with Cain, encouraging Ghislaine to continue training diligently. Ghislaine agreed, while Randolph internally dismissed the duel as a mere fight between evenly matched opponents. Next, a stern-faced retainer stepped forward to begin a lengthy lecture about Ghislaine, maintaining his honor as the Ferdium heir. Ghislaine, unwilling to sit through the endless nagging, casually cut the retainer off mid-sentence. The retainer immediately shut his mouth, his face contorted with visible discontent and frustration at the dismissal. Another official, concerned with finances, then chimed in, announcing they planned to reduce Ghislaine's allowance. To everyone's shock, Ghislaine responded with a straightforward, "Go ahead." The finance official grew suspicious, wondering why Ghislaine wasn't throwing a fit and demanding the money as usual. Other retainers also approached, their reluctant, wary expressions showing the collective resentment Ghislaine had earned over the years. Zwalter gave a bitter laugh, feeling fatigue wash over him as he observed everyone's wariness toward his son. Finally, Zwalter cut to the chase, asking what Ghislaine truly wanted, knowing he wasn't there for pleasantries. Ghislaine nodded seriously, confirming he needed his father's permission for a specific task he intended to undertake. Zwalter, anxious about what Ghislaine might propose, joked that it would be better if he just did nothing at all. Ghislaine replied with a sullen expression, insisting that this task was absolutely necessary. Zwalter, heart-racing, tried to hide his anxiety and finally asked what the proposal entailed. Ghislaine clicked his tongue internally, noting that his father and all the retainers were on edge, as if facing a savage. He found their wariness amusing, understanding that his recent troublesome behavior had made this reaction natural. Ghislaine steeled himself, remembering that this time, his actions would actually save the struggling estate. He firmly declared his plan: "I will develop the forest of beasts." Zwalter's eyebrows twitched, and the retainers showed clear signs of collective shock, plunging the low-lit chamber into silence. After a long moment of disbelief, the stern retainer finally asked if Ghislaine had truly proposed developing that deadly forest. Ghislaine confirmed his plan, stating he only needed permission to build a garrison and gather forces nearby. The retainer chuckled condescendingly, asking if Ghislaine even understood the risks of the monster-filled forest of beasts. Ghislaine smiled slightly and confirmed he knew it was filled with dangerous monsters. The retainer stiffened, listing the bureaucratic reasons why a noble of Ghislaine's rank could not gather forces without approval. Ghislaine responded casually that this was precisely why he had come to seek his father's approval now. The retainer, recalling years of Ghislaine's disasters, felt his self-control finally crumble. Before Zwalter could intervene, the retainer exploded. "You crazy fool, why would you do that?" Ghislaine presented his plan, causing Baron Homern to explode in a loud, aggressive outburst. Homern warned that stirring the forest of beasts would only unleash monsters upon the estate. The treasurer Albert calculated the venture as financially impossible, deeming the whole idea useless. Randolph also joined the opposition, accusing Ghislaine of grossly overestimating his abilities. Ghislaine inwardly clicked his tongue, realizing the opposition was far more resolute than expected. Homern's face turned redder, demanding to know why Ghislaine was so desperate to cause trouble. He launched a tirade, listing Ghislaine's past messes, starting with selling military provisions for gambling. Homern described how Ghislaine nearly set the city gates on fire due to a childish mood swing. He recounted butchering a warhorse and melting knight armor for a so-called legendary sword. Ghislaine felt awkward, realizing the extent of the trouble he had caused in his previous life. Homern yelled that the Forest of Beasts was just another massive mess Ghislaine planned to create. Ghislaine tried to sound sincere, assuring them that nothing like that would ever happen again. He even flashed a slight, hopeful smile, hoping to somehow ease the palpable tension. The smile backfired instantly. Homern clutched his neck, utterly outraged by Ghislaine's apathy. Zwalter sighed deeply, intervening to ask if the development was purely for financial gain. Ghislaine confirmed that the forest was the only viable resource for the estate's independence. Zwalter explained they could not sacrifice soldiers without being certain of the forest's value. Ghislaine countered, asserting he would handle the development personally, using no estate resources. Albert, the treasurer, scoffed, demanding to know where the reckless young lord would find such capital. Homern cried out desperately, begging Ghislaine to just sit still for once and stop exhausting them. Ghislaine crossed his arms and sighed, realizing approval was an impossible outcome. The retainers frowned, judging Ghislaine's frustrated posture as vulgar and disrespectful. Ghislaine turned his attention to Zwalter, who looked utterly weary, ready to give the final verdict. Zwalter gave the final, firm order. The forest development was explicitly forbidden. Ghislaine immediately and calmly accepted the decision, nodding as if it was no big deal. Zwalter and the retainers were completely baffled by Ghislaine's sudden, easy compliance. Ghislaine grinned and cheerfully announced his departure, turning away without hesitation. Homern urgently shouted a final warning about locking him in the tower if he caused trouble. Ghislaine shrugged off the threat without looking back, continuing his walk. Outside the hall, Ghislaine awkwardly smiled at Jillian, noting his own lack of popularity. Jillian, concerned, tried to reassure Ghislaine that the refusal was only natural due to the danger. Ghislaine revealed the truth. He never needed permission and will proceed regardless of the Lord's order. Jillian warned him anxiously that defying Zwalter's explicit order would lead to severe punishment. Ghislaine confidently grinned, stating that success and results would ultimately justify the means. He then chuckled, revealing his secret funding, a generous breakup gift from a wealthy fiancé. Ghislaine detailed his plan to hire 200 mercenaries for the immediate development project. Jillian realized who Ghislaine was talking about, eyes widening at the mention of mad dogs. Ghislaine smiled strangely, confirming his plan to leash the notorious Cerberus mercenary corps. Just as Ghislaine prepared to leave, Belinda burst in, demanding to know about the new, massive trouble he was causing. Ghislaine, however, remained unfazed and immediately tasked her with gathering laborers and supplies for a large base. Belinda tilted her head, confused, reminding the young master that Lord Ferdium had explicitly forbidden this kind of reckless action. Ghislaine gave her an irritatingly innocent smile and said they would simply proceed with the development in secret. Furious, Belinda shouted, regretting she ever thought his growth meant he would stop causing massive trouble. Ghislaine shrugged, casually pointing out that going unprepared meant he might die in the dangerous forest. Belinda immediately countered by threatening to tell the Lord everything, ensuring he would be locked up. Ghislaine then raised the stakes, suggesting that if locked away, he might just burn the entire forest down in anger. Horrified by the sheer lunacy of his suggestion, Belinda panicked, begging him to stop saying such outrageous things. He continued to joke about the chaos, asking if he should invite others to join the fun of setting the forest of beasts ablaze. She realized this was a blatant threat, forcing her to choose between the lesser of two evils, development or total destruction. Ghislaine insisted it was merely a possible outcome, arguing that letting him enter the forest was the safer choice for everyone. After fierce protest, Belinda finally gave in, sighing that the young master was absolutely driving her insane. Ghislaine asked if she would guarantee success by helping him, knowing she couldn't refuse his pleas since childhood. She weakly nodded, lamenting that while he had grown, he had done so in the most troublesome way possible. Ghislaine cheerfully thanked her for handling the logistics and announced that he and Gillian were leaving immediately to hire mercenaries. Their destination was the nearby Zimbar estate, home to the mercenary guild, where they immediately requested a large force. The guild head, a seasoned man, raised an eyebrow, questioning why anyone would attempt to develop the notoriously dangerous forest of beasts. Ghislaine quickly dismissed his curiosity, stating that the reasons for the job were irrelevant as long as the mercenaries were hired. The guild head knew the forest was a death trap, abandoned for decades with no profit guarantee, making the request highly suspicious. The guild head asked for his identity, prompting Ghislaine to reveal the Ferdium family crest and announce himself as the young lord. Internally, the guild head cursed the notorious reckless brat, but years of experience allowed him to maintain a professional composure. He agreed to the job, but explicitly warned Ghislaine that the risky, unverified nature required significant additional hazard pay. Ghislaine accepted the cost, insisting that the recruitment focus should be on individual mercenaries rather than expensive, potentially treacherous large groups. Ghislaine then casually inquired about the location of the infamous Cerberus mercenary corps, known locally as the Mad Dogs. The guild head frowned in instant irritation, strongly advising Ghislaine against hiring those unpredictable lunatics who caused endless trouble. Ghislaine ignored the warning, knowing their low fees and high individual skill made them ideal for his financially strapped venture. After scribbling the address, the guild head warned Ghislaine one last time. He had objected, and Ghislaine should not come crying later. Gillian expressed deep concern about using the corps, fearing their terrible reputation and rumors that they were former bandits. Ghislaine reassured his retainer that their rough nature was a benefit, as they needed fighters willing to do whatever it took against monsters. Gillian silently resolved that if these mercenaries dared to betray his lord, he would personally eliminate every single one of them. They found the Cerberus camp outside the city, a messy collection of shabby tents where mercenaries were gambling and sleeping. A mercenary, lying on the ground and picking his nose, lazily addressed the approaching, well-dressed nobles. Ghislaine requested to meet the leader, only to be told by the mercenary that the boss was too busy and they should return tomorrow. Ghislaine accepted the delay without protest, deciding to leave quietly since he needed a few days for the main recruitment anyway. The next day brought the same result. The mercenary chuckled and told the young lord to come back again tomorrow. Gillian started to boil with anger, realizing the mercenaries were intentionally playing games to assert dominance over their desperate employer. On the fifth day, the mercenary made a circle with his fingers, demanding a show of sincerity before the boss would grant an audience. Ghislaine calmly tossed a gold coin toward the mercenary, whose eyes widened in surprise at the generous offering. Emboldened by greed, the mercenary pushed his luck, calling Ghislaine slow and mockingly telling him to bring plenty more money tomorrow. The entire camp burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the sight of the young noble being toyed with and disrespected. Gillian moved to attack, but Ghislaine held him back, delivering a final, chilling warning about meeting again tomorrow. The next morning, the mercenary greeted Ghislaine with the same mocking smile, confidently holding out his hand for another payment. Ghislaine nodded slightly, then spoke with a grim finality, stating that they would start the day by taking one of his legs. Gillian grinned fiercely, baring his teeth in anticipation, as he instantly clamped his massive hand around the mercenary's throat. As the mercenary frantically reached for a weapon, Gillian squeezed, and the loud crack of breaking bones was followed by a piercing scream. The preliminary skirmish ended quickly when Gillian snapped one mercenary's leg like a twig, but that just made 5 more stand up. These guys, known as the Mad Dogs, weren't scared of nobles. They were actively looking for a fight, drawing their weapons and closing in. Ghislaine, however, was delighted, noting that these reckless fools were exactly the rough type he needed for his upcoming suicide mission. He ordered Gillian to hold back on the killing, which meant Gillian had to resort to quick, painful incapacitation instead. Seeing their comrades drop so fast, the entire camp woke up, grabbing weapons and crawling out of tents to surround the duo. They quickly realized this wasn't a joke. Their arrogant attitudes shifted to cautious alertness, as if confronting a wild, dangerous beast. Ghislaine was satisfied that they could cooperate when danger arrived, and he called a halt to the fighting, demanding to see their boss. The mercenaries were stunned. This arrogant noble had just beaten them up and was now trying to hire them. They threatened to chop him up right there. Gillian slowly drew his sword, internally concluding that the young master had miscalculated, and that eliminating the entire corps was the only solution. Just as the tension peaked, a young man with wild, fiery red hair emerged from a tent, and the bloodthirsty mercenaries instantly backed off slightly. Ghislaine confirmed he was Kaor, the leader of Cerberus, who immediately growled, demanding an explanation for the attack on his men. Ghislaine glared back coldly, accusing Kaor of failing to tame his own dogs and warning him that such recklessness could get them all killed. Kaor quickly regained his fierce expression, threatening to kill the noble and disappear across the border, proving he wasn't easily scared. Ghislaine chuckled, admitting he liked the spirit, and immediately proposed the job, hiring them to develop the notorious Forest of Beasts. Kaor furrowed his brows, shocked, asking if he meant the deadly forest near the Ferdium estate, which Ghislaine confirmed was his personal project. When Ghislaine revealed his identity as the young Lord of Ferdium, Kaor paused, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Kaor mocked the delinquent prince, fiercely refusing to risk his mercenary crew on the whims of a pampered, novice noble. Ghislaine gave a slight smile and taunted Kaor, calling him a coward who was more afraid of forest monsters than he was of powerful nobles. Kaor was furious at the insult, and the atmosphere instantly charged with lethal intent as both sides prepared to fight again. Kaor twitched his lips, then spat out that Ghislaine wasn't worth the effort, telling him to pay the medical fees and get lost. As Kaor walked away, Ghislaine quietly dropped the bomb. He formally requested Moriana's recognition from the mercenary leader. The surrounding mercenaries froze in shock, wondering if this noble brat even understood the deadly implications of the challenge he had just issued. Kaor stopped immediately, spinning back around to fix Ghislaine with a lethal, intense glare. Gillian, too, was horrified, shouting in alarm at his master, knowing that this ancient mercenary bet was essentially a death duel. This duel involved fighting with a single dagger, while arms were tied together in a small circle, making dodging impossible and death highly likely. Kaor asked if Ghislaine truly understood the deadly nature of the bet. Ghislaine confirmed the stakes. Victory meant Kaor and his men worked for him. Realizing refusal meant losing all authority, Kaor accepted the life-or-death deal, setting his jaw in grim determination. Jillian, desperate, stepped forward, his face flushed, begging his lord to step aside and let him, the experienced mercenary, take the fight. Ghislaine held firm, meeting Jillian's gaze with a look of absolute, serious conviction, assuring his guard that this was something he had to do. Unable to argue with that gaze, Jillian stepped back, but his eyes sharpened with lethal resolve, preparing to intervene the instant Ghislaine was threatened. Ghislaine stepped into the small circle. Kaor mocked the noble's theatrics, warning him that his chance to flee was officially gone. Kaor boasted that while such duels were rare, he had survived and won 5 of them, proving his ruthlessness and skill. Ghislaine merely smirked and responded casually that he had done this particular duel over 100 times. Kaor stood completely dumbfounded by the claim, until a mercenary on the side shouted the signal to begin the duel. In the tight space, both Ghislaine and Kaor instantly lunged, their single daggers flying toward their opponent. The duel began with a flying dagger aimed straight at Ghislaine's eyes, but he dodged effortlessly and plunged the weapon into Kaor's side. Kaor groaned in pain, convinced the counter was pure luck, and immediately launched another wild attack toward Ghislaine's temple. Ghislaine warned him to give it his all, then swiftly slashed Kaor across the arm, proving the previous hit was no accident. Kaor launched a fierce, desperate barrage, but Ghislaine deflected every blow, steadily accumulating wounds on his opponent. Driven by rage, Kaor suddenly yanked the rope connecting their hands, hoping to pull him off balance and create an opening. Ghislaine uncannily used Kaor's own strength to fluidly regain his balance and slashed the dagger across Kaor's chest. The mercenaries watching the duel were left speechless, realizing Ghislaine's flawless movements were far from ordinary skill. Jillian was utterly mesmerized, unconsciously relaxing his grip on his sword hilt as he watched the incredible display. He recognized that Ghislaine's composure and wisdom came from countless trials, not just flashes of innate genius. The duel became a brutal lesson as Kaor's attacks failed repeatedly, resulting in more painful cuts across his body. Kaor, unable to believe his failure, raised his heavily wounded arm for one final, desperate strike aimed at a vital spot. Ghislaine easily blocked the strike and mocked Kaor's predictable focus, saying even a beast could manage such simple tactics. Ghislaine then rapidly struck Kaor's side, shoulder, and chest, meticulously avoiding all fatal organs with surgical precision. Kaor's bloody arm finally dropped limp, but his glare remained fiercely determined, refusing to surrender even on the verge of collapse. Ghislaine acknowledged his impressive grit and commended him for not resorting to using mana, maintaining the terms of the duel. Kaor swore he would still kill Ghislaine, who then casually sneered and threw his dagger completely behind him. Thinking he was being mocked, the enraged Kaor shouted at Ghislaine to retrieve the weapon and finish the duel properly. Ghislaine replied that he wasn't done yet. He just needed to teach Kaor a lesson about controlling his temper, raising his bare fist. Ghislaine's fist flew forward, landing a devastating, unexpected blow directly onto Kaor's temple, making him stagger heavily. Ghislaine swiftly grabbed Kaor's dagger-holding wrist and twisted it sharply, causing a loud, sickening crack of grinding bones. Ghislaine kicked Kaor's dropped dagger into the air, caught it cleanly, and sliced through the rope binding their hands together. With the restraint gone, Kaor lost his balance and stumbled several steps backward, landing just outside the boundary of the dueling ring. Kaor, realizing the technical loss, swallowed his pride and attempted to concede defeat based on stepping out of the ring. Ghislaine declared the fight was not over and delivered a tremendous punch that felt like the air exploding, sending Kaor staggering backward. Kaor couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying through the air, the excruciating pain worse than all the dagger wounds combined. When Kaor tried to invoke the rules, Ghislaine simply sneered, asserting that he fights only when he wants to, regardless of regulations. Kaor launched a fierce counterattack, but Ghislaine's movements were too fast, blurring his form and causing Kaor's fists to hit only air. Ghislaine continued his brutal assault, delivering heavy, focused punches and stating that a mad dog must be beaten into submission. Kaor's consciousness started to slip, and the watching mercenaries grew nervous, muttering that the captain would surely die if this continued. In his drunken, fading vision, Kaor saw a nostalgic image of his long-deceased grandmother smiling at him. Ghislaine stopped his final assault and nodded in satisfaction just as Kaor collapsed heavily onto the dusty ground, unconscious. The mercenary group rushed to their captain, shaking their heads and concluding that he was done for and near death from the beating. Ghislaine silently observed the fallen man, then instructed Jillian to quickly bring the person he had previously arranged to be nearby. Jillian returned swiftly, carrying a young, anxious priest on his back, who had been waiting at a nearby inn for this exact moment. Jillian was astonished, realizing that Ghislaine had perfectly anticipated and planned for this exact outcome, down to the last detail. The priest immediately began healing Kaor, pouring visible divine power into him, mending the numerous cuts and bruises rapidly. The mercenaries watched in awe, realizing Ghislaine possessed uncanny skill, having avoided all fatal points with surgical accuracy during the fight. Kaor slowly opened his eyes, still groggy and muttering confusedly about seeing his deceased grandmother. Ghislaine, now wearing a carefree smile, told the stunned mercenary to stop hallucinating and sign the prepared contract immediately. Kaor, completely subdued by the overwhelming violence, agreed to the terms, marking the moment Ghislaine took control of the mad dogs. It was still early before dawn, but a large number of mercenaries were already gathered, complaining about the early start time. Whispering Men agreed the employer was a clueless noble rookie they could exploit for easy money. Suddenly, Gordon, the muscular bald giant, stepped forward, demanding attention from the surrounding groups. Gordon proposed they needed a wrangler to unify their opinions and pressure the inexperienced employer for better terms. He emphasized his strength by flexing his enormous chest muscles proudly for everyone to see. The mercenaries agreed, convinced that Gordon's sheer size alone would terrify the noble brat. Excited by the plan, they decided they should charge the noble tuition for the harsh life lessons they were about to give him. Gordon grinned confidently, knowing that 160 men backing him up meant the employer couldn't act recklessly. Their main priority was securing a written escape clause, allowing them to flee if the job turned too dangerous. Just then, two figures on horseback began approaching slowly, cutting through the heavy morning mist. Gordon laughed, mocking the noble for taking his sweet time, and prepared to handle the confrontation himself. The 160 mercenaries began creeping forward, attempting to overwhelm the newcomers with their collective, intimidating presence. Gordon's confident grin suddenly vanished as he recognized the faces of the riders emerging clearly from the mist. He rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the figures again, unable to believe what he was seeing. A voice filled with shock escaped his mouth as he stammered out the name, the Mad Dogs. Ghislaine, riding leisurely, looked down at the terrified Gordon with a sharp, arrogant smirk. Ghislaine addressed the massive man, asking if he was the one hurting these fools. Ghislaine chuckled, dismissing Gordon as simple-minded before riding past him and into the clearing. Kaor rode closely behind Ghislaine, glaring at the sweating Gordon with cold, intense eyes. A Cerberus Corps mercenary following on foot spoke harshly, demanding Gordon lower his gaze immediately. In the end, Gordon hung his head in shame and fear, knowing he couldn't provoke the notoriously ferocious Corps. The other mercenaries whispered nervously, shocked that the mad dogs were accompanying their employer. Ghislaine dismounted and sat down comfortably on a chair brought into the clearing, crossing his legs with authority. The Cerberus Corps members, including Kaor, stood behind Ghislaine like rigid, silent guards. The mercenaries noticed the strange caution in the mad dogs' posture and demeanor. Their leader, Kaor, was even seen visibly flinching when Ghislaine made a subtle, dismissive hand gesture. The mercenaries concluded that the employer must possess significant power to command the mad dog's fear. The guild manager emerged, handing out contract papers to the wary mercenaries who were hesitant to proceed. Gordon, trying to regain some dignity, stepped forward, giving Ghislaine a curt nod. He immediately stamped his seal onto the contract, without even glancing at the contents. Ghislaine leaned forward slightly, asking Gordon why he wasn't taking the time to read the document first. The guild manager snickered, explaining that Gordon was illiterate because his brain was all muscle. Gordon shouted defensively, arguing that the laws of the universe dictated a trade-off between brains and brawn. Ghislaine chuckled, finding Gordon familiar, and promised he would arrange for someone to teach him once the job was complete. Reassured by the competence of the Cerberus Corps, the remaining mercenaries quickly came forward to sign their contracts. Ghislaine stood, checking the final contracts and noting the total count of 148 mercenaries. He formally addressed the large assembled force, announcing the mission to pioneer the forest of beasts and ordering their immediate departure. The massive, rough-looking group of armed mercenaries and the Cerberus Corps rode and marched toward the Ferdium estate. Ghislaine met Belinda, who looked stressed, detailing the rapid depletion of the 10,000 gold spent on setup. Belinda urgently pleaded with him to stop the project, but Ghislaine ended the conversation with a peculiar smile and a shocking statement. Belinda felt dizzy, realizing Ghislaine had become someone she could no longer understand, thinking he had simply gone mad. She turned to Jillian, demanding he intervene and remind Ghislaine that they should save the remaining substantial funds for future needs. Ghislaine immediately shook his head, stating that an explanation was necessary, and called for Kaor to join their urgent discussion. Ghislaine explained that since they were nearly broke, their priority had to shift to quickly generating revenue before their resources ran out completely. The trio was stunned because pioneering was inherently slow and unpredictable, with no guarantee of profit. Belinda warned Ghislaine to call the whole thing off, fearing they would be caught and kicked out of the estate the moment they entered the forbidden forest of beasts. Jillian added that while they would follow his orders, the entire plan was unrealistic and would certainly lead to the Lord's punishment. Kaor joked that while he didn't mind fighting, Ghislaine would just become infamous as a reckless fool who wasted his family's remaining fortune. Ghislaine listened patiently and conceded that they were right. Conventional pioneering with their current funds would indeed fail. Belinda, confused, asked why he was still insisting on the expedition, prompting Ghislaine to reveal he wasn't going to do it the conventional way. Instead of answering, Ghislaine unfolded a large parchment map and spread it out on the table before them. He pointed out the vague outline of the forest of beasts and indicated their planned entry point. Ghislaine then took a pen and drew a straight line from the edge, suddenly veering sharply toward a specific target deep inside the map. He declared that their first objective was simply to ignore everything else and clear that specific, rapid path. The true goal, he explained, was securing the fastest route to a specific target, not securing the entire vast area. This place, he stated, just happened to be the closest resource point that could generate money quickly. When Belinda asked if he even knew what was there, Ghislaine grinned and promised it was something that would make a ton of money. The subordinates were collectively shocked into silence, convinced he was randomly picking a spot and claiming it held treasure. Jillian, trying to maintain composure, asked Ghislaine to reveal the source of this valuable, top-secret information. Ghislaine, smiling awkwardly, claimed the information was sensitive and known only to him. Belinda slammed her hand onto the table, raising her voice in anger, demanding to know how he could have information about a forest where no one survived. Ghislaine, seeing no other option, tried to tell them the actual, unbelievable truth. He had died and returned to life. Belinda immediately cut him off, accusing him of joking around when people's lives were on the line. Ghislaine sighed, realizing that being truthful was impossible and left him feeling completely isolated. He quickly fabricated a story, claiming he had simply heard a rumor that something extremely valuable was hidden there. Kior burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter at the idea of his sophisticated employer basing such a dangerous plan on reckless gossip. Ignoring the mockery, Ghislaine reiterated that they needed quick money, so they had to target the most profitable resources immediately. Belinda, barely suppressing her anger, trembled as she confirmed the whole plan was indeed based on a vague rumor. Ghislaine confirmed the strategy: gather the profitable resources first, then use that money to expand the territory, making their wealth work for them. Belinda fought the urge to physically strike him, while Gillian sighed deeply, resigned to the grim reality. Ghislaine then locked eyes with them, firmly stating that this had to be done, and that he would take full responsibility for any problems. Seeing the unwavering, serious look in his eyes, both Belinda and Gillian finally found themselves unable to argue further. Belinda muttered under her breath, hoping this expensive, reckless venture was his very last rebellious phase. Gillian, now resigned but committed, promised to assist him fully, regardless of whether the rumors were true. Kior continued to chuckle, joking that he hoped his final payment would be settled before Ghislaine ended up in prison. Ghislaine smiled inwardly, confident that his past life knowledge would soon deliver the massive fortune he needed. He reflected on how the Delphine Duchy had discovered and exploited this exact resource in his previous life. Ghislaine vowed that the wealth the duchy had amassed would now be claimed by him to thwart the conspiracies against his family. Gillian returned to the mercenaries, running simple drills to keep them occupied and prevent them from causing trouble. Belinda directed the workers, focusing on the construction of the preliminary camp near the forest edge. Belinda was consumed by worry, losing sleep and fearing that Ghislaine would die and be called an idiot even after death. She decided that if things went south, she would have to forcibly drag him out of the forest herself. She selected a potent, non-lethal poison and carefully applied it to the blade of her hidden dagger. Meanwhile, Ghislaine, knowing the immense peril, continuously reviewed and revised his plan based on his past knowledge. He concluded that despite the risk, this accelerated plan was the only way to gain the time needed to survive the Delphine Duchy's impending move. Belinda and Gillian approached him to report, but stopped short when they saw his cold, chillingly serious expression. They reported that the camp was ready, the training was complete, and the estate's vassals were already starting to mobilize soldiers to pressure them. Ghislaine rose slowly, accepting that they had reached the absolute limit of their preparation time. Taking a long, stabilizing breath, he delivered the final, firm command: gather the mercenaries. Ghislaine quickly mobilized the heavily armed mercenaries and led them straight to the forest's edge base camp. The base camp was hastily constructed, but Ghislaine knew he couldn't wait any longer due to spreading rumors. He gathered the troops and shouted a warning: the forest is deadly, so follow his orders to minimize casualties. The forest guards were startled by the sudden appearance of 200 armed men, but were completely unable to stop them. Ghislaine paused, knowing this act invited danger from surrounding lords, but he realized stopping was no longer an option. Renewed with resolve, Ghislaine raised his hand to signal the advance, but the guard captain Skaven rushed up yelling. Skaven, the forest guard's head, tried to stop him, citing the Lord's direct orders against entering the forbidden woods. Ghislaine then asked for a favor, reminding Skaven of the past profits and loyalty earned during the orc hunt. Ghislaine ordered him to silence the soldiers and lie about their destination, ensuring the estate forces could not follow immediately. When Skaven worried about the sentries making reports, Ghislaine simply told him that a field commander must learn to improvise. Skaven remembered Ghislaine's confidence during the orc hunt, and despite the risk, found himself unconsciously agreeing. Pleased, Ghislaine told Skaven to buy him time, then casually greeted Ricardo, who was Skaven's deputy. Ricardo panicked, shouting that entering the forest would endanger the guards, but Ghislaine casually dismissed his concerns. Ghislaine told them to guard the entrance well against monsters, and then quickly led his troops into the forbidden forest. The expedition began on foot. They brought no horses, forcing the mercenaries to pull the supply carts themselves. At the edge, the forest of beasts looked ordinary, leading some mercenaries to foolishly believe the rumors were exaggerated. As they ventured deeper, the silence became suffocating. The chirping of insects stopped, and the air grew heavy. The towering trees blocked the sky, plunging the environment into extreme dimness, earning it the name Forest of Darkness. Ghislaine ordered the lamps lit, causing murmurs among the troops about the expense of hundreds of lamps and mystery boxes. With visibility improved by the lamps, the group resumed their slow, cautious march until the faint path abruptly ended. Ghislaine instructed them to cut their own path, grabbing an axe and starting to chop down trees himself to set an example. The mercenaries mocked the nobleman for engaging in manual labor, snickering and questioning how long his enthusiasm would last. Only the Cerberus Corps remained silent, knowing that their employer's endurance would not end easily once he started swinging. Belinda approached Ghislaine with a frown, questioning why he, the young master, was doing the work he had hired others to do. Ghislaine dismissed her, saying speed was essential, and claimed he couldn't recall the days when he was too noble to even bathe alone. As they continued their labor, the mood lightened when beams of sunlight finally began to seep through the gaps in the felled trees. Ghislaine's mind raced, confirming that his entire plan relied on the journal he had memorized detailing the monster's ecosystem. Suddenly, Ghislaine stopped the group, his easy demeanor vanishing as he ordered everyone to prepare for immediate battle. Jillian cautiously approached, confirming that even with his sharp senses, he couldn't detect any monsters hiding nearby. Ghislaine simply looked straight ahead at the wall of greenery and replied, "What is right in front of us?" A few arrogant mercenaries laughed off Ghislaine's warning, thinking he was just an inexperienced rookie. They mocked his constant instructions, believing they could handle the scouting and danger themselves. Ghislaine's voice cut through the noise, issuing a cold command for everyone who moved ahead to halt immediately. He warned the frowning men that if they didn't slowly return to the group, they would certainly meet their deaths. "Prepare for battle, you idiots," he shouted, forcing the mercenaries to grudgingly ready their weapons. Ghislaine lowered his stance, ready to charge, while the front-line mercenaries snickered at his tension. Suddenly, the mocking stopped as Jillian, Belinda, and Kaor sensed the imminent danger and drew their weapons. Without warning, the vines wrapped around the trees began swirling like a terrifying, living vortex. In a flash, dozens of thick vines shot toward the front-line mercenaries like whipping lightning strikes. Ghislaine instantly sprang forward, his sword flashing to cleanly sever the first attacking vine. The thick, sliced vine fell, oozing a sticky black liquid onto the forest floor, shocking the nearby mercenary. While the others froze in shock, Ghislaine moved swiftly, slicing another vine aiming for a different soldier. However, too many vines were attacking simultaneously, and several mercenaries were snatched and dragged away screaming. Ghislaine grabbed two men he had just saved, hurling them backward toward the main group for safety. He charged immediately to save the captured men, but the dense, coiling vines had already blocked his path. Trapped, Ghislaine leaped high into the air, spinning his body to sever all the vines surrounding him in one fluid motion. He landed lightly, then slid backward in a crescent arc to rejoin Jillian, Belinda, and Kaor. Belinda, Jillian, and Kaor rushed to his side, shouting his title in concern and readiness. Ghislaine shouted at the dazed group to snap out of their shock and swiftly form a proper battle stance. While the group hesitated, the captured mercenaries screamed as the massive trees began to stir and vibrate. The bark split open, revealing grotesque, fleshy mouths that resembled crushed, gaping maws. The horrifying sound of bones crunching echoed as the trees shoved and chewed their struggling victims. Terrified by the sight of their comrades being devoured alive, the mercenaries cried out in panic and confusion. Ghislaine internally dismissed the idea that these were peaceful ents, knowing these were sinister man-eaters. The trees finished swallowing their prey, and small cracks appeared above the mouths, revealing malevolent black eyes. Looking at the sinister, ferocious beings, Ghislaine muttered the ancient name, Duras Ents. Remembering how deadly these gatekeepers were, a cold, chilling smile crept onto Ghislaine's face. Suddenly, dozens of Duras Ents let out monstrous roars as their thick roots began twisting together to form legs. Their thick branches intertwined, descending like arms, terrifying the mercenaries who realized the trees were fully mobile. Forced to reveal themselves, the Duras Ents roared furiously, directing all their collective anger toward Ghislaine. Ghislaine shouted a clear command. First row, raise your shields, block their attacks with everything you've got. Ignoring the shields, the Duras Ents shot out massive vines, slamming into the front line and shoving the men backward. Archers fired arrows, but they simply struck the Duras Ents' thick bark bodies, failing to penetrate the armor. While the mercenaries panicked, Ghislaine shouted the countermeasure. Everyone throw your lanterns. Belinda and Jillian shouted warnings, terrified that burning the forest would create a far greater danger. Ghislaine ignored their panic, hurling his own lantern and assuring them the monsters would eat the fire. Seeing their employer act, the mercenaries desperately grabbed their own lanterns and hurled them without hesitation. Flaming arrows followed, and the oil-soaked bodies of the Duras Ents were instantly engulfed in searing flames. The fiery monsters stumbled, writhing in agony, as thick steam began to rise rapidly from their burning bodies. The steam cleared, revealing the mercenaries' horror. The fire had exposed slick black inner flesh. The transformed monsters casually stepped on the remaining embers, swallowing the fire completely, proving their immunity. While the mercenaries despaired, Ghislaine grinned confidently, noting, "Their flesh looks nice and tender." The massive Duras Ents, stripped of their bark, roared in fury and began to close the distance. The remaining mercenaries hesitated, feeling the immense pressure and preparing for a hasty retreat. Suddenly, Ghislaine grabbed a discarded spear and mocked their cowardice, questioning their mercenary pride. The confused mercenaries stared at him, unable to comprehend his insane confidence against the giant monsters. "Watch closely," Ghislaine commanded, then hurled the spear with impossible speed and force. Crack, the weapon pierced the first Ent, then embedded itself deep into the creature standing directly behind it. Ghislaine turned back to the stunned group with a triumphant smirk. "They are just slow, soft monsters now." Even seeing the result, the mercenaries hesitated, overwhelmed by the creature's sheer intimidating size. As dozens of Duras Ents began to encircle them, fear took hold, and the mercenaries began their retreat. Ghislaine clicked his tongue, then pulled a massive, specialized greatsword out of the supply cart. He slammed the colossal weapon point first into the ground, the sound echoing like a battle drum. The retreating mercenaries frowned, judging his stance as awkward and predicting the noble brat would be crushed. Belinda, furious at their cowardice, glared and demanded Ghislaine step back from the front line. "No, from now on, I'll be leading every battle from the front," Ghislaine declared, smiling confidently. Jillian and Kaor exchanged worried glances. Protecting him at the front would be a heavy burden. Ghislaine ignored them, activated his core, and a powerful surge of mana flowed through his body. Before anyone could stop him, Ghislaine launched forward, slicing the air with the massive greatsword. Ruer! The massive Duras Ent immediately in his path was cleanly cleaved in half by the brutal strike. Ghislaine exhaled sharply, and a wisp of red smoke escaped his lips, signifying his core was at full capacity. Several enraged Ents charged, swinging heavy branches that Ghislaine blocked, the impact forcing him backward. He instantly spun his body in a wide arc, sinking the blade halfway into the torso of a neighboring monster. With a grunt, Ghislaine shoved the blade deeper, forcing the heavy steel completely through the monster's thick trunk. The Duras Ent screamed in agony before collapsing, severed completely and falling with a massive thud. Ghislaine felt the impact of the Ent's strikes jarring him, but the feeling only sharpened his senses. "This is where I belong," he thought, smiling fiercely as another enormous monster fell to his blade. Watching him cleave through the giant creatures, Belinda stood frozen, swallowing hard in utter disbelief. Jillian and Kaor stared in amazement, realizing their young employer possessed far more power than they ever imagined. The mercenaries who had been retreating stopped dead in their tracks, questioning their spoiled brat assumption. The remaining Duras Ents, enraged by the slaughter, focused their entire attack on Ghislaine. Ghislaine realized he needed to push his body further, and reluctantly began activating his second core. Before the second core fully activated, Jillian snapped out of his trance and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Crack! Jillian's axe buried itself deep into the Duras Ent closest to Ghislaine, providing instant relief. Kaor rushed in next, and with the Cerberus core charging, Ghislaine found his maneuvering space restored. The disciplined Cerberus fighters rushed the monsters with reckless abandon, thriving on the life-risking chaos. The other mercenaries were still hesitant, confused that their employer was fighting without issuing them a single order. Yet, watching Ghislaine fight stirred their blood, and an older mercenary grabbed his weapon and charged. Belinda crossed her arms and shouted at the remaining stragglers, "What are you all doing just standing there?" Her sharp words finally broke their hesitation, and the final group of mercenaries roared their battle cries. With a chorus of shouts, every mercenary on the path charged headlong into the chaotic, violent fray. Belinda stood near Ghislaine, ready to intervene, choosing to observe rather than engage the charging monsters herself. Hundreds of mercenaries swarmed the massive Duras Ents, overwhelming the giants with sheer numbers. The colossal monsters began to fall, black ichor staining the forest floor as the mercenaries pressed the attack. But the battle was costly. Massive limbs sent unlucky mercenaries flying through the air. A huge Duras Ent raised its enormous foot, preparing to crush a terrified mercenary lying helpless on the ground. Just as the mercenary prepared for death, Ghislaine appeared, bracing his massive sword against the crushing foot. The monster roared, pushing down with immense force, cracking the earth beneath Ghislaine's boots. Ghislaine, gritting his teeth, ordered the saved man to escape before the pressure became unbearable. Ghislaine immediately pulled back his sword, letting the Duras Ent's foot crash harmlessly into the soil. In a flash of motion, he swung his greatsword, cleanly severing the monster's thick ankle joint. The wounded giant howled and began to fall, but Ghislaine didn't stop his brutal, relentless assault. He savagely hacked at the collapsing creature, tearing it to pieces with terrifying speed and efficiency. The rescued mercenary watched in stunned silence, realizing Ghislaine fought with savage, bandit-like efficiency. Ghislaine continued his rampage, moving swiftly through the battlefield, cutting down every remaining monster. After a long, bloody fight, the last of the Duras Ents finally collapsed, bringing the chaos to a sudden end. Exhausted mercenaries collapsed onto the muddy ground, their eyes silently fixed on the young noble. Ghislaine stabbed his sword into the dirt. The mercenaries flinched, completely intimidated by his overwhelming display of power. Gazing at the stunned crowd, Ghislaine spoke with cold authority, demanding a response from the silent men. He reminded them that fear was a lethal weakness, stressing the need to fight with absolute personal resolve. With an icy expression, he issued a brutal ultimatum. Desertion would be punished by immediate execution. He promised them protection, declaring he would always take the most dangerous position at the front lines. Belinda scowled at his reckless vow, but the mercenaries nodded, faces hardening with renewed purpose. He gave his final command, follow him with everything they had. Watching the transformation, Belinda was astonished by how quickly Ghislaine gained total control of the group. Just moments later, Ghislaine was joking and helping treat the injured, returning to his playful demeanor. Belinda found herself completely confused, wondering if the young master was developing a split personality. After a short rest, the group resumed clearing the path, now moving with impressive speed and efficiency. Ghislaine instructed the men to harvest the Duras ent skin, explaining its use for fireproof gear. The mercenaries immediately realized the material's value, causing Ghislaine to smile in satisfaction. He knew the hide could resist high-level magic, but told the men to only collect a manageable amount for now. The first day was calm, but by the second, constant monster attacks revealed the forest's true danger. By the third day, the endless onslaught had completely exhausted the mercenaries, pushing them to their limit. The creatures here were stronger and far more grotesque than any they had faced outside the forest boundaries. Day and night, the attacks were relentless, denying the weary mercenaries any proper chance to rest. Despite the danger, the mercenaries survived because Ghislaine kept his promise, constantly fighting at the vanguard. Both Belinda and Jillian repeatedly argued against his reckless frontline fighting, but he refused to listen. Many men now owed Ghislaine their lives. Some even thought his fighting style was scarier than the monsters themselves. The men realized safety lay close to Ghislaine, while Belinda worried his reckless actions meant he valued his life too little. Ghislaine treated them as equals, putting his own body on the line, earning their deep, unexpected loyalty. However, the constant, brutal fighting had broken the spirit of some men, including a Weasley mercenary named Manus. A mercenary named Manus began subtly sowing dissent, claiming the mission was pointless. He insisted their employer must be delusional, dragging them all towards certain death in this unknown forest. The heavy silence was broken when an older mercenary, Talon, scowled and interrupted the panic. Talon pointed out that Ghislaine risks his own life, unlike typical nobles who use mercenaries as shields. He stressed that their employer had the skill to back up his commands, demanding the group trust their leader. Manus grumbled back, questioning how long they could survive these endless, brutal monster battles. He argued that surviving the longest makes you the best mercenary, not foolishly trusting a noble to the end. Suddenly, Talon grabbed Manus by the collar, pulling him in close for a sharp confrontation. Talon pointed out the incredibly expensive medicines Ghislaine was using to treat the injured mercenaries. The sight of the precious potions being used on common mercenaries immediately silenced the dissenters. Ghislaine calmly wrapped a bandage, dismissing Belinda's immediate complaints about wasting resources. Belinda was frustrated that he was using valuable items and performing the medical work himself. Ghislaine explained he could not stand watching them attempt to treat their own injuries so poorly. He scolded them for using useless herbs and even trying to disinfect open wounds with urine. Mercenaries were deeply moved, realizing most employers would have simply left the injured to die. Talon watched Ghislaine, feeling a profound personal admiration for his employer's character. He decided he wanted to follow Ghislaine to the very end, regardless of the danger or outcome. Meanwhile, Belinda squinted suspiciously, wondering how Ghislaine knew so much about medicine. After 5 grueling days of continuous fighting, the group finally reached a small, clear lake. Exhausted mercenaries rushed to the cool water, eagerly quenching their thirst. Ghislaine surveyed the area, confirming the route he remembered from his past life was accurate so far. He noted that this lake was the critical waypoint, marking where the journey would get much more dangerous. Ghislaine called out, ordering the group to set up camp immediately for a needed rest and wash. Belinda quickly prepared a warm, steaming soup for Ghislaine from the supply cart. Ghislaine tried to refuse the meal, suggesting she save the ingredients, but Belinda insisted he eat well. Some mercenaries, gnawing on dry jerky, teased Ghislaine about his luxurious hot meal. Suddenly, Belinda threw a fork with terrifying accuracy, embedding it into a nearby tree trunk. The mercenary froze, staring wide-eyed and terrified at the fork that had nearly struck his head. Belinda smiled sweetly, telling the shocked mercenaries they should cook for themselves. Ghislaine chuckled and requested that Belinda cook for the others when she had time, recognizing their hard work. Belinda pulled out another fork, using it to threaten Ghislaine into finishing his own soup immediately. Seeing no way out, Ghislaine quietly ate the meal under Belinda's intense, watchful eye. Even after a long day of fighting, the mercenaries couldn't sleep. The forest atmosphere was too tense and filled with unsettling sounds. Ghislaine, however, remained awake, sitting quietly by the fire instead of resting. Belinda noticed his vigil and quietly asked her young master why he wasn't sleeping. Ghislaine explained that the monsters they fought during the day had suddenly stopped showing up at night. Belinda instantly realized the implication. Something bigger must be patrolling the area, keeping the other monsters away. The surrounding mercenaries, having witnessed Ghislaine's abilities, knew his observation was deadly serious. As the last light faded, an ominous, cold wind began to swirl through the camp. Jillian, Kaor, and Belinda immediately rose, their faces tightening as they felt the suffocating presence of many unseen eyes watching them. Ghislaine stretched his mana threads outward, confirming the horrifying number of predators, over 300. He warned the nervous mercenaries not to move, just as the first subtle attack came. Suddenly, something like a whip lashed out from the shadows, snatching a hanging lamp and extinguishing its light instantly. In that fleeting moment, they caught a glimpse of a vague, human-like figure blending into the shadows. More lashes followed, and the perimeter lights began to disappear rapidly, plunging the camp into deeper gloom. Kaor, furious at being hunted, prepared to charge out and crush the hidden enemy before they stole all the light. But Ghislaine stopped him, insisting that they would not engage the creatures tonight. Just then, an unsettling, mocking laughter echoed through the trees, and the ominous presence completely vanished. As the threat retreated, Ghislaine ordered them to maintain the current, diminished lighting and not light new lamps. Confused, the mercenaries asked what exactly he planned to deal with under these dangerous conditions. Ghislaine simply answered, naming the shadowy predators, the pallor. The group then stopped their advance, making a clearing near a lake to prepare for the confrontation. Jillian approached Ghislaine, asking how they could possibly catch creatures that only watch them from the shadows. Ghislaine replied that they would find out tonight, instructing Jillian to have the mercenaries ready their bows and arrows. When night fell again, the eerie sensation returned, and the mercenaries stood ready, bows drawn, watching the unseen threat. The familiar, unsettling sense of being watched filled the air, accompanied by that low, mocking sound. Then Ghislaine suddenly shouted the command, "Fire!" Over 100 arrows flew outward in a massive barrage, but the only response was more strange, mocking laughter. The mercenaries were baffled and terrified. It was impossible that not a single arrow had hit anything. Jillian grimaced and began channeling mana into his next arrow, determined to strike the invisible foe. But Ghislaine stopped him again, warning him that using mana now would only make things worse. He explained that physical attacks were useless, because the pallor could allow them to pass right through their shadowy forms. While they talked, the creatures continued to steal the remaining lamps, increasing the anxiety among the huddled men. The pallor, satisfied with their terror tactics, let out another eerie laugh before retreating once more. Ghislaine then gathered everyone and explained the full extent of the pallor's intelligence and their hunting methods. Belinda suggested they could use mana-infused weapons, as the light would briefly illuminate the shadowy creatures when they got close. Ghislaine praised her quick thinking, but reiterated that they still couldn't use mana, or the pallor would switch to abduction tactics. The mercenaries grew even paler, realizing that if they were stalked and abducted one by one, they were doomed. Despite the mounting fear, Ghislaine firmly rejected the idea of turning back, declaring that they would fight right here. Unlike the commanders of the past, Ghislaine had the crucial knowledge necessary to defeat these highly intelligent monsters. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. Ghislaine laid out the battle plan, focusing on choosing a favorable battlefield instead of being dragged into a reactive fight. Filled with admiration for their young employer's foresight, the mercenaries pledged their unwavering loyalty, convinced they could win. Ghislaine ordered them to rest and replenish their strength, warning that once the fight began, it would be a very long night. As night fell, the Falors returned to steal the remaining lamps, and the mercenaries feigned terror, lowering their heads. One by one, the lights disappeared completely, plunging the surroundings into complete, suffocating shadow. The heavy silence was broken only by the faint, eerie rustling and creaking sounds of the Falors moving just beyond the perimeter. A primal fear arose as the mercenaries sensed hundreds of invisible Falors inching closer, right in front of them. At the precise moment the tension peaked, Ghislaine's voice cut through the silence with a single, sharp command. Now. Following the signal, every mercenary tore apart the scrolls they held, and hundreds of white orbs shot up into the sky. The entire area was suddenly flooded with brilliant, stark white light, making the clearing as bright as midday. The Falors shrieked in agony, covering their eyes as they were blinded and exposed by the sudden illumination. The mercenaries stared in shock at the true form of their tormentors, tall, gaunt figures with 4 vertical eyes and scythes for hands. Seeing the mercenaries hesitate, Ghislaine shouted the decisive command again. Charge! Attack now! Kaor and the Cerberus mercenary corps charged first, gleefully driving their weapons into the creatures' bodies. Kaor laughed maniacally as he stabbed the Falors' necks, while Jillian mercilessly smashed their heads with his axe. The Falors quickly recovered and counterattacked, their scythed limbs penetrating armor and causing mercenaries to fall. The sheer number of creatures quickly overwhelmed the disorganized mercenaries, who broke ranks and scattered. The Falors regrouped and charged straight toward Ghislaine, aiming to take out the leader. Belinda instantly stepped in front of her master, shouting a warning for him to fall back as dozens of daggers shot out from her robe. The daggers, moving like living snakes, forced the monsters to turn their attention towards her relentless defense. Dodging an attack, Belinda crouched, activating a sharp blade that clicked out from the heel of her shoe. With a single, sweeping kick, she used the hidden blade to cleanly slice off a Falor's jaw. Ghislaine surveyed the chaos, realizing the formation was broken, and yelled for the mercenaries to immediately hold the line. He directed Jillian and Kaor to buy time, allowing the rest of the disorganized mercenaries to retreat and reform the shield wall. The Cerberus corps held the line while Ghislaine took charge, directing the flow of battle and helping the mercenaries regain their footing. Ghislaine realized he had to end this quickly, activating the full power of both his corps to clean up the battlefield. Moving with incredible speed, Ghislaine flashed like a crimson bolt of lightning, instantly slaughtering the Falors in his path. Each time the crimson streak passed, a Falor's head would fall, leaving the mercenaries stunned by his immense, explosive strength. Emboldened by Ghislaine's display, the Cerberus corps and the rest of the mercenaries pressed forward, attacking through the shield gaps. As the mercenaries became accustomed to fighting in formation, they steadily pushed the Falors back, diminishing their numbers. The Falors realized they had fallen into a devastating trap, and their leader, a smaller but immensely powerful creature, signaled a retreat. But just as the leader moved to flee, Ghislaine, who had been observing the entire battle, charged toward it like lightning. The leader swung its scythe, but Ghislaine effortlessly dodged the blow, positioning himself above the creature with a cruel smile. "So you're the leader," Ghislaine stated, bringing his sword down with the full force of his exploding cores. With the leader's death, the remaining Falors descended into complete chaos, screaming and scattering in all directions. Driven by rage, the mercenaries threw down their shields and rushed the remaining creatures to finish them off completely. Most of the Falors were reduced to bloody shreds, though a few managed to escape into the dense shadows beyond the light's reach. Ghislaine commanded them to halt the chase, knowing they couldn't fight effectively in the low-lit environment. Ghislaine exhaled deeply, his body wavering as the intense aftereffects of exploding both cores caught up to him. The mercenaries stared in silence for a moment before erupting into loud cheers, overwhelmed with excitement for their survival. If it hadn't been for Ghislaine, everyone would have died before realizing what hit them. Kior asked Jillian if this supposed brat was actually some kind of secret fertium weapon. But before they could process the victory, Belinda, alarmed, violently shoved the mercenaries aside. She frantically checked Ghislaine for injuries, astonished by how much his skills had grown again. Ghislaine assured her he was fine, acknowledging that they bought enough time when the line first collapsed. Belinda ignored the compliment, insisting he needed immediate treatment due to the severity of his cuts. The chaotic battle had been tough enough to wound all the top fighters, including Jillian and Kaor. The mercenaries, watching Belinda fuss over their leader, realized she was far more than just a maid. They joked about how she asked them to cook soup, yet she was wrapping herself in mana and throwing daggers moments later. Ghislaine clicked his tongue at their carelessness, ordering them to tend the wounded and gather the corpses. The surviving mercenaries, including the muscle-bound Gordon, immediately moved to follow his commands. Gordon grimaced at the Falors, complaining that the disgusting creatures were stressing him out and might shrink his muscles. He wandered closer to the perimeter of the clearing, tossing bodies near the dense tree line. The temporary magical light was failing, and the glow from the spheres dimmed significantly, allowing deep shadows to gather. Gordon grabbed one last corpse, feeling a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread near the shadowed boundary. At that exact moment, the Falor he was holding, which he thought was dead, suddenly opened its eyes. Tentacles instantly shot out like whips, wrapping tightly around Gordon's neck, torso, and limbs. Gordon let out a desperate scream as the creature dragged him violently into the dense, shadowed forest. Everyone turned at the sound, seeing Gordon disappear into the blackness of the trees. The mercenaries rushed forward but stopped short. None had the courage to enter the reduced lighting of the forest. They knew the forest was impenetrable at night, and fighting Falors in the shadows meant certain death for Gordon. As the mercenary stood there in regret, Ghislaine drew his sword once again. Belinda and Jillian, realizing his intent, grabbed his arms and shouted that he was being crazy and reckless. Ghislaine glanced around at the mercenaries, who simply shook their heads, accepting the accident as a risk of the job. Kaor stepped in front of him, matter-of-factly telling him to give up, saying it was already too late. Ghislaine closed his eyes briefly, weighing the mercenary code against his own personal standard. He opened his eyes and made a powerful declaration that he never once gave up on those who followed him. Belinda and Jillian stared at him, shocked by the intensity of his commitment to the lost mercenary. Ghislaine commanded them to stay and guard the camp. He would go alone. Belinda's face twisted in furious frustration, realizing he was being the reckless fool she remembered from childhood. She swiftly drew a poisoned dagger, preparing to knock him unconscious to physically stop his dangerous mission. Her tone changed completely as she warned Ghislaine sternly about the consequences of making her truly angry. Before she could even react, Ghislaine moved faster than thought, darting into the heavily shadowed trees. Belinda stamped her foot in rage at his evasion and immediately rushed after him. Jillian, sighing in resignation, told Kaor to guard the group and followed the other two into the woods. Kaor kicked a stone in frustration, complaining loudly that everyone was treating him like a subordinate joke. Meanwhile, Ghislaine sprinted through the low-lit woods, using mana to amplify his voice and shout for Gordon to keep screaming. Gordon, struggling against the tentacle covering his mouth, heard the shout and desperately tried to respond. Ghislaine slowed down, realizing the screaming had stopped, and pulled a light scroll from his coat. The scroll ripped open, casting harsh light on the ground, allowing Ghislaine to pinpoint the faint traces of the dragging. The Falor finally reached its hiding place, no longer sensing the persistent pursuer nearby. Thinking it was safe, the monster began tearing away the stones blocking the entrance to its lair. Focused on its task, the Falor inadvertently loosened the grip of the tentacle covering Gordon's mouth. Gordon didn't miss his chance and let out the loudest, most desperate shout of his life. Startled by the noise, the Falor quickly tightened a tentacle around Gordon's neck, lifting him violently into the air. Though suffocating, Gordon closed his eyes and managed to shout the location one last time. Furious at his persistence, the monster slammed Gordon down onto the cold, hard ground. Certain the pursuers were coming, the fallow raised its razor-sharp, scythe-like arm high above its victim. Gordon, slumped and defeated, shut his eyes, the fear of death overriding everything else. Just before the fatal strike landed, a gleaming projectile shot out from the deep shadows of the trees. The fallow shrieked in pain, but its cry was immediately cut short by Ghislaine's precise sword thrust. Finally, Jillian's mighty axe descended, splitting the massive creature's body completely in two. Gordon sprang up, shouting in pure, overwhelming relief as he saw his three saviors standing before him. Ghislaine tore a light scroll, illuminating the area as he smiled, praising Gordon for holding on. Hearing those words of validation, Gordon immediately burst into uncontrollable tears of gratitude. Belinda, however, noticed a detail and asked if he had perhaps wet himself during the ordeal. The crying stopped instantly, and Gordon's face turned bright red as he looked sheepishly away. While the others recovered, Ghislaine inspected the poorly concealed cave entrance blocked by stones. Ghislaine declared it would be foolish to leave the fallow hideout untouched after coming this far. The group entered the dim cave without hesitation to finish clearing the threat. Inside, the few remaining fallows, looking torn and battered, screeched upon seeing the intruders. Ghislaine smiled cruelly, noting that the scattered creatures had conveniently gathered together for an easy wipeout. He gave the simple, ruthless order, "Kill them all." Before the words even finished, Belinda and Jillian were mercilessly cutting down the helpless, weakened fallows. After the last monster was slain, Ghislaine surveyed the cave and found something deeply unsettling. Belinda and Jillian also noticed the piles and were visibly shocked upon recognizing human bones mixed with monster remains. Jillian suggested they belonged to unofficial explorers from the Forest of Beasts long ago. Ghislaine noted that the torn clothes and tools suggested activity within the last few years, not decades. Deciding to set the mystery aside for now, the group blocked the cave entrance and quickly returned to the surface. The mercenaries waiting outside grabbed their weapons nervously when they heard movement in the dense forest. They erupted in cheers of relief as Ghislaine, followed by Jillian and Belinda, and finally Gordon, emerged. The mercenaries realized Ghislaine was a leader who never gave up on those who followed him, even risking danger for one man. They felt a new sense of purpose and trust, realizing their employer was genuinely sincere, unlike the hypocrites they knew. Meanwhile, Manus, who had survived by hiding, remained cynical, internally dismissing their victory as pure luck. He believed the forest was too deadly, and plotted to find others to escape with when the situation inevitably worsened. By morning, the mercenaries had packed up and begun to move, now highly coordinated and focused. Ghislaine observed his group, satisfied that real combat had sharpened their skills far better than any estate training. They were now acting like a disciplined army, following his orders without hesitation, making his leadership easier. Kior let out a quiet sigh of admiration, watching the former ragtag group move with military precision. He confused himself by realizing he was actively avoiding an argument with Jillian, just to keep the peace. After leaving the Fowlers' territory, the group immediately found themselves in another relentless, grueling battle. Ghislaine watched, tempted to abandon the mission, but he knew exactly why he couldn't give up this forest. Despite the brutal marching and constant attacks, the mercenaries surprised him with their unwavering determination. They were truly dedicated to their duty, pushing past limits that would normally require immediate extra rewards. Only one man, Manus, remained visibly miserable and nervously pacing back and forth, struggling to endure. After 2 grueling weeks, Ghislaine finally delivered the hopeful news that they were nearing their objective. Suddenly, the group realized something strange. The usual relentless attacks had stopped completely. The lack of monsters and the sudden, eerie quiet made everyone uneasy. The silence was almost suffocating. Ghislaine sent Jillian and Kayor to scout, but they returned having found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Deciding to seize the opportunity, Ghislaine commanded the entire group to stop, rest, and recover their strength. The mercenaries, overcome by relief, instantly collapsed where they stood, exhausted by the endless journey. The next morning, energy restored. They complained about sore muscles but were eager to finish the mission. They pressed forward, clearing the path with renewed vigor, despite the continuing, unsettling silence. Ghislaine checked his map one last time, a hopeful expression spreading across his face as the goal approached. He had pushed forward when everyone called him crazy, and now the fruits of his risky labor were imminent. Just as relief was about to wash over them, a deep, powerful vibration shook the entire forest floor. The cheerful mood shattered, replaced by creeping tension as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. Ghislaine immediately ordered Jillian to scout ahead, while the rest prepared for a fight. The oppressive silence was broken by the sound of Jillian returning at full speed, screaming a warning. Simultaneously, massive trees in the distance began to crash down, revealing something colossal tearing through the forest. As the creature spotted them, it let out a horrifying, thunderous cry that echoed through the woods. It was a blood python, a creature of staggering size, its crimson scales gleaming brilliantly in the light. The mercenaries realized the silence wasn't luck. All the smaller monsters had been actively avoiding this apex predator. Though this was far beyond the expected threat level, Ghislaine snapped them out of their terror and commanded a formation. Arrows flew instantly, but the blood python's steel-tough scales deflected the volley without a scratch. The massive serpent surged forward, faster than anticipated, and swallowed one unfortunate mercenary whole. The rest of the group watched in indescribable horror as the bulge of digestion traveled down the serpent's body. With the enemy impervious to harm, Ghislaine ordered a retreat, but the python just watched them run. Belinda urged him to flee immediately, prioritizing his life over the lives of the expendable mercenaries. Jillian stepped up, asking Ghislaine to escape with Belinda while the mercenaries bought them time for survival. Kayor agreed. Retreat was the only option, even if it meant certain death for some of them. Ghislaine squeezed his eyes shut tightly, realizing success was so close, yet this might be the end. Ghislaine knew retreat was impossible. This single chance was all that stood between them and ruin. He looked at his comrades, tense and awaiting orders, knowing more people would die advancing. Suddenly, a mercenary named Manus broke formation, screaming that their mission was over. Manus insisted they scatter now, arguing they shouldn't die for a noble's insane game. Kayor casually twirled his sword, declaring they should kill the cowardly bastard before they left. Ghislaine raised a hand, stopping Kayor, deciding there was no need for violence. Ghislaine looked Manus in the eye and calmly told him to go. He had done enough. Manus was stunned, realizing his employer was letting him go without any resistance. To everyone's greater shock, Ghislaine announced that anyone who wished to leave was free to go. A cautious mercenary asked what their boss planned to do if everyone abandoned him. Ghislaine responded nonchalantly that he was going to stay and kill the monster by himself. Belinda and Jillian were visibly upset, immediately stepping forward to block Ghislaine's path. Ignoring their pleas, Ghislaine drew his sword, knowing this task had to succeed. Manus, overjoyed, eagerly waved at the mercenaries, urging them to run while they could. The mercenaries stood frozen, unable to simply abandon the man who had repeatedly saved their lives. Seeing their hesitation, Manus shouted in frustration, demanding to know why they were waiting to die. A mercenary named Torin confirmed the destination was ahead and declared he would fight with Ghislaine. Gordon, terrified of losing muscle mass from stress, declared that he too could not run away. Voices erupted from all sides. They refused to run and be ashamed after Ghislaine had kept them alive. Ghislaine looked around, genuinely surprised by the unexpected resolve now written on all their faces. Ghislaine couldn't help but grin, declaring that they were finally becoming useful. Kaor stared at the transformed mercenaries in disbelief, recognizing Ghislaine's incredible ability to lead. Belinda pleaded, her face twisting in anger, as Ghislaine unbuckled his sword sheath and dropped it. Ghislaine stepped forward, and the mercenaries tightened ranks as Manus disappeared into the forest. The massive blood python approached slowly, letting out a deafening roar of anticipation. Ghislaine shouted, and the mercenaries instantly scattered as the massive head slammed into the ground. Just before the serpent struck a mercenary, Ghislaine leaped, slashing his mana-infused sword across its head. Seizing the opening, Jillian charged, bringing his mana-glowing axe down on the wounded head. The massive head shook violently from the impact, and the wound became visibly larger. Fueled by pain, the python swung its head, crushing Jillian's shield and sending him flying backward. Kaor darted behind the serpent, driving his sword deep into the beast's tough body scales. The serpent twisted violently, forcing Kaor to abandon his sword and roll away to avoid being crushed. The other mercenaries rushed in, hacking and stabbing, but the scales deflected every ordinary blow. Ghislaine commanded Belinda to target the existing wounds and aim for the eyes with her daggers. Belinda expertly flung her daggers, embedding them exactly into the open gashes, widening the injuries. The blood python shook its head violently, irritated by the constant, bothersome attacks from the humans. Furious, the python whipped its tail with tremendous force, sending mercenaries flying into the air. Ghislaine yelled new orders, switch to blunt weapons and hammer the scales until the serpents inside softened. The mercenaries quickly scrambled to swap their swords for maces and heavy blunt objects. Surrounded once more, the mercenaries began hammering relentlessly at the blood python's scales. The mercenaries clung to the monstrous blood python, relentlessly hammering its scales with blunt weapons to keep it distracted. Meanwhile, Ghislaine, Jillian, and Kaor focused their assault on the creature's colossal head, drawing its immediate and furious attention. Belinda's sharp daggers flew through the air, widening the existing wounds and occasionally darting dangerously close to the python's eyes. The python let out furious roars, swinging its tail wildly in response, sending mercenaries flying through the air with every powerful strike. Despite the carnage, the mercenaries pressed on, determined to bring the monster down no matter the personal cost. Ghislaine, dodging skillfully, called out to Jillian, instructing him to reinforce the assault on the creature's tail. With Jillian joining the effort, the relentless hammering on the tail finally started to show results as small cracks appeared in the scales. A mercenary shouted in triumph, and Jillian poured all his remaining mana into his axe, ordering everyone to clear the area. The subsequent impact was devastating. Jillian's axe buried itself deep into the python's body, creating a massive, gushing wound. Seeing the deep cut, hope surged, and the mercenaries swarmed the new opening, stabbing with renewed vigor. The blood python screeched in agony, thrashing its body violently, crushing any fighters caught by its flailing movements. Ghislaine barely dodged the creature's fangs, and realized that the mercenaries were rapidly exhausting their mana reserves. It had become a desperate race to see who would collapse first, the monster or the remaining fighters. Suddenly, the python's eyes gleamed crimson, and after one last devastating tail swing, the creature retreated a short distance. The mercenaries, hopeful but shaken, began to regroup, murmuring nervously about the possibility of the monster retreating. Gordon, trembling with fear, weakly wondered if they could call the brutal confrontation a draw. During the lull, Belinda turned to Ghislaine and, with her usual dry wit, asked if it was finally time to consider running away. Jillian leaned closer to confirm the grim reality. They lacked the manpower to continue their current effective, but exhausting, tactics. They agreed they had to keep the pressure up and rely on Belinda to find a chance to aim for the creature's only known weak spot, its eyes. Suddenly, the blood python accelerated its slow advance, charging toward them with surprising speed. The mercenaries quickly reorganized, bracing themselves to attack the fresh wounds just like before. But this time, the python struck with calculated precision, using its head like a hammer to pick off individual fighters. Panic spread as their initial strategy failed, forcing the remaining mercenaries to scramble backward in fear. Ghislaine dashed forward, shouting for the mercenaries to stay back while challenging the monster with his core team. The four fighters dodged relentlessly, but the cautious python made it impossible to deal any meaningful damage. Seeing no other option, Kaor shouted his intent to act as bait, drawing the monster's attention to himself. Kaor was overwhelmed by the pressure and speed of the attacks, barely managing to dodge the repeated, massive head strikes. The opening finally appeared, and Belinda launched her critical, mon-infused dagger toward the monster's massive eye. But the blood python seemed to mock her, and the powerful blade rebounded harmlessly off an unexpectedly reinforced eyeball. Just as everyone stood paralyzed by this impossible defense, the creature sprang its reserve trap. Its massive tail lashed out at Kaor. The tail strike was merely a feint, however, and the serpent's head twisted unnaturally, striking with blinding speed at Ghislaine instead. Just as Ghislaine prepared to unleash his mana cores to withstand the blow, Belinda appeared and shoved him aside with all her strength. Ghislaine tumbled to the ground, spinning back to see Belinda's body hurled violently into a nearby tree trunk. Lying broken but alive, Belinda weakly muttered a final, sarcastic instruction for the young master to run away and accept defeat. Ghislaine quickly recovered and shouted for Kaor to grab the injured maid and retreat to safety. The blood python flicked its tongue in satisfaction, pleased that it had incapacitated one of its most annoying enemies. Refusing to be treated like a mere plaything, Ghislaine locked eyes with the monster and issued new orders to Jillian. He instructed Jillian to return to the body and widen the existing wounds, preparing for a final, desperate push. Jillian was stunned, asking Ghislaine if he truly intended to confront the monster's massive, lethal head completely alone. Ghislaine firmly instructed them to keep inflicting damage to the serpent's body and tail. Jillian argued that without weak points, continuing the attack was impossible, but the serpent seized its chance. Ghislaine shouted for the mercenaries to focus on the body, forcing Jillian to withdraw for safety. The blood python, seeing Ghislaine as the main threat, turned its full, malevolent attention toward him. The massive head shot forward with terrifying speed, aiming to finish Ghislaine in a single strike. Ghislaine dodged expertly, realizing that defeating the python conventionally was now impossible. Since his past life's power was beyond reach, he knew he had to risk everything with a desperate, close-range tactic. He focused entirely on evasion, his technique honed to perfection, frustrating the enraged monster. Ghislaine taunted the serpent by dodging with the narrowest margins, goading it into a reckless charge. The blood python took the bait, lunging forward with its massive, venomous jaws wide open. At that exact moment, Ghislaine stopped moving, staring calmly into the beast's gaping maw. From the sidelines, Kaor screamed in horror, while Belinda and Jillian shouted warnings in alarm. Ignoring their desperate cries, Ghislaine leaped directly into the blood python's mouth. Inside the serpent, Ghislaine confirmed the soft, vulnerable flesh lining the roof of its mouth. This deadly venom, capable of killing giants instantly, demanded he act with extreme speed. He activated his second and third mana cores, forcing a massive surge of energy through his body. As the python tried to swallow him, Ghislaine drove his mana-infused sword into the roof of its mouth. The blood python's head violently jerked upward, letting out a deafening scream of agony. Seeing the monster disoriented, Jillian immediately climbed onto the serpent's massive, scaled body. He roared, relentlessly slamming his mana-infused axe into the serpent's armored head. Scales cracked and blood began to flow, yet the monster remained focused on the internal pain. The python threw its head backward, collapsing to the ground in a desperate attempt to crush Jillian. The inverted position allowed Ghislaine to drive his sword even deeper into the soft tissue. He channeled all three cores, unleashing a massive, overwhelming torrent of mana into the serpent's skull. The blood python screamed and convulsed, writhing uncontrollably in its final, massive agony. Venom spewed from every fang, filling the mouth with scorching, deadly steam. It became a battle of endurance, with the python repeatedly smashing its head into the ground to dislodge him. Ghislaine held on, pouring every last drop of mana into the attack, even as his body began to fail. Amidst the thick, poisonous fumes, a crimson haze began to emanate from Ghislaine's body. The watching mercenaries grew tense, recognizing the dangerous signs of overwhelming power. As muscles tore and bones cracked, Ghislaine screamed, forcing himself to stay conscious. The serpent's movements finally slowed, swaying weakly from the fatal internal damage. Realizing his chance, Ghislaine released the sword and hurled himself out of the drooping mouth. He hit the ground hard, too exhausted and broken to move any further. Jillian rushed toward him, but the intense heat radiating from Ghislaine's body burned his hands. Concentrating his mana, Jillian shielded his hands and dragged Ghislaine away from the immediate danger. Even wounded, the blood python glared at Ghislaine, tears of blood dripping from its eyes in venomous rage. The mercenaries formed a protective barrier around their leader, ready to fend off the monster's final approach. But the serpent's movements were too sluggish, and as Jillian roared, the massive beast finally collapsed. Kaor directed the group to avoid the venom and finish the creature by cutting it to pieces. As the mercenaries surged forward, Ghislaine whispered in relief that the ordeal was finally over. The mercenaries mercilessly stabbed their sword and spears deep into the monster's flesh. The once mighty ruler of the forest was reduced to a torn, bloody mess. With one final weak cry, the terrifying blood python finally died. Even after the massive blood python was clearly dead, the terrified mercenaries kept attacking until Jillian finally managed to stop them. The sun began to set, bathing the gruesome scene in a reddish twilight that amplified the scale and destruction of the hundreds of wounds on the giant carcass. Everyone fell silent, momentarily stunned by the magnificent and terrifying sight, realizing only now that the impossible battle was truly finished. Then one cry of relief broke the silence, opening the floodgates as the mercenaries erupted in shouts of wild, unrestrained victory. Amidst the chaos, they suddenly remembered their employer, realizing he was responsible for the win, and rushed to check if he was still alive. Ghislaine weakly managed to lift a hand and offer a few words of praise, sending the mercenaries into an even greater frenzy of relief and celebration. Carried away by the sheer excitement, they started chanting his name, unofficially renaming themselves Ghislaine's mercenaries. Watching their adoration, Ghislaine offered a faint, cynical smile, muttered about their foolishness, and then finally allowed himself to pass out. When Ghislaine slowly woke up, he found Jillian watching over him, who immediately expressed surprise and relief. Still weak, Ghislaine first asked about Belinda, learning she was safe but resting after taking stabilizing medicinal herbs. Ghislaine then learned that over half the mercenary group had perished, but acknowledged that his intervention had saved the rest of them. Jillian couldn't hold back his frustration, scolding Ghislaine for risking his life so recklessly, despite the victory. Ghislaine simply teased Jillian for sounding like Belinda, causing the giant mercenary to hide his lingering frustration behind a forced, tight-lipped smile. Moments later, Kaor approached with his usual grin, declaring that Ghislaine was the most insane person he had ever met for fighting the monster the way he did. Ghislaine muttered a retort and then attempted to sit up, but a sharp wave of pain immediately forced a grunt from him. Jillian instantly rushed to support Ghislaine, warning him that his injuries were still severe and he should not move. Ghislaine slowly looked over his body, realizing he was entirely wrapped in bandages, his whole body aching from the venom and physical trauma. He realized he had pushed his body far beyond its limits using high-level mana techniques, resulting in this total physical breakdown. He looked up at the midday sun, calculating that he must have been unconscious for a full day since the battle ended at sunset. Recognizing their leader was awake, the surviving mercenaries immediately crowded around him, chattering excitedly. Ghislaine observed their faces, noting that the fear and cynicism were gone, replaced by confidence and a deep, earned sense of loyalty. Ghislaine ordered them to rest for one more day, assuring them that no more monsters would appear in the vicinity. After resuming their journey, Ghislaine surveyed the dense forest and announced that their destination was just ahead. The mercenaries murmured excitedly among themselves, speculating about the gold or silver awaiting them, and quickened their pace toward the goal. When they finally arrived, the sight instantly left them shocked and speechless, questioning the reality of what lay before them. Jillian, visibly shaking, turned to Ghislaine, barely able to articulate the realization that the rumored treasure was real. Ghislaine merely smiled back, confirming that the treasure was indeed as valuable as they could imagine. Before them, countless shards of glowing blue crystals were embedded in the stone, illuminating the low-lit forest floor with a magical, ethereal light. This was rune stone, a rare and incredibly expensive mineral containing concentrated magical power, essential for high-level enchantments and barriers. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. They were walking on a fortune, causing the mercenaries to shout in disbelief and renewed excitement. The mercenaries, still buzzing, showered Ghislaine with questions, finally realizing that his risky plan had been completely justified. Ghislaine calmly praised their performance, acknowledging that their collective effort was essential for their success. The mercenaries quieted down, reflecting on the lost comrades and the intense suffering they had endured to finally reach this incredible goal. Ghislaine then announced an additional bonus, triple the original reward for all survivors, plus the same compensation for the families of the dead. The group erupted again in wild cheers, some throwing their weapons high into the air, overwhelmed by the unbelievable generosity of their employer. Jillian quietly questioned Ghislaine, asking if tripling the reward and compensating the dead was truly necessary, as it would cost a fortune. Ghislaine dismissed his concern, stating that these men risked their lives and deserved the full reward without question. Jillian was left speechless, observing that Ghislaine showed not a single trace of reluctance over spending such a vast sum. As a former captain, Jillian understood the difficulty of such generosity, realizing Ghislaine was truly an extraordinary person and leader. Meanwhile, Belinda finally woke up, her condition stabilized by herbs, and was informed about the unbelievable discovery of the rune stone. Despite her cracked lips and pale face, Belinda managed a weak smile of disbelief and relief at Ghislaine's success. Ghislaine grinned and thanked her, admitting that their success was due to her saving him earlier and teasing her about her toughness. Belinda wrinkled her nose in annoyance and scolded him, demanding that he never again risk himself by jumping into a monster's mouth. Belinda scolded him one last time for risking his life, before drifting back to sleep, prompting Ghislaine to finally turn to his men to begin collecting the incredible fortune. The mercenaries were thrilled, smashing the rune stones and realizing they were practically printing money. Naturally, some guys started whispering about pocketing a few crumbs for themselves, following the unspoken mercenary rule. Suddenly, Gordon shouted that he wasn't taking anything, claiming the triple pay was more than enough. The others exchanged bewildered glances at the madman, before slinking away from him in confusion. Ghislaine leaned over to Jillian, noting that guys who claim they don't care about money are usually the ones to watch out for. Jillian immediately issued a stern warning. If anyone was caught stealing even a shard, he would personally take their head. That growl was enough to deflate the mercenaries' excitement, forcing them to abandon their greedy plans. Moments later, Gordon reached into his pants and tossed several stolen rune stones onto the ground. Jillian blinked in shock, while Ghislaine snickered and confirmed that his prediction was absolutely correct. With the warning delivered and the lesson learned, the mercenaries reluctantly returned to loading the carts. As they worked, Ghislaine gave an unexpected instruction. They needed to leave a few carts empty. The mercenaries were confused, asking why they wouldn't just take all the valuable rune stone they could. Ghislaine explained that they were taking the enormous blood python corpse with them instead. He reasoned that the python's scent would deter other monsters on the trip back, ensuring their safety. Plus, the skin, hide, and venom were highly valuable for making armor and weapons later on. Jillian and Kaor used their mana to clear a path through the tough scales, so the others could start cutting the massive body. The python was so enormous and tough that carving the necessary sections took several hours until evening arrived. Ghislaine announced they would rest there tonight and head back in the morning, and the camp was quickly prepared. By the time they finished loading the carts with supplies and python parts, the mercenaries raised their hands in triumph. The next morning, they had to push and pull the immensely heavy carts themselves, slowing their pace significantly. Despite the difficulty of the haul, the journey was safe since the python's corpse kept all other monsters away. After a full day of slow, grueling progress, they finally neared the recognizable edge of the forest. Just as they pushed through the last stretch, a group of soldiers and knights from the Ferdium estate approached them. Ghislaine casually addressed the lead knight, noting he didn't look like he was there for a celebratory greeting. The knight stiffly replied that they were there by the Lord's order to arrest Ghislaine for defying instructions. Ghislaine, completely unfazed, responded with a mischievous grin, saying he was a little too busy to be arrested right now. The knight, itching for an excuse to use force, slowly drew his sword, glaring at Ghislaine with thinly veiled disdain. But before the knight could move, every mercenary instantly drew their weapons, surrounding the soldiers. The knight looked around bewildered as the battle-hardened veterans closed in, exuding a deadly aura. The estate soldiers, pale and trembling, instinctively took steps back, realizing they were outmatched. The knight shouted in disbelief, reminding them that opposing the Lord's banner meant execution. The mercenaries just laughed, sneering that out here in the forest, no one would find their bodies anyway. The knight's confidence wavered as he realized the mercenaries had trapped his soldiers with no way to escape. Realizing he couldn't win, the knight desperately yelled at Ghislaine to call off his insane mercenaries. At that moment, Jillian stepped forward, hefting his massive axe and commenting on the knight's filthy mouth. Faced with the cold threat of death, the knight immediately dropped to his knees and begged Ghislaine to spare his life. Jillian's massive axe stopped inches from the kneeling knight's throat, freezing in mid-swing at Ghislaine's calm, single-word command. Even though the blow was stopped, a thin line of blood was already dripping from the knight's neck, confirming how close he had come to instant decapitation. The knight realized that the once ridiculed Ghislaine now possessed an overwhelming, terrifying authority that commanded absolute loyalty from his mercenaries. As Ghislaine drew near, the remaining soldiers immediately dropped their weapons and knelt in submission, completely overtaken by the sudden shift in power. Smiling, Ghislaine helped the terrified knight to his feet, telling him that his boys could be a bit rough and that they should all try to get along now. Ghislaine mockingly offered his arms to be bound, but the knight, understanding the implicit threat, quickly shook his head, refusing to follow the original arrest plan. Ghislaine then ordered the knight to arrange rest for his mercenaries and immediate medical treatment for Belinda, who remained unconscious on the cart. The knight signaled a few soldiers to rush Belinda away for treatment, then formed a protective ring around Ghislaine as they exited the forest. As they emerged, they were met by a large gathering of workers and villagers, who had heard rumors of the Lord ordering his son's arrest. The crowd whispered loudly about the expedition's failure and the shocking number of mercenaries who had not returned from the forest of beasts. Walking alongside the knight, Ghislaine casually asked about Scobin, learning that the knight was now imprisoned for filing a false report. Unbothered by the stares and whispers, Ghislaine gave final instructions to Jillian before striding boldly into the grand hall, pushing the heavy doors open. Inside, nearly all the estate advisors were waiting, their expressions souring as they took in the sight of the ragged survivor. Ghislaine calmly announced his return, but Zwalter, his face etched with simmering fury, stared him down and demanded to know why he had defied his orders. Before Ghislaine could explain, several advisors stepped forward, shouting accusations that defying the Lord's orders was a crime punishable by death. They piled on, accusing him of convincing a knight to lie and risking the entire estate by entering the dangerous forest of beasts. Zwalter raised his hand, silencing the room, and stated that while disobedience deserved judgment, he wanted to know what else Ghislaine had been doing. Ghislaine tilted his head slightly, feigning ignorance, realizing that his father was not primarily concerned with the forest of beasts anymore. Suddenly, an advisor named Homern stepped forward, shouting that the Rayfold estate had cut off all support due to Ghislaine's actions. Homern revealed that Ghislaine had taken 20,000 gold under false pretenses, causing Count Rayfold to furiously cancel the engagement and sever all ties. Ghislaine smiled inwardly, realizing that Amelia had used this public announcement to retaliate, having already secured her position and no longer fearing exposure. The treasurer, Albert, confirmed the financial disaster, stating in a cold, calculating voice that without Rayfold, the estate would not survive. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Randolph let out an animalistic cry and lunged forward, threatening to break Ghislaine's spine. Randolph was immediately seized and restrained by several other advisors and soldiers before he could reach Ghislaine. The advisors, now frantic with desperation, demanded that Ghislaine be immediately imprisoned as a criminal who was driving the estate into ruin. Even Zwalter struggled, muttering about what he was going to do, realizing he had never faced a crisis of this magnitude before. After a long silence, Zwalter finally asked his son directly if he had truly taken the money from Rayfold as alleged. Ghislaine responded with a calm, unequivocal affirmation, not even attempting to justify his actions, further clenching Zwalter's jaw in disappointment. Homern screamed again, demanding that Ghislaine kneel and beg for his life, but Ghislaine refused, joking that his knees weren't in the best shape. Just as Homern was about to lose control, Ghislaine raised his hand and snapped his fingers, signaling for something to be brought in. The massive figure of Jillian entered the hall, carrying a large, heavy wooden chest that looked substantial and weighty. Jillian placed the massive chest in the center of the room with a loud, heavy thud that silenced the remaining outbursts. Ghislaine walked over, placed his hand on the chest, and smiled playfully, announcing that this was what they called an investment. With a quick, dramatic flourish, Ghislaine threw open the heavy lid of the chest. Instantly, a brilliant, shocking blue light erupted from the open chest, flooding the entire grand hall. The advisors and Zwalter shielded their eyes, their faces frozen in collective shock and confusion at the powerful radiance shining before them. Randolph was absolutely furious, shouting that Ghislaine only knew how to eat and crap. But before Randolph could reach him, he suddenly froze, distracted by a new light. The sudden glow drew everyone's attention to the contents of the chest Ghislaine had brought. The retainers gasped, seeing the valuable runestone mixed in with common rocks. While everyone was distracted, Jillian gave Ghislaine a quick nod and slipped out of the hall. The oppressive silence was finally broken by Zwalter, who stammered out a question. Ghislaine smiled and confirmed that it was runestone, found right in the forest of beasts. Zwalter shot up, demanding to know how Ghislaine had done this so quickly. Ghislaine explained they didn't waste time, but targeted the resource locations for extraction. Ghislaine confirmed that this was just a small sample. There was plenty more where that came from. Homern, trembling, accused Ghislaine of lying or stealing the expensive ore. Ghislaine just shrugged, telling them to check the carts full of runestone waiting outside. With a thud, Zwalter fell back into his chair, completely overwhelmed by his son's success. Albert, the treasurer, realized this meant they no longer needed Rayfold's humiliating support. Albert confirmed the ore was real, prompting all the retainers to rush the chest in excitement. Ghislaine felt immense relief. If Amelia had moved slightly faster, he would have been ruined. He knew Amelia was smart, and this was just her first attempt to restrict his movements. It wasn't just Amelia. Once news of the runestone spread, everyone would target Purdom. Ghislaine realized he needed to move even faster because his enemies were also constantly progressing. Snapping back to reality, Ghislaine quickly slammed the chest shut. He then addressed the silent retainers with a crude smile, asking about their plans to drag him to Rayfold. The retainers could only retreat, completely stunned by the impossible feat Ghislaine had accomplished. Suddenly, the great hall doors creaked open, startling everyone. Outside, armed mercenaries stood grinning, intimidating the territory's soldiers stationed there. Randolph, unable to control his rage, immediately reached for his weapon. Holmern shouted, accusing Ghislaine of planning a rebellion by bringing in armed men. Ghislaine feigned surprise, explaining that the mercenaries were merely waiting outside for his protection. Zwalter, however, watched the standoff with unexpected interest. Holmern and Randolph fumed, demanding their lord punish Ghislaine for this disrespect. Zwalter calmly shook his head, stating that the runestone and the soldiers were Ghislaine's to command. He realized this display of cunning was better than the weak-willed behavior Ghislaine usually exhibited. Zwalter issued a warning. He would overlook the mercenaries this time, but not again. Ghislaine bowed slightly, confident that his calculated risk had paid off with his father. Meanwhile, Albert the treasurer was already focused on how to secure a share of the runestone profits. Albert argued that since Ghislaine used the territory's 20,000 gold, they were entitled to a portion of the returns. Ghislaine paused thoughtfully, acknowledging that Albert made a compelling, logical point. Encouraged, Albert proposed they negotiate for at least a 30% profit share. Ghislaine interrupted, offering to simply return the original 20,000 gold instead. The retainers were utterly silenced, realizing they had completely run out of arguments against the Grand Duke's success. One retainer nervously mustered a final complaint about the ruined relations with Rayfold and the territory's difficult situation. Ghislaine simply asked if the massive profit from the runestone wasn't enough to cover those losses. The retainers realized the balance of power had shifted. Ghislaine now controlled all the financial leverage. Despite his playful tone, Ghislaine offered a lifeline, claiming he couldn't ignore the territory's hardship as Grand Duke. He promised to provide support to make up for everything they had lost with the Rayfold territory. Just as they felt relief, Ghislaine added the dreaded caveat: there would be a few conditions. First, he asked about Scobin, the missing captain of the guard who had been imprisoned. Holmern quickly minimized the crime, realizing that opposing Ghislaine further would only lead to greater losses. Ghislaine demanded Scobin's immediate release, claiming he had forced the man to lie in the first place. The retainers were uneasy about undermining the Lord's authority, but prioritized the territory's financial stability and remained silent. Condition 2. Ghislaine would officially begin construction of his military base for troops and workers. Condition 3. The Forest of Beasts would remain strictly off-limits to everyone else in the territory. They cursed his greed internally, but dared not voice any objection to his face. Finally, Ghislaine demanded the authority to manage the mercenaries and security forces independently, a private army. The retainers broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by the prospect of the erratic Grand Duke commanding troops separately. One retainer mustered the courage to object, stating that commanding a separate force was too much. Ghislaine flatly threatened to forget the whole deal and simply leave if they opposed him. The objector immediately backtracked, declaring his absolute support and sinking back into his seat in defeat. Ghislaine mocked his own sensitivity, reinforcing the subtle but effective threat. It was blatant bullying, but no one dared to speak, bowing their heads in silent submission. Satisfied, Ghislaine turned to his father, Zwalter, putting the final decision in his hands. Zwalter reflected on how Ghislaine had managed to turn a political disaster into a remarkable success. He admitted that his son had achieved something remarkable, even if luck had played a part. Zwalter decided that crushing the potential his son was showing would be worse than trusting him completely. After a long pause, Zwalter let out a deep sigh and granted Ghislaine full authority to proceed. The retainers turned to Zwalter in collective shock, having expected him to oppose the creation of a private army. Zwalter explained that if he was going to grant authority, he would grant it fully and trust his son. However, he issued a fierce warning. Failure or harm to the territory would result in confinement and loss of all power. Ghislaine grinned, accepting the responsibility and promising not to disappoint his father. Zwalter asked about the remaining funds, and Ghislaine gave a vague response about handling urgent matters. The retainers, especially Homern, Randolph, and Albert, were now desperate to shift to flattery. Homern started by praising Ghislaine's success, falsely claiming the territory was blessed to have him. Albert awkwardly stepped forward, praising Ghislaine's grasp on finances and suggesting fund allocation discussions. Randolph, his face contorted, joined in, praising Ghislaine's boldness and suggesting troop expansion. Ghislaine received their flattery with a smirk, vaguely promising to take care of them all. Homern sealed the deal by grabbing Ghislaine's hand in a forced show of camaraderie and reliance. Ghislaine discreetly pulled away and assured Zwalter that he would handle everything regarding the territory. Zwalter, pleased by the respectful gesture, assumed his son was only being polite. Ghislaine left, focused not on development, but on the urgent necessity of preparing for war. Scobin was locked up, deeply regretting the moment he believed the Grand Duke could survive the forest of beasts. His deputy, the handsome Ricardo, was equally gloomy, dreading the impending sentence of hard labor. Scobin tried to reassure him, arguing that the Grand Duke had incredible luck and wouldn't die easily. They then idly speculated about life after prison, with Scobin dreaming of quitting knighthood to become a farmer. Ricardo, however, couldn't understand the struggle, casually mentioning his fan club provided him with everything he needed. Scobin felt the world was fundamentally unfair, realizing Ricardo's good looks were a talent that required zero effort. Suddenly, a commotion started at the prison entrance, drawing both men to the cell bars in curiosity. Their eyes widened in shock as they recognized the man leading the group, the supposedly deceased Grand Duke, Ghislaine Ferdium. Ghislaine greeted them with a hearty laugh, joking that Ricardo's handsomeness should be a crime punishable by death. Overwhelmed with relief that they wouldn't face execution, the two men bowed deeply to their lord. Ghislaine immediately ordered the accompanying guard to open the cell, announcing that he had already secured their release. The guard hesitated, recalling Ghislaine's reputation for trouble and the reason the men were locked up in the first place. Before the guard could refuse, Gillian stepped forward and simply crushed the heavy iron lock with his bare hand. Ghislaine urged the pardoned men out, and Scobin and Ricardo cautiously stepped out, exchanging nervous smiles. Ghislaine then pulled out 2 pouches filled with gold coins, stating it was a reward for their successful assistance. Shocked by the unexpected generosity, the men stared at the gold, grinning widely as they realized their fortunes had completely reversed. Unlike other nobles, Ghislaine believed proper financial rewards were essential for securing true loyalty from subordinates. Scobin and Ricardo profusely thanked him, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle as they saw their newly generous lord off. Back in the corridor, Scobin asked Ricardo his plan for the money, who immediately decided to throw a lavish party for his fan club. Scobin could only twitch his lips in frustration, realizing that Ricardo's effortless luck and good looks continued even after prison. Meanwhile, Ghislaine headed to the estate to check on Belinda, who was still recovering from mana overload. Despite her pale complexion, Belinda immediately began nagging him, worried he had been punished by the Lord for his actions. Ghislaine chuckled, assuring her that everything was resolved and she didn't need to worry about the Lord's reaction. He then took her hand, announcing he would help her recover faster from the chaotic mana disruption. Belinda was immediately alarmed, feeling the foreign mana entering her body, which caused her own unstable energy to resist violently. Ghislaine focused intensely, his own mana delicately wrapping around her turbulent energy, slowly calming the internal storm. Jillian stood guard nearby, tense and alert, knowing any disturbance could be fatal for both the Grand Duke and Belinda. After a period of concentrated effort, a faint red mist began to rise from Ghislaine's body and dissipate into the air. Miraculously, Belinda's complexion instantly improved as Ghislaine stabilized her chaotic mana using his unique technique. Stammering in amazement, Belinda asked him how he achieved such incredibly delicate and precise mana control. She immediately noted that the technique was not the family's, and Ghislaine awkwardly claimed he had modified the family's technique himself. Belinda scoffed, knowing that modifying a centuries-old family technique was something only a true genius could accomplish. He insisted he was serious and even offered to tweak her current technique to make it better, but she politely declined. Ghislaine told her to rest up, warning that they would need to head out again soon, as their time was short. Belinda was confused by the sudden urgency, asking why they couldn't simply relax after their recent successful venture. Ghislaine's smile faded as he explained that things were getting complicated and they were facing a tight deadline. Finally, Ghislaine revealed the grave truth. Their entire territory was currently in extreme danger. Belinda was immediately startled, demanding to know how the territory could still be in danger after finding the runestone. She secretly worried that Ghislaine, holding vast new wealth, was about to cause an even bigger disaster. Ghislaine decided to clear the room, dismissing the staff until only Jillian and Belinda remained to hear his secret. He asked if they believed the runestone had magically solved all their territorial problems. Jillian immediately confirmed that he did. Ghislaine dropped the bombshell. The runestone wasn't the only problem because someone had been watching them. Jillian was confused, but Belinda instantly asked if he meant Amelia, suggesting they just compensate her for the money. Ghislaine shook his head, clarifying that this threat had been monitoring the territory long before the conflict with Amelia. He revealed that only he and Alina knew the truth. An unknown force was specifically targeting the Ferdium territory. Ghislaine explained the whole story, from Alina's attack to finding Prince Digold's body, and how he prevented war by removing the evidence. As Ghislaine spoke, the faces of Belinda and Jillian grew noticeably serious, finally grasping the true severity of the situation. After processing the shock, Jillian questioned why anyone would bother targeting such a poor and strategically worthless territory in the first place. Ghislaine simply asked, "How about now?" reminding Jillian that the discovery of the runestone had instantly changed the territory's value. Jillian instantly realized the implication, while Belinda swallowed hard, fearfully whispering the word war. She quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss the idea, arguing that the enemy couldn't possibly know about the runestone already. Ghislaine agreed they had another original target, but confirmed the runestone discovery had simply accelerated the inevitable war. Jillian's face grew grave, realizing they were now targeted by Amelia and this larger, unknown enemy simultaneously. Ghislaine admitted he had no clear answer yet, stressing the need to prepare as quickly as possible before the enemy made their move. Belinda's previous doubts vanished. Seeing the bigger picture, she fully accepted Ghislaine's past strange stories and immense power. Jillian cautiously suggested informing Ghislaine's father and the retainers so they could formulate a defense plan together. Ghislaine immediately refused, pointing out the risk of spies, especially after Alina had been betrayed by her own trusted knights. Ghislaine confirmed they needed to sell the runestone immediately and use the funds to prepare for war before the enemy forces learned of their new wealth. He added that even without the runestone, Amelia was still persistently targeting him, which only complicated matters further. Belinda confirmed their urgent task was preparing for war, and Ghislaine smiled, asking if they now understood why there was no time to rest. Gillian furrowed his brow, concerned that the 2 or 3 months they had wouldn't be enough time to build a reliable defense force. He calculated that building and equipping a reliable force, even for basic training, would realistically require 6 months to a full year. Belinda sighed in frustration at the complexity, but quickly agreed to help Ghislaine prepare for the coming conflict. She confidently stated that war only required taking the enemy commander's head, a task she was perfectly suited for. Ghislaine chuckled, both impressed and amused, but ordered her to prioritize her own recovery before getting involved. Belinda argued she was already feeling better and questioned how Ghislaine himself was moving so freely and using mana after his severe injuries. Ghislaine suddenly frowned, realizing Belinda was right and that his recovery rate was strangely and impossibly fast. He mentally reviewed his fractured bones, torn muscles, and snake venom, realizing the injuries should have taken weeks to heal. Belinda tilted her head, suggesting his incredible recovery might be an unforeseen effect of his unique mana technique. Ghislaine shook his head, admitting the recovery was strange since his mana technique was designed for destruction, not accelerated healing. He admitted he didn't understand it either, and decided to spend the rest of the day resting to examine his physical condition. Belinda shot him a suspicious look, wondering if he was once again dodging questions and hiding yet another crucial secret. Ghislaine told her to focus on recovering while he made his plans, then prepared to exit the room with Gillian. Just as they reached the door, Belinda reminded him that 6 months of preparation meant they were already too late to defend themselves. Ghislaine paused, turned back with a meaningful smirk, and announced confidently that he already had a fighting force prepared. Belinda asked if he meant gathering more mercenaries, but Ghislaine shook his head, maintaining his confident, knowing smile. He confirmed the need for mercenaries, but revealed his key asset, a unique force that only he, Ghislaine, could utilize. Belinda and Gillian listened to Ghislaine's plan for recruiting new forces, barely hiding their confusion, yet admitting this was the first time he had ever bothered to explain anything. Since Ghislaine was merely announcing his intentions, not asking for permission, Belinda sighed in acceptance, and Gillian simply trusted his young master's unusual judgment. Ghislaine told Gillian to recover quickly and take some time off to see his daughter, Rachel, who was thankfully doing much better now. Once Gillian left, Ghislaine felt the exhaustion but couldn't rest, knowing the runestone news would soon reach Amelia Rayfold and Duke Delphine. While the Duke was the main threat, Ghislaine realized Amelia's personal vendetta made her actions an unpredictable wildcard he needed to anticipate. The wealth from the runestone hadn't translated into strength yet, leaving Ferdium weak and vulnerable, the perfect time for their enemies to strike. Ghislaine knew that ultimately, all the planning would be useless unless he was prepared to leverage the entirety of the acquired runestone power. Then Ghislaine remembered the money he was owed by Cain. The deadline had passed, confirming the man had decided to cheat the former mercenary king. Being cheated out of money was a personal insult to a mercenary king, and Ghislaine found Cain's boldness in defying him utterly infuriating. After resolving to deal with Cain later, Ghislaine finally fell asleep at dawn, catching up on the rest his recovering body desperately needed. When Ghislaine finally woke up much later, he was utterly bewildered by the sight that greeted him in his room. Two maids quickly explained that while he was sleeping, every important figure in the territory had stopped by to leave an offering. Now that Ghislaine controlled the runestone wealth, these same nobles who once avoided him were desperately trying to get onto his good side. Ghislaine noted that while the gifts were modest, reflecting the poverty of the territory, he appreciated the sincerity of their desperate efforts. After reviewing the list, Ghislaine ordered the maids to distribute the alcohol and meat to the mercenaries, and the other goods to the rest of the servants. When Ghislaine told them to take whatever they wanted, the maids' faces lit up, overwhelmed with gratitude for the unexpected generosity. The maids exchanged excited glances, realizing the rumors about the Grand Duke's new wealth and subsequent generosity must be true. Ghislaine instructed the maids to formally acknowledge the gifts and inform the donors that he would be visiting them all soon. After handling the unexpected PR situation, Ghislaine turned his attention inward, checking the progress of his recovery from the blood python poison. Curious about his rapid healing, he sat down to meditate, only to open his eyes moments later with a profoundly perplexed expression. His mana had fundamentally changed. Beneath its usual ferocious turbulence, he sensed a subtle, insidious energy he had never encountered, even in his past life. The only explanation, however absurd, was that the potent blood python poison had somehow mixed with and altered the core nature of his mana. He raised his hand, attempting to extract and control the subtle, insidious energy, but found the presence faint and difficult to isolate. Deciding not to rush, Ghislaine concluded that the strange change was likely responsible for his unexpectedly rapid physical recovery. Just as Ghislaine prepared to tackle his urgent duties, a boisterous figure burst into his room, showering him with exaggerated compliments. It was Randolph, the captain of the knights, laying on the flattery thick, praising Ghislaine's health and calling him the manly future ruler of the territory. Ghislaine played innocent when the knight commander Randolph showed up, knowing full well the man was desperate for a handout. Randolph swallowed his curses about Ghislaine's greed and forced a wide, unnervingly cheerful smile instead. He started with flattery, then immediately pivoted, asking if the territory could truly thrive if Ghislaine was only focused on his own profits. Ghislaine countered that he was already funding the territory, but Randolph insisted that money alone wouldn't fix things. The knights were the real problem. Being a knight here was a thankless job with terrible pay, constant northern battles, and a growing number of deserters. Why would any talented person stay when other lords offered better salaries and even small estates? Putting on his best sorrowful face, Randolph requested a small donation or a development fund for the Knight Order. Ghislaine, hating that term when directed at him, looked the commander dead in the eye and delivered his prepared line. "I have no money," Ghislaine stated plainly, causing Randolph to nearly explode with frustration. Randolph forced himself to calm down and sarcastically compared Ghislaine to a bandit claiming he wouldn't rob anyone. Ghislaine matched the smile, explaining that since he had already allocated his spending, he was technically broke. Randolph rubbed his forehead, reminding himself that Ghislaine was the only possible source of funds left. He argued Ghislaine needed to stop being selfish and invest the massive sum into the territory's future. Ghislaine nodded, seemingly impressed by Randolph's passion, and confirmed he planned to spend every cent on the territory. Suspicion immediately replaced relief on Randolph's face as he cautiously asked if this plan involved supporting the knights. Ghislaine responded with wide-eyed innocence, "No, it doesn't." Randolph bowed his head, fighting back the urge to threaten the young lord, just as the treasurer Albert entered the room. Randolph instantly jumped in front of Albert, glaring and telling him he was interrupting an important conversation and needed to come back later. Albert sniped back, suggesting the knight commander should be out training instead of lounging around the lord's office. They traded insults about counting non-existent money and the value of training, their polite words masking a vicious silent battle of wills. Ghislaine watched the two bicker, then sighed and asked Albert if he, too, was here to ask for a donation or a development fund. Albert laid on the flattery thick, praising Ghislaine's perceptiveness, before admitting they needed a large sum to pay off outstanding territorial debts. He claimed that paying off the debt was paramount, arguing that as the heir, the territory's debt was Ghislaine's debt. Ghislaine shattered the illusion immediately with a firm, matter-of-fact reply, "No, it's not." He clarified that his money was, in fact, his money, leaving Albert's carefully crafted composure completely shattered. Albert quickly recovered, appealing to Ghislaine not to ignore the territory's struggles, insisting it was all for the good of Ferdium. Ignoring the content of the plea, Ghislaine simply shrugged and repeated his ultimate defense. I have no money. Albert's face twisted in frustration and he slowly ground out the question. Why don't you have money? Ghislaine explained again that the funds were already allocated, and therefore he was out of cash. Tired of the back and forth, Ghislaine snapped that he was handling it, but the two men ignored him and started shouting at each other. They devolved into an argument about interest payments versus maintaining the foundation of the territory's military strength. Ghislaine let out a deep sigh, desperate for an escape, which luckily arrived in the form of a knight delivering a message. The knight announced that his father, Duke Zwalter, was calling for him, and Ghislaine instantly stood up, ready to leave. Both men tried to follow, but the messenger knight sternly blocked their path, confirming the Duke required Ghislaine alone. Leaving the two still shouting at each other, Ghislaine made his way to his father's study, grateful for the timely interruption. The guards opened the imposing study door, and Ghislaine was immediately hit by a cold, eerie atmosphere, thick with unspoken tension. Sensing the heavy mood, Ghislaine cautiously spoke, and Zwalter asked about his physical recovery without turning around. Zwalter commented on the pleasant weather before finally asking Ghislaine about his plans for the runestone. Ghislaine repeated his plan, but Zwalter brought up Ghislaine's past recklessness, demanding he use the money wisely for the good of the territory. Zwalter repeated his warning one last time, making Ghislaine realize this was a serious, thinly veiled threat. Zwalter stared intently out the window, completely avoiding eye contact with his son, Ghislaine. After a small, awkward cough, Zwalter initiated the conversation by talking about the nice weather. Ghislaine, tired of the strange atmosphere, simply agreed, letting the uneasy silence settle between them. Zwalter suddenly began muttering about the northern fortress needing 5,000 gold for urgent repairs. He quickly dismissed the topic, sighing dramatically about the estate's poverty and his own lack of virtue. Ghislaine realized this was his father's predictable, prideful way of hinting he needed money. He remembered his mother explaining that Zwalter always circled the issue due to his man's pride. Zwalter continued to mumble and lament, wishing someone would donate to the estate's development fund. Ghislaine decided he would cover the repair costs, as he planned on expanding the northern defenses eventually anyway. Cutting the drama, Ghislaine offered 5,000 gold for the repairs once he sold his runestone. Zwalter immediately tried to refuse, insisting Ghislaine shouldn't delay his own ambitions for estate matters. After a brief argument, Ghislaine insisted it was fine, abruptly ending the negotiation by declaring the donation final. Zwalter finally nodded, still staring out the window, struggling to hide his immense inner delight. If you insist, Zwalter chuckled, swelling with pride over his successful, albeit indirect, manipulation. Ghislaine quickly announced he was busy and took his leave, eager to escape the tiresome office politics. As Ghislaine left, he let out a deep sigh. Dealing with people was far more exhausting than fighting monsters. Meanwhile, Homern, the chief steward, knew Ghislaine wouldn't hand out money just because someone asked for it. Homern didn't trust the Archduke's spending plans and intended to secure the runestone money for himself first. He believed he was the only one capable of prioritizing the urgent issues and managing the estate funds efficiently. Homern realized the best strategy was to undermine Ghislaine by approaching those closest to him. He decided to approach Belinda, knowing the Archduke couldn't outright refuse the tutor who raised him. Homern handed her a small, expensive gift, a rose-shaped, gem-encrusted brooch from Charnel. Belinda immediately recognized the famous craftsman's logo, surprised by such a valuable item in porphyrium. Homern confirmed its value with a chuckle, then quickly mentioned the small favor he needed in return. He asked Belinda to convince Ghislaine to let him manage the new estate funds for better efficiency. After a long pause, Belinda shook her head and returned the brooch, stating she couldn't intervene in Ghislaine's spending. Homern argued that it was for the good of the estate, but Belinda stood firm in her refusal. Frustrated, Holmern reached to take the brooch back, but found he couldn't pull it from her grasp. Holmern realized Belinda had wrapped the expensive gift in her mana, intending to keep it despite her verbal refusal. Unable to cause a scene, Holmern gave up on the brooch and stomped away in a huff. Belinda smiled contentedly, examining her new prize before slipping the expensive brooch into her blanket. Outside, Holmern fumed, realizing he needed another plan, but now he had nothing left to offer as a bribe. He managed to procure a rare, albeit shriveled, mandrake root to use as a valuable medicinal gift for his next target. Holmern approached Sir Fergus, hoping the older, loyal retainer would have more sway over Ghislaine than Belinda. Holmern entered and started pulling out his gift, but immediately froze in utter disbelief at what he saw. Piles of rare medicinal herbs and mandrake roots were stacked beside Fergus's bed, a vast, overwhelming supply. Fergus explained proudly that the young master had stocked him with supplies before leaving for the monster forest. Holmern stared at the pathetic, shriveled root in his hand, utterly defeated by Ghislaine's thorough foresight. After a couple of days of recovery, Ghislaine was able to move enough to call his mercenaries to assemble. Gillian was organizing the troops when he suddenly paused, looking back at Ghislaine with confusion. Ghislaine realized the reason. Belinda was slowly approaching them from the main mansion entrance. He teased her, asking if she was just there to see them off before they departed. Belinda quickly shook her head, declaring firmly that she was coming along on the trip. Ghislaine frowned, suggesting she should rest more since she hadn't fully recovered her mana yet. She insisted she couldn't relax knowing the valuable runestones might attract bandits on the road. Relenting to his persistent attendant, Ghislaine agreed, making her promise to speak up if she felt unwell. Before leaving the estate, Ghislaine led the mounted group back into the monster forest to retrieve their forgotten materials. Gillian asked if they were going to spend time gathering more runestones while they were there. Ghislaine shook his head, emphasizing they had no time and needed to sell the runestones immediately. Upon hearing the word sell, the mercenaries' faces lit up with the thought of their hefty reward. Thanks to their rest, the group was full of energy, retrieving the corpses in just half a day. Ghislaine left instructions for the laborers to process the materials, while he hurried the mercenaries back out. The mercenaries were cheering, joking that their leader was clearly restless with anticipation for the profits. Gillian, concerned, asked Ghislaine if they shouldn't slow down since he wasn't fully recovered. Ghislaine maintained the breakneck pace, stating that time was not on their side in this endeavor. The mercenaries were impressed by their young lord's exceptional riding ability, surpassing most knights. Ghislaine rode silently, focused on leading the group further south toward their ultimate destination. Eventually, the mercenaries realized something was strange. They had bypassed the wealthy territory of Rayfold. Kior approached Ghislaine, asking why they were heading this way, past all the major merchant guilds. Ghislaine offered a faint smile and announced their destination, the small Briven estate. The mercenaries were stunned by the unexpected location, wondering if Briven even had a major guild. Suddenly, a wave of realization swept through the group regarding Briven's true famous landmark. Ghislaine nodded, confirming their journey was aimed directly at the renowned Magic Tower. The mercenaries erupted in cheers, realizing they would get a massive payday selling directly to the wizards. After the initial excitement, Kior raised another question. Why not sell to the stronger Crimson Tower instead? Ghislaine firmly shook his head, reiterating that they were going to the Red Flame Tower, despite its reduced status. The mercenaries questioned his decision, reminding him that the Crimson Tower would offer a better price. Ghislaine remained entirely unbothered by their impudence, simply telling them to trust his plan and follow. They eventually fell silent, half of them trusting his past successes, the other half just wanting their pay. After passing through a few more estates, the imposing, towering structure of the Magic Tower finally came into view. Ghislaine smirked with satisfaction and urged his horse forward toward the Briven estate. Meanwhile, Count Harold Desmond was in his office, nervously gripping a spy report on his desk. He tossed the document down in frustration, realizing Ghislaine had acquired runestones in massive quantities. Harold stroked his mustache grimly, realizing this development completely ruined his plans for weakening the Ferdium estate. He regretted holding back earlier, realizing his decision not to force a confrontation had backfired spectacularly. Ghislaine was not supposed to be capable, and Harold realized his initial intelligence was deeply flawed. As twilight fell, Harold Desmond tapped his temple, realizing Ferdium would only grow stronger with time. The discovery of runestones meant Ferdium could easily secure troops and supplies to recover from any conflict. Harold knew he couldn't hide such a rare discovery, so he sent an urgent message requesting new instructions. Days later, the Duke's concise and chilling reply arrived via the fastest messenger. The order was simple: erase the Ferdium family completely. This move would leave the territory without a master, allowing the Duke's house to intervene afterward. Harold realized the command to discard Diggold meant they weren't allowed to occupy Ferdium's land either. The confusing long-term strategy finally became clear. The Duke wanted absolute control of the monster forest. But why risk exposing their forces for a territorial war when they were secretly preparing for rebellion? He quickly shook off the distracting thought. Questioning the Duke's logic was not his role. Harold summoned his advisors to adjust the plan immediately to align with the new, swift orders. He ordered the two retainers to go to Diggold and use Gilmore's death as the pretext for invasion. The advisors were puzzled by the abrupt shift from gradual suffocation to immediate, open warfare. Harold merely stated that the situation had changed and confirmed the goal: complete destruction of Ferdium. One advisor reminded him that direct intervention was unjustified and could provoke other lords. Harold countered that their forces would join the battle disguised as conscripts and mercenaries. He demanded all preparations be finished within 2 months for a swift elimination of both estates. Then Harold gave the command to deploy Victor, his finest knight and hidden weapon. The advisors were shocked, realizing the extreme value of the asset meant the battle was now inevitable. Despite his detailed planning, Harold could not shake the growing sense of unease. The name that haunted him with dread kept repeating in his mind: Ghislaine Ferdium. Meanwhile, Amelia Rayfold was enjoying a peaceful afternoon tea, stroking her cat, Bastet. She was in a good mood, satisfied that her manipulations had cut off all support for Ferdium. Amelia mused that Ghislaine must be imprisoned by now, his estate in utter chaos. Burnap praised her strategy, calling it elegant and far superior to using brute force. Amelia ordered Burnap to ensure the wildcats were ready to kill Ghislaine and the maid when the chance arose. Feeling pleased, Amelia hummed happily and offered Bastet a small cookie treat. Suddenly, a maid cautiously approached the tea table and handed Amelia a small piece of paper. Amelia smiled, expecting confirmation that Ghislaine had finally been locked away. As she read the contents, her smile vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous glare. Burnap watched the dramatic shift in her expression, a chill running down his spine. Amelia, her face flushed with extreme anger, crumpled the paper and screamed Ghislaine's name. Bastet, sensing the dangerous atmosphere, instantly fled the scene, darting behind Burnap. In a fit of rage, Amelia knocked over the entire tea table, scattering cups and cookies onto the ground. Burnap quickly scanned the paper, gasping at the unbelievable news. Ghislaine had discovered runestones. Amelia revealed the worst part. Ghislaine had used the 20,000 gold she blackmailed from her to fund the discovery. Desperate to ease her rage, Amelia demanded they summon every available group to ambush the runestone transport. Burnap swallowed nervously, cautiously asking if attacking a highly secured transport was too risky. Ignoring the warning, Amelia glared with bloodshot eyes, swearing that the runestones would be hers. The massive tower of the Crimson Flame dominated the southern edge of the Briven estate, leaving the arriving mercenaries completely awestruck. The whole city felt opulent, constructed with a level of luxury that made even the rich city of Rayfield look shabby in comparison. Ghislaine surveyed the area, impressed not just by the wealth but by the city's exceptional cleanliness and robust public security. This level of organization was unusual. Mages typically ignored common affairs, leading Ghislaine to suspect the tower master might be obsessed with neatness. The mercenaries were overwhelmed, staring wide-eyed at the luxurious houses and pristine streets built seemingly from scratch. The local citizens, dressed in fine clothing, carried themselves with an air of nobility and refinement as they passed by the scruffy group. They overheard the locals whispering scornfully about their shabby clothes and their lack of bathing, making the mercenaries instantly self-conscious. Feeling deeply embarrassed, the mercenaries grew increasingly agitated, trying to hold back their usual aggressive reactions. Finally, several members of the corps snapped, drawing their weapons and threatening the passers-by who dared to insult them. The locals backed away, but even as they retreated, they continued to look down on the mercenaries, calling them vulgar and poorly raised. Ghislaine immediately intervened, stepping between the angry mercenaries and the citizens, demanding they stand down and keep moving. He chuckled, telling the disgruntled men to accept the truth. They were bumpkins and they should just enjoy the sights. Silenced by their leaders, the group trudged forward toward the tower, heads hung low, feeling like a public spectacle. As they neared the tower entrance, its sheer size and magnificence once again overwhelmed the mercenaries, their jaws dropping in renewed awe. The gatekeeper at the tower entrance watched their approach, immediately dismissing them as scruffy, low-level merchants or adventurers. He considered himself the face of the tower, and decided their ragged appearance didn't warrant any polite treatment or respect. Ghislaine dismounted, preparing to handle the negotiation, but Belinda quickly grabbed his arm, alarmed by his casual approach. She insisted that Jillian should take the lead this time, silently pleading for him to handle the formal introduction. Jillian stepped up to the gate, starting his introduction by announcing Ghislaine as the Archduke of Ferdium. But before he could finish, the gatekeeper cut him off with an arrogant, dismissive tone. "We're not buying." Ghislaine crossed his arms behind Jillian, sighing inwardly, recognizing that their shabby appearance was the root of the problem. He decided to skip the argument, stepping forward to demand the gatekeeper call the tower's trade representative or the master himself. The gatekeeper laughed at the absurdity, pointing out that even the local count had to schedule an appointment to see the master. Jillian, unable to tolerate the ongoing insolence, growled a serious threat, demanding the gatekeeper fetch someone immediately. The gatekeeper flinched but quickly regained his nerve, reminding himself that the tower's protection made him untouchable. He shouted back, ordering the mercenaries to leave at once, convinced they had no idea where they were. Ghislaine sighed, realizing this was going nowhere, and subtly motioned to Kior for the hidden goods. Ghislaine then held up a small piece of runestone, letting the faint, crystalline light shine directly in the gatekeeper's face. The gatekeeper stared, mesmerized, instantly recognizing the immense value and power contained within the glowing crystal. His face shifted from arrogance to pure, unadulterated terror as he processed the consequences of turning away such a rare item. Ghislaine smiled mischievously, asking if the tower was still not interested in the goods they had brought. The gatekeeper snapped back to reality, frantically waving his arms and stammering an immediate invitation inside. Terrified of the repercussions, he rushed to open the gate, no longer caring about their shabby appearance or anything else. Ghislaine walked past the now obsequious gatekeeper, lightly patting him on the shoulder as he entered the tower grounds. He assured the terrified man that he would certainly mention his excellent service to the tower master. The mercenary group finally arrived at the Crimson Tower, awestruck by its lavish, noble-like lobby. The vast space was filled with exotic plants and expensive sculptures, looking more like an estate than a mage's base. An apprentice mage named Sylvain watched them, wrinkling his nose in typical Crimson Tower disdain. He muttered about beggars dirtying the floor, showing the classic arrogance molded by the tower's culture. Suddenly, the gatekeeper frantically intervened, whispering urgent news to the condescending apprentice. Sylvain's attitude instantly flipped. He bowed deeply, welcoming the honored guests. Ghislain introduced himself simply as the Archduke of Ferdium, here to make a transaction. Sylvain, faking admiration, quickly proclaimed Ghislain was clearly no ordinary person. Ghislain cut to the chase. He wanted to sell a massive amount of runestones and speak directly to the tower master. Realizing the potential windfall, Sylvain frantically rushed off to report the news to the highest authority. Meanwhile, in the highest room, the tower master, Hubert, was having a serious crisis meeting with the elders. "Are you saying we're running out of runestones?" Hubert asked, his face etched with displeasure. The elders confirmed the shortage, admitting the rival Scarlet Flame Tower was widening the gap. Hubert, a sixth circle mage, complained loudly about their failure to surpass their seventh circle competitor, Delmud. The elders secretly grumbled, blaming Hubert's obsession with appearances and lack of magical progress. The core problem remained. Without runestones, they couldn't practice safely or produce profitable artifacts. Hubert shouted that if he had enough runestones, he would surely reach the seventh circle in no time. The mages silently agreed that this was impossible. They knew Hubert was simply afraid of training without protection. One elder explained that the Scarlet Flame Tower had cornered the market and dried up the entire supply chain. They lamented their declining prestige and dwindling resources, realizing they were becoming nothing more than a scroll shop. Finally, they conceded that their arrogance had cost them, and they desperately needed to hire a skilled merchant. Just as they agreed to search for an expert, a furious banging echoed on the thick meeting room door. Hubert, the tower master, roared for the intruder to return later, barely controlling his rising temper. The knocking persisted until, with a violent crash, the door flew inward, revealing the trembling apprentice, Sylvain. Fuming, Hubert glared at him, ready to unleash his magic and burn the intruder's hair clean off. Terrified by the tower master's wrath, Sylvain stammered out the incredible news. "As someone's here to sell runestones," he whispered, momentarily silencing the entire room. Sylvain clarified that it wasn't a small amount, but over 10 carts filled to the brim with the precious resource. At that astonishing declaration, every single mage in the room shot immediately to their feet. The tower lord and the 5 elders rushed down to the lobby, desperately trying to maintain their dignity despite the urgent need for runestones. Hubert introduced himself as a sixth circle mage and the tower lord, trying to use his status to intimidate Ghislain immediately. As Ghislain introduced himself, Hubert scanned the entourage and was immediately confused by their rough appearance. Hubert was particularly unsettled by Kaor, who was standing there looking like he was actively trying to start a brawl. Confused, the tower lord leaned over and whispered to an elder, wondering if a new bandit group had somehow infiltrated the area. Hubert finally resumed the conversation, pointedly questioning if this ragtag group was the standard for Ferdium soldiers. Ghislain simply clarified that they were mercenaries hired for protection, not soldiers. Hubert, now slightly relieved, tried to assert dominance by dismissing the massive pile of runestones Ghislain brought. The elders quickly followed their leader's cue, nodding along and pretending the quantity and quality were lacking. Unfortunately, their performance was so bad that Kaor immediately called them out for their terrible acting. The mages' faces flushed crimson with frustration, unable to handle such open disrespect. The mercenaries continued to gather in small groups, openly discussing how transparent the mages' amateurish haggling attempt was. Hubert, trying to regain control, took a deep breath and instructed Ghislain and his companions to follow him upstairs for negotiations. Before teleporting, Kaor turned back to the remaining mercenaries and issued a low, vulgar threat about the security of the runestones. The group then activated the magic circle, teleporting instantly to the top floor of the prestigious tower. Ghislaine silently observed the opulence, confirming his knowledge that the Red Flame Tower was already desperate for his goods. They entered a luxurious room where refreshments were prepared, and Ghislaine calmly took a seat. Hubert introduced the 5 elders, all formidable fifth circle mages, who sat opposite Ghislaine. Ghislaine's confident indifference further unsettled the elders, who expected the young noble to grovel and flatter them. One elder sneered, trying to bait Ghislaine by mocking his territory's poverty and questioning if they even ate properly up north. Ghislaine calmly brushed off the insult, and instead complimented the tower for having so many fifth circle mages. The mages' chests puffed out with pride for a moment, until Ghislaine delivered the subtle jab, calling them the second-best tower in the north. Hubert gritted his teeth, furious at the slight to his pride, but he quickly tried to deny the rumor and claim they were still the best. Ghislaine simply agreed casually, letting the insult hang in the air, knowing there was nothing Hubert could do. Kior openly snickered behind Ghislaine, while Belinda covered her mouth, her eyes betraying obvious amusement. Hubert, trying one last time to intimidate Ghislaine, warned him that he hated being overcharged and was known to be dangerous. Despite his threats, Hubert was internally desperate, knowing he had to secure every single runestone to keep up with the rival Crimson Tower. Ghislaine ignored the threat entirely and simply demanded double the market price. Hubert was genuinely shocked and accused Ghislaine of mocking him, while the elders bristled with renewed fury. Ghislaine remained perfectly composed and calmly raised the price again, 2.5 times the market value. The mages erupted, shouting insults and threats, demanding to know if Ghislaine was trying to push them to the brink. Ghislaine simply looked at them coolly and raised the price one last time, 3 times the market value. At that, the mages fell silent, realizing that every time they spoke, the price would only escalate further. Belinda watched Ghislaine with concern, wondering if he was just acting out of spite due to the mages' previous arrogance. Ghislaine stood up without a word, signaling that the negotiation was over and he was leaving. Hubert, now completely pale, panicked and rushed to block Ghislaine's path to the door. The Tower Lord pleaded with Ghislaine to stay, hastily assuring him that they were willing to pay. Ghislaine slowly nodded, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face, and returned to his seat. He then delivered the final blow. "Well then, shall we settle on 3 times the price?" Hubert looked to his elders, realizing none of these useless fools knew how to negotiate a proper business deal. Hubert attempted to regain control, offering double the price, but Ghislaine simply stood up and bid them farewell. Hubert flusteredly corrected himself, but the elders were already exchanging terrified glances about the immense cost. Ghislaine waited leisurely, knowing the outcome was decided. Finally, Hubert sighed in defeat and agreed to the triple market price. Belinda, Gillian, and Kaor were genuinely stunned that this absurdly aggressive negotiation had actually succeeded. Ghislaine accepted the surrender casually, while Hubert muttered curses and hid his face to conceal his utter humiliation. Ghislaine knew he was being generous. Soon, the Crimson Tower would monopolize the supply, making runestones unobtainable at any price. Eager to conclude the transaction and get rid of the young noble, Hubert promised to prepare the immense sum right away. But Ghislaine stopped him cold, announcing that he had not yet finished listing all the required conditions of the deal. The shocking new term was the deployment of 10 Third Circle Master Mages to the Ferdium territory for an entire year. Hubert's eyes gleamed with greed, thinking he could finally charge an exorbitant fee to make up for the runestone loss. Ghislaine clarified that the mage deployment was already included in the initial 3 times market price agreement. Hubert turned beet red, clutching his neck in disbelief as the elders erupted in fury, calling the demand outrageous and insulting. Sensing the immediate danger, Gillian silently placed his heavy hand upon the pommel of the sword at his waist. Ghislaine remained utterly calm amidst the chaos, simply reiterating his final terms, triple price plus 10 mages. Hubert roared, demanding how he dared make such an unprecedented and insulting demand inside the magic tower. Ghislaine stood up a third time, feigning disappointment and threatening to take his business straight to the rival Crimson Tower. Panicking, Hubert rushed forward to block Ghislaine's path, desperately trying to pull him back and persuade him to stay. Ghislaine smiled slyly, claimed he misunderstood, and sat back down, leaving Hubert to curse the noble's impossible cunning. Hubert swallowed his rage, realizing he couldn't afford to lose the runestones to their rivals, even if he wanted to incinerate the arrogant youth. Resigned, Hubert asked if the mages were needed for construction, a large project, or perhaps a new defensive barrier. Ghislaine immediately clarified that he needed specialized combat mages, not engineers or builders. Hubert frowned deeply at the mention of combat, but his face turned stony when Ghislaine bluntly revealed the true purpose: a territorial war. The elders gasped and yelled that this was nonsense, reminding the noble that tower mages were strictly forbidden from engaging in territorial conflicts. Ghislaine calmly confirmed their suspicions, expecting the mages to fight under strict secrecy while completely hiding their tower identities. This dangerous scheme was too much. Hubert declared that Ghislaine had finally crossed the line, and the room began to tremble with rising magical energy. The elders joined in, releasing their own powerful magic, intending to use sheer pressure to teach the insolent noble a painful lesson. Kior and Belinda grabbed their weapons, knowing that facing multiple 5th and 6th Circle Masters would be an extremely difficult fight. Gillian braced himself, ready to charge forward and use his own body as a shield to protect Ghislaine the moment violence erupted. Kior lowered his stance, smirking with murderous intent, focused entirely on striking Hubert first to disrupt the enemy command structure. Meanwhile, Belinda was calculating how fast she could kick Ghislaine and drag him out, using Kior as an effective, if unaware, diversion. Just as the situation reached its breaking point, Ghislaine's unnervingly calm voice cut through the magical tension. He dropped the ultimate bombshell. His territory had discovered a runestone source containing 10 times the amount they had brought today. Hubert and the elders froze in place, their powerful magical energy instantly dissipating as they processed the shocking magnitude of the discovery. Ghislaine continued his devilish whisper, promising a consistent future supply, perhaps even exclusively to the Red Flame Tower. The tempting offer was too much. The mages forgot all decorum, their desire to secure the supply overriding their anger and pride. Ghislaine capitalized on their ego, reminding them that a stable runestone supply meant they could finally surpass the Crimson Tower. With their momentum completely lost, Ghislaine stood up one last time, making a move toward the door, forcing their hand. Hubert rushed forward again, pleading with Ghislaine to wait, vehemently denying that the Red Flame Tower was uninterested in the proposal. Ghislaine questioned the recent magical intimidation, forcing Hubert to awkwardly claim the magical outburst was merely a test of character. The elders quickly backed up Hubert's flimsy excuse, and Hubert finally conceded, weakly agreeing to discuss the territorial war proposal. In that moment, Hubert felt like he had just signed away the entire Red Flame Tower to a handsome, utterly ruthless devil. Ghislaine dropped the magic word, runestones, and the mages immediately went from hostile to eager supplicants. Belinda, now used to Ghislaine's schemes, realized the mages had a massive weakness they could exploit further for greater gain. Ghislaine explained they weren't planning an invasion, but needed defense because their small, powerless territory had discovered the runestones. The Tower Lord, Hubert, immediately understood that possessing runestones made Ferdium a target for every greedy noble in the kingdom. Since he couldn't reveal the future, Ghislaine framed his request by pretending to worry about the lords dividing Ferdium among themselves. Hubert knew secretly helping Ferdium was risky, but the runestones were essential to crushing the rival Crimson Tower and restoring their glory. The elders quickly agreed, rationalizing that they could simply deny involvement or claim their presence was merely for research purposes. The Tower Lord finally agreed to lend the mages, but requested time to select the right personnel who could maintain absolute secrecy. Ghislaine assured him that he would simply pass the mages off as regular mercenaries to avoid political entanglement. Hubert felt uneasy, questioning how this young noble seemed to know all the tower's desperate internal weaknesses. Ghislaine smiled inwardly, knowing that without his help, the Red Flame Tower was already doomed to collapse even faster. Hubert arranged accommodations, and Ghislaine walked out confidently, followed by his still dazed companions. 4 days later, Ghislaine met the Tower Lord again, who looked utterly exhausted and struggled to speak. Noting the Tower Lord's stress, Ghislaine politely opened the conversation by asking about his failing health. Hubert apologized, explaining that due to the need for secrecy, they could only find 6 trustworthy candidates, not the 10 requested. Ghislaine feigned disappointment, suggesting they might have to wait for another opportunity to strike a deal. Desperate, Hubert began to beg, claiming the tower was the greatest and offering to hunt a dragon if needed. The elders backed him up, arguing that 6 high-ranking mages were easily enough to defend a small territory. Ghislaine stroked his chin, pretending to consider, before suggesting an alternative solution to make up for the shortfall. He revealed that in addition to the 6, he required 1 mage to be assigned solely as his personal attendant and protector. Hubert was taken aback, realizing Ghislaine was asking him to effectively exile a mage from the Red Flame Tower. Ghislaine calmly suggested they simply ask the mage in question if they were willing to accept the new position. Hubert, finally agreeing to the proposal, asked Ghislaine if he had a specific candidate in mind. Ghislaine immediately named Vanessa. Hubert and the elders were confused, struggling to place the name Vanessa among the tower's many members. One elder suddenly recognized the name, recalling Vanessa as the talentless apprentice they had kept around as a servant. Hubert immediately switched tactics, quickly praising Vanessa as a fine, beautiful, and intelligent mage to save face. Hubert grabbed Ghislaine's hand, assuring him that Vanessa would absolutely become his personal mage. The mages inwardly scoffed at Ghislaine's choice, knowing Vanessa was a talentless servant who couldn't even sense mana. The elders rushed off to finalize the arrangements and bring the 6 trustworthy mages. Ghislaine was left alone, a meaningful smile spreading across his face as the most crucial part of the deal was secured. The moment the elders were gone, Jillian turned to Ghislaine, confused about the new personal mage arrangement. Ghislaine simply explained that since the tower couldn't provide 10 mages, he was taking the personal mage as an added benefit and compensation. Jillian pointed out that the elders implied the woman had no talent, but Ghislaine insisted success depends on utility, not innate skill. Kaor, who had been listening quietly, thought the trade was terrible. A single servant for 4 missing mages seemed completely unheard of. Since he was already curious, Kaor decided to ask the Lord if this whole operation was truly about preparing for a territorial war. Kaor suggested that flaunting their new mercenary mages might scare off potential attackers and prevent the conflict altogether. Ghislaine quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that Ferdium was still too weak, and their only chance lay in absolute secrecy. He told Kaor to keep the secret quiet, and Kaor jokingly agreed, saying his silence was guaranteed as long as the payment was right. Just then, Hubert and the elders returned to the room, leading the group of 6 mages behind them. Behind the 6 confident figures stood one woman, Vanessa, fidgeting nervously in tattered, dirty robes. The moment Ghislaine spotted her, a genuine look of relief and happiness crossed his face. Hubert smiled and introduced the group, assuring Ghislaine that he had stressed the importance of absolute secrecy. A young man named Ofoy stepped forward, introducing himself as the leader of the mages tasked to serve the Lord diligently. Although his words were polite, his gaze was clearly condescending, but Ghislaine didn't care, viewing them only as temporary tools. Ghislaine offered a compliment, noting that Ofoy must be quite talented to have reached the 3rd circle at such a young age. Hubert and the elders quickly interjected, bragging that Ulfoy was the Tower Lord's apprentice and the future successor of the entire tower. Ghislaine smiled politely, feigning great honor at their generosity, knowing that flattery cost him nothing. Ulfoy bowed again, but deliberately emphasized the Tower Lord's personal attention to make sure Ghislaine felt suitably grateful. Ghislaine immediately cut him off, casually confirming that he would count on Ulfoy, but warning him not to get too comfortable. Ulfoy's eyes widened in shock. He was furious that this ignorant bumpkin dared to treat the tower heir like a mere subordinate. Swallowing his pride, Ulfoy bowed again, vowing internally that this noble would pay for the disrespect once he became the Tower Lord. After the 6 mages finished their introductions, an annoyed elder shoved the hesitant Vanessa forward to greet the Lord. Trembling with fear, Vanessa stumbled forward and introduced herself to Ghislaine in a barely audible, shaking voice. Ghislaine smiled kindly, extended his hand, and told her it was a pleasure to meet her. Startled by the gesture, Vanessa quickly wiped her hands on her dirty robe before nervously shaking his hand. Ghislaine asked if the Tower Lord had explained everything, but Vanessa quickly shook her head, saying she had only been cleaning moments ago. Ghislaine frowned sharply and shot a silent, questioning glance at Hubert, demanding an explanation. Realizing Ghislaine's displeasure, Hubert hastily told Vanessa that she was to leave the tower immediately and serve the Lord from now on. Vanessa gasped, looking between Hubert and the elders in shock, realizing her worst fear of being abandoned had come true. When Vanessa meekly protested, Hubert cut her off harshly, reminding her that her master was dead and demanding if she dared refuse the command. Hubert quickly tried to soften his tone, suggesting that serving a noble lord was a far better opportunity than doing menial labor at the tower. Vanessa stammered that she couldn't even properly use magic, causing Hubert to snap at her to stop making excuses. The elders chimed in, pressuring her to repay the tower's kindness by accepting the Lord's service. Overwhelmed, Vanessa hung her head in despair as the full realization sank in. She was being cast out, and she had no power to refuse. Seeing her distress, Ghislaine stepped forward, chiding the elders for speaking so harshly and scaring her. Ghislaine gently patted her shoulder and asked softly if she would come with him to be his personal mage. Seeing the genuine kindness in his eyes, Vanessa looked up, asking if she would be allowed to stay if she chose to refuse his offer. Ghislaine's smile instantly vanished as he gave her a stern, final reply. She would definitely regret it. He delivered the final, shocking warning. If she stayed in the tower, she would die. The mages watching Ghislaine silently judged him, thinking he was truly unhinged for threatening the terrified girl. Even Ghislaine's own companions were confused. They expected comfort, not psychological warfare on someone already broken. Ghislaine's voice remained cold as he explained that the tower had already sold her, and staying here was no longer an option. He finished with a callous shrug, stating that if she wanted to die, that was entirely her choice, and he wouldn't stop her. Her fear wasn't from malice, but from his sheer indifference to her fate, which was far more terrifying than any direct threat. Finally breaking, Vanessa submitted, promising to serve him with all her heart, just wanting the ordeal to end. Ghislaine's demeanor instantly flipped. His harshness vanished, replaced by a warm, reassuring smile as he welcomed her. As Ghislaine watched Vanessa, he remembered why he had come. She was the greatest failed genius the tower had ever produced. The truth was, Vanessa was the powerful ace he needed for his limited forces, and he would have forced her to join even if she refused. He hadn't threatened her. He spoke the truth. If she stayed here, she would endanger herself and become a mass murderer. Ghislaine first heard about her, known as the Red Nightmare, during a chaotic period across the continent. His subordinate excitedly reported that the Nightmare was a crazy seventh circle mage from Rutania who had mastered mana cultivation. She was reportedly burning down half the northern region, acting like a pyromaniac with no goal other than creating chaos. Ghislaine was impressed by the power achieved through cultivation alone, but disappointed she was apparently insane. He decided she was worth fixing, muttering that he had dealt with crazier people before, and a few beatings usually sorted them out. Hearing his plan to recruit a pyromaniac murderer, the subordinate turned pale and quickly tried to pretend he hadn't heard anything. Ghislaine learned Vanessa was an orphan who failed to sense mana, but eventually mastered a flawed cultivation technique on her own. Having modified his own family's techniques, Ghislaine instantly realized her lack of proper mastery was what drove her mad. He ordered a search party, but felt a growing unease, deciding he needed to look for her himself immediately. It didn't take long for him to find Vanessa, hiding deep within the isolated, overgrown mountains. The moment she saw him, Vanessa screamed and wildly fired off spells, acting purely on animal instinct and recognizing the danger. Enormous magical circles conjured pillars of flame and massive fireballs, raining down on Ghislaine's location. But Ghislaine effortlessly dodged and deflected the chaotic, strategyless attacks as he steadily closed the distance. Frustrated, Vanessa poured all her power into an even bigger assault, forming more than a dozen magic circles simultaneously. Ghislaine was genuinely impressed by her immense natural talent, confirming his desire to recruit her despite the madness. Meteor-like fireballs rained down, engulfing the surroundings, but Ghislaine unleashed his mana, sweeping through the area. He extended his hand and clenched his fist, instantly freezing Vanessa's movements with his overwhelming power. With another pull of his arm, her body was forcibly yanked toward him by an invisible, irresistible force. Ghislaine grabbed her by the neck and infused her with his mana, instantly realizing her core was shattered. She was already dying. He realized he was too late, and she was done for, leading him to prepare sadly to put her out of her misery. But just then, the madness cleared from Vanessa's eyes, and she regained a moment of sanity, locking eyes with him. Ghislaine gently lowered her to the ground, confirming her sanity had returned just before the end. She recognized him as the famous mercenary king, asking if he had come to capture her, but he confirmed he came to recruit. A faint smile touched her lips before she was overcome by a violent cough, spewing blood onto the dry mountain ground. Ghislaine, clicking his tongue, confirmed she was too far gone and casually asked if there was a bounty for her corpse. Galled by his callousness, Vanessa weakly tried to conjure a fireball, but the spell fizzled out before it could reach him. She collapsed, hugging her knees, lamenting that all she ever wanted was to be a mage, regretting the cultivation that killed so many. Ghislaine dismissed her regrets, saying her only mistake was not coming to him sooner, since he was famous for fixing lunatics. With her final breaths, Vanessa found a brief, fleeting peace, saying that being a mercenary sounded like fun. Ghislaine stood silently for a moment, then clicked his tongue and ignited her body in flames, a final, respectful cremation. Ghislaine decided he wouldn't let Vanessa fall back into madness, so he vowed to teach her proper mana cultivation techniques. He knew Vanessa would be a huge asset in the upcoming war if she could master her talent, even if he had to drag her along by force. Having secured the deal and his new mage, Ghislaine felt immensely satisfied and announced that he would finally be leaving the tower. The Tower Lord tried to maintain appearances, politely inviting Ghislaine to stay and tour the city for a while longer. Ghislaine, knowing they desperately wanted him gone, pretended to consider the offer, causing the wizards' faces to instantly drop. He realized these geniuses, who had never needed to cater to anyone, were terrible actors, and their subtle panic was hilarious. But Ghislaine had actual work to do, so he finally declined the invitation, promising to enjoy the city another time. Ghislaine then emphasized that Vanessa was now his personal mage, and demanded she be treated like an esteemed guest until she arrived at his territory. Approaching Vanessa, he spoke softly, telling her to stay safe during her journey since they couldn't travel together. He advised her not to bottle up any issues or resentment, warning that letting it fester would only cause trouble later. Down in the lobby, wagons were loaded with chests full of gold, and Ghislaine ordered his mercenaries to count every coin. The wizards watched, clearly displeased by this vulgar display of distrust, wondering if Ghislaine truly thought they would cheat them. Moments later, a mercenary announced they were short by 3 gold coins, disgracing the tower's reputation. Before the embarrassed tower lord could apologize, Ghislaine called out the name of one of his biggest mercenaries, Gordon. Gordon quietly reached into his crotch area, pulled out 5 gold coins, and tossed them into the chest with a loud clink. Stunned silence filled the room, broken only when Kaor grabbed the idiot by the neck and dragged him into a corner. Kaor rained punches down on the unapologetic thief, who yelled that he just wanted his share early and begged for the violence to stop. Ghislaine offered the blinking wizards a sheepish smile, apologizing for his poorly educated staff, and quickly ushered his group out. As soon as they left the city, Ghislaine stopped, realizing he had forgotten to mess with the gatekeeper again. Belinda immediately called him out, asking if he wasn't just messing with the wizards out of pure spite the whole time. Jillian stepped in, praising Ghislaine for his successful plan, admitting he never expected the tower to agree to all the terms. Kaor remarked that the wizards must truly be fools to have agreed to everything, but Ghislaine simply smiled knowingly. Kaor, still confused, questioned why Ghislaine had insisted on taking Vanessa, who seemed useless and lacked any presence. Ghislaine dismissed the question, telling Kaor he would find out the true value of his new personal mage later. Ghislaine then turned serious, reminding Jillian that they had only completed the first step and needed to prepare for the inevitable future conflicts. They couldn't afford to let their guard down, as they had no idea what kind of powerful enemies might be mobilized against them. Ghislaine's expression grew cold and resolute, determined that anyone who dared to challenge them would pay with their life. Back at Ferdium, the governor Homern was spending his days in anxious dread waiting for Ghislaine's return. A month had passed since Ghislaine left to sell the runestone, and Homern worried the Grand Duke had been robbed and killed by bandits. After 2 more days of agonizing, Homern finally received permission to assemble a small search party to find Ghislaine. Just as the search party was about to depart, a massive cloud of dust appeared on the horizon, signaling an approaching force. The terrified castle guards scrambled to close the gates, unable to identify the large, 100-strong armed force. Then one of the knights recognized the lead rider and shouted in shock that the Grand Duke had returned. Homern rushed to the gates, wide-eyed at the sight of the hundreds of well-equipped soldiers riding in behind Ghislaine. Ghislaine reined in his horse and laughed heartily, asking the bewildered governor if he had come to greet him. Homern stammered, demanding to know where Ghislaine had acquired such a large force of professional-looking mercenaries. The Grand Duke explained that he had hired them to clear the forest of beasts, and more importantly, to defend the territory from inevitable invasions. Homern pinched the bridge of his nose, internally cursing the fool for thinking war would break out so quickly. Ignoring the governor's arguments, Ghislaine stated that since he had already hired them, they might as well put them to work clearing the forest. Homern, defeated, finally asked about the money, how much was left from the runestone sale. Ghislaine simply replied, "It's all spent." Silence descended, as Homern processed the fact that every single coin had been used to hire soldiers and secure supplies. Governor Homern staggered, barely held upright by his attendant knight. He raged that Ghislaine had squandered all their emergency funds on this small, useless mercenary group. Ghislaine, however, smiled casually, claiming he had already set aside 5,000 gold for his father. Homern remained grim, realizing he had to find a way to control the territory's runestone resources himself. Suddenly, an opulent carriage pulled by 8 white horses arrived, signaling the arrival of a wealthy noble. Several figures cloaked in black robes emerged, followed by Alfoy, who greeted Ghislaine with an arrogant smirk. Alfoy, the wizard, immediately started speaking with excessive arrogance about Ghislaine's decorum. Ghislaine sighed deeply, noting they had ignored his instructions to travel discreetly in such a flashy vehicle. Shaking his head in resignation, Hamorn gave up and staggered back inside the castle. Ghislaine turned to Vanessa, who was standing timidly behind the wizards, checking if her journey was safe. She nervously confirmed that she had been fine, and nobody had bothered her on the trip. The wizards re-entered the carriage, while the mercenaries followed Ghislaine toward the main lord's castle. As he prepared to lead the mercenaries, Ghislaine scowled, noticing the wizards strolling around the grounds. They walked leisurely, hands behind their backs, casually admiring and critiquing the castle's architecture. Ghislaine's annoyance turned cold when he saw Vanessa struggling alone to unload heavy bags from the carriage. It was clear the wizards had forced her to carry their entire, immense load of belongings herself. His expression turning icy, Ghislaine walked straight toward the wizards, demanding an explanation. One wizard smugly retorted that such menial tasks were best left to those who performed them well. Ghislaine called out sternly, ordering Vanessa to stop working immediately and approach him. She tried to protest, but Ghislaine cut her off, asking her who she thought her real master was. Vanessa, caught between the two parties, bowed her head and reluctantly shuffled toward her lord. Ghislaine made it crystal clear. From now on, she was only to take orders from him and no one else. He then turned to Ofoy, warning him that Vanessa was no longer their servant. Ofoy gritted his teeth, consumed by rage that Ghislaine prioritized a lowly wench over him, the tower's successor. He was sorely tempted to unleash his magic and kill the insolent young lord instantly. The nearby mercenaries sensed the rapidly escalating hostility and immediately reached for their weapons. Ghislaine let out a chilling chuckle and casually demanded a spear from a nearby guard. With a loud crack, Ghislaine snapped the cheap wooden spear shaft in half, creating a makeshift club. Slapping the staff against his palm, Ghislaine walked back to Ofoy, declaring the wizard was only good for a beating. Enraged and insulted, Ofoy desperately began channeling his mana to unleash a powerful spell. But before Ofoy could release the magic, Ghislaine struck him hard in the head with the club, stunning him. Ofoy attempted to gather mana again, but Ghislaine delivered a second, louder blow. Ghislaine proceeded to beat Ofoy methodically, using the club to strike him repeatedly and prevent him from falling down. The other wizards were instantly frozen, as mercenaries swiftly placed weapons against their throats. Finally, Ofoy collapsed to his knees, groaning in agony and humiliatingly begging Ghislaine to stop the beating. Ghislaine squatted down, asking if the mage truly believed he could attack his lord and survive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ofoy ground his teeth, forced to accept his complete defeat. Staggering back to his feet, Ofoy shouted threats of revenge, promising Ghislaine would pay for this disrespect. Ghislaine laughed, coldly reminding Ofoy that the tower would disown him if the mission failed. Ghislaine simply dismissed them, declaring they were nothing more than auxiliary mana reserves. Ofoy was stunned. Being called auxiliary mana by a common noble was the ultimate insult to a three-circle mage. Ghislaine simply told the wizards to carry their own luggage, unless they wanted him to smash the entire carriage. Vanessa quickly followed Ghislaine, while the passing mercenaries loudly mocked the pretentious, rich merchants blocking the road. Ofoy gritted his teeth, promising himself that once he became the tower master, none of these filthy commoners would be spared. Since his injuries were minor, Ofoy and the other wizards reluctantly began unloading the heavy bags, struggling immediately with the physical labor. Ofoy spotted Belinda and arrogantly ordered her to summon servants immediately, but she just smiled slyly and refused. She reminded him that Vanessa had carried everything alone and questioned why 6 powerful mages couldn't manage the load. Humiliated, Ofoy had no choice but to secretly cast a strengthening spell just to lift the massive bags. Suddenly, Elena and Rachel, Jillian's daughter, approached with a group of maids, asking Belinda about the commotion. Elena casually approached the luggage, easily lifting a couple of the heavy bags and remarking that they didn't seem heavy at all. Seeing the young lady helping, the maids quickly pitched in, and soon only a few bags remained for the wizards. The wizards gritted their teeth, trying to lift the final bags, but their soft, slender arms immediately began trembling from the strain. Even the coachman, bored of watching, climbed down to help, adding insult by suggesting the mages clearly needed more exercise. Meanwhile, Ghislaine arrived at the nearly completed barracks with his mercenaries, satisfied with the rapid construction progress. The new recruits were easily controlled, because Jillian and Kaor swiftly beat anyone who challenged the veterans' loyalty. Ghislaine reminded them to take care of their expensive, high-quality gear and horses, which he had personally provided. Ghislaine left the organization to Jillian and Kaor, but instead of resting, he headed straight for the training grounds. Reaching the training grounds, Ghislaine rolled up his sleeves and instructed a visibly nervous Vanessa to sit down immediately. Ghislaine learned that Vanessa theoretically understood magic up to the fifth circle, confirming her extraordinary intelligence. Since traditional cultivation failed, Ghislaine announced he would teach her a different method, one that would force her to feel mana. Ghislaine warned her to grit her teeth and endure the process, cautioning that failure could result in death. Without further explanation, Ghislaine placed his open palm against Vanessa's back and began forcibly transferring his immense mana into her. Vanessa's eyes widened in shock as she finally felt the foreign energy gathering near her navel, forming a core for the first time. Ghislaine had successfully created a temporary mana core using precise control, a technique few mages on the continent could attempt. Ghislaine then forced the core to spin rapidly, pulling mana in through sheer circulation, causing Vanessa to gasp and grit her teeth. Caught in the exhilarating pain, Vanessa's mind flooded with all the high-level formulas she had memorized, seeking release. To Ghislaine's surprise, magic circles instantly began manifesting in the air, quickly reaching over 5 simultaneous spells. As the spells greedily consumed Ghislaine's mana, he realized the danger and immediately pushed a surge of energy back to protect her life force. As Ghislaine channeled his mana, the magic circles Vanessa had summoned solidified, threatening catastrophic destruction. He quickly began cutting off the wild, surging mana flow inside her body one by one, desperately trying to regain control. Realizing the danger, Ghislaine took a deep breath and abruptly sealed all her mana channels at once to forcibly wake her. His command echoed like thunder across the training grounds, finally breaking through Vanessa's dazed state. The massive, unstable magic circles that had been floating in the air immediately flickered and vanished, losing their light entirely. As the raging mana subsided, Ghislaine slowly withdrew his hand from her back, letting her collapse onto the ground. Vanessa hunched over, coughing up blood, yet a strange sense of elation washed over her soul. She had finally felt it. The tiny bit of mana now residing within her gave her the certainty she had longed for. Still struggling for breath, she cautiously asked why he would go to such lengths for someone like her. Ghislaine simply smirked, stating his pragmatic reason, "Because I need your strength. You'll help me, right?" She recalled the years of disdain, the harsh reality of her poor talent, and being an outcast in the magic tower. But now, facing this unbelievable miracle, she finally shed tears of genuine relief and acceptance. Squatting down in front of her, Ghislaine met her gaze and formally welcomed her to his mercenary group. Vanessa began her earnest training, learning a modified and safer version of the Ferdium family's secret mana cultivation technique. Ghislaine had altered the highly guarded family technique and taught it to an outsider, a transgression that would outrage the Count and his vassals. He explained that a war was imminent, and her future magic would be absolutely crucial to their success. Vanessa protested that she could barely cast simple spells, having not yet accumulated much mana. Ghislaine simply told her to focus on her training, assuring her that he would take care of the rest until she was strong enough. After a month and a half, the mercenary gathering was complete, and Ghislaine checked in with Jillian on their progress. Jillian proudly reported that the mercenaries were now better than most regular soldiers in any estate. With around 300 mercenaries in tow, Ghislaine gave the order to head back into the treacherous forest of beasts. The veterans laughed confidently, but the newer recruits followed behind with tense and apprehensive faces. Thanks to their increased numbers, the group easily wiped out wandering monsters and brought back another huge haul of runestones. Ghislaine counted the remaining stones and sighed deeply, realizing they would soon have to start rationing the precious resource. Leaving the mercenaries to Jillian and Kaor, Ghislaine returned to the castle to focus on his own personal training. However, just as he prepared to start, a group of greedy vassals swarmed toward him, demanding runestones. Ghislaine reluctantly handed over a small portion, ignoring their complaints that it was insufficient, and sent them away. He devoted himself to an intense daily routine of physical conditioning, swordsmanship, and deep mana cultivation. Between training and overseeing the construction of roads and fortifications, he wished he had more than one body. He noticed that his recovery rate had improved slightly since the battle with the blood python, an unsettling change he couldn't explain. Since investigating the cause required risking his life, he decided to put off the mystery until after the looming war was over. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were enjoying their cushy country lifestyle, lounging and playing cards between light duties. They joked about the ease of their job, getting top-tier wages and equipment for fighting the occasional monster. They dismissed the idea of an immediate invasion, believing territorial wars took at least a year to prepare for. Suddenly, a breathless man came running into the camp, shouting that big trouble had arrived. The mercenaries, still joking, asked if someone had been beaten up or if the drill master was calling them again. But the next words out of the man's mouth instantly wiped the confident smiles off their faces. "It's war. A real war has started." Count Diggold suddenly declared war, using Ghislaine killing his son as a false pretext for invasion. The assembled vassals immediately erupted in disbelief, knowing this conflict was truly about the runestones. One advisor watched, silently cursing the waste of resources this premature conflict would inevitably cause. Commander Randolph slammed his fist down, ready to crush Diggold's forces immediately on the border. Lord Zwalter sighed, burdened by the realization that internal betrayal and external war were now unavoidable. Standing tall, Zwalter issued the solemn order: prepare for war and annihilate the enemy at the borders. Ghislaine accepted the command, but cautioned his father to first assess the enemy's suspiciously high confidence. 3 days later, the returning scouts delivered a report that silenced the entire council. The enemy had mobilized a massive army of 6,000 heavily armed troops, plus siege engines. Randolph was utterly stunned, demanding the scout confirm the unbelievable numbers and scale of the attack force. The vassals finally understood. Other, richer estates were backing Diggold to claim the runestones. Zwalter slammed the table again, roaring for an end to the pointless debate. Planning was needed now. Randolph insisted on a direct battle, confident his experienced knights could defeat any number of conscripts. Advisor Homan immediately opposed the plan, arguing that retreat and seeking outside aid was the only option. The council split, arguing fiercely over retreating to the northern fortress or holding the main castle. Ghislaine watched the chaos unfold, noting how predictably the vassals descended into panic and bickering. The presence of siege engines confirmed their darkest fear. Diggold intended complete annihilation, not negotiation. Randolph argued passionately that they lacked the food and resources to survive a prolonged siege. Zwalter turned to his son, asking for advice, hoping Ghislaine's recent success offered some insight. Surprisingly, Ghislaine advocated for defense, suggesting they request aid and hold out in the main castle. He knew aid was futile, but this defensive strategy would minimize Ferdium's losses for his own subsequent plan. Zwalter issued the final order: send messengers to all surrounding estates requesting immediate support. Randolph stepped back reluctantly, knowing the enemy would arrive in 2 weeks, long before any real help. The mood in Ferdium grew increasingly grim, while they waited anxiously for the surrounding lords' replies. When the replies finally arrived, they brought only despair. Every major lord had refused to send aid. Their last hope, Count Roges, had gone completely silent, confirming Ferdium was utterly alone in this fight. Zwalter regretted his life's focus, realizing the runestones had ultimately brought about his family's downfall. He observed his vassals, pale and defeated, noting only Randolph still burned with a desperate will to fight. Zwalter's gaze settled on Ghislaine, who stood apart, completely calm, emotionless, and unafraid. As a father, Zwalter pitied his son, hoping Ghislaine would not blame himself for this inevitable catastrophe. Realizing surrender meant death, Zwalter resolved to fight fiercely to save what little he could of his people. With grim resolve, Zwalter gave the final, terrible command: prepare to meet the enemy outside the walls. Ghislaine turned and exited the hall, his hired mercenaries silently falling into formation behind him. Ghislaine rejected the plan for a direct battle. The resulting damage would be far too crippling. Since his father chose a doomed path, Ghislaine knew he had to change the entire game himself. While the retainers prepared for the inevitable war, Sir Randolph was locked in deep strategic thought. He concluded their only effective strategy was a full-force central charge to penetrate and break the enemy's lines. With Zwalter and himself leading, they were confident they could simply kill everyone in their path. Ferdium was severely outnumbered, meaning a desperate, all-or-nothing charge was their only option. Randolph began considering how to best utilize the few hundred highly skilled mercenaries under Ghislaine's command. He decided the Duke was too inexperienced to lead such elite forces. They must be incorporated into the main charge unit. Randolph swore that if Ghislaine didn't comply, he would push for him to be punished for insubordination. He searched everywhere for the Duke, but Ghislaine was nowhere to be found, raising immediate suspicion. Randolph rode quickly to the mercenary encampment outside the northern gate, feeling a creeping sense of dread. Only a few low-ranking guards remained, confirming his worst fears. The mercenaries were gone. The guards stammered that the Duke had suddenly taken everyone and vanished without warning. Randolph panicked and rushed back to the castle, knowing the only person who might know Ghislaine's location was Belinda. But the castle was eerily quiet. Belinda, Kaor, and the big mercenary Jillian were all gone. The grim reality finally struck Randolph. The Duke had fled to save his own skin. He raged, condemning Ghislaine for committing such a disgraceful act on the eve of battle. Enraged, Randolph immediately gathered the remaining retainers to inform Zwalter of the Duke's betrayal. The already tense atmosphere grew even heavier as Randolph screamed the details of Ghislaine's flight. One retainer nervously suggested that perhaps Ghislaine had just gone on a reconnaissance mission. Another retainer, Albert, urgently proposed checking Ghislaine's private storage for the newly mined runestones. Homeron agreed. Nobody would flee without taking their money, so the runestones were the key indicator. Moments later, the soldiers returned with the devastating news. The storeroom was completely empty. The retainers realized this wasn't a sudden flight, but a planned smuggling operation over several nights. Zwalter bitterly concluded that Ghislaine was nothing more than a fool with no honor, worse than a slave. The Lord realized that if the troops learned their Duke had fled, morale would instantly collapse, dooming their defense. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as Ulfoy, Vanessa, and a few mages were dragged into the hall by soldiers. Randolph immediately approached them, sneering that they must be the stragglers Ghislaine left behind in his haste. Homeron quickly intervened, stopping Randolph from resorting to violence and attempting to interrogate Ulfoy properly. Ulfoy, irritated at being treated like a common criminal, shouted back, demanding to know if they recognized his status. When Homeron scoffed and called him a lowly mercenary, Ulfoy choked, unable to reveal his true, secret identity. Homeron turned to Vanessa, noting her polite demeanor and asking what her role with the Duke was. Vanessa nervously claimed she was merely the Duke's maid, unable to admit she was his personal mage. Homeron, clicking his tongue, pressed her to reveal any instructions the Duke might have left behind. Vanessa remembered Ghislaine's overly dramatic line, "You are the key to victory." She couldn't say the embarrassing full quote, so she cut it short, declaring the Duke would definitely win this war. Randolph exploded again, demanding how a fleeing thief could possibly win, but Zwalter ordered them all released. As the disgraced entourage left, Zwalter sighed, simply wishing his dishonorable son would survive. Meanwhile, hidden on a low, tree-covered hill, Ghislaine and his mercenaries were lined up, ready to ride out. Belinda approached, concerned that fighting outside the castle walls was far too dangerous. Ghislaine explained that they had to cut off the enemy's supply line, first to give the castle a chance to hold out. He knew the enemy would underestimate them, making the ambush the most effective opening move. In the distance, the flickering torches of de Gauld's massive supply unit camp could be seen. The moon was completely hidden behind the clouds, providing perfect, low-lit weather for a surprise attack. Belinda tightly wrapped bandages around Ghislaine's hands, urging him to be cautious and retreat if necessary. Ghislaine flexed his hands and then took a large, double-headed battle axe handed to him by Gillian. He raised his hand in the air, and the heavily armored mercenaries mounted their horses, spears lifted. With a cruel smile, Ghislaine gave his final, chilling command, "Kill them all." Baron Pavro, commander of the supply unit, paced his tent, giddy about his future new territory. He was safe in the rear, enjoying the thought of fame and rewards without any personal danger. Suddenly, a strange vibration shook the ground, interrupting his glorious daydream. The noise intensified, a heavy sound like the distant, thunderous beat of massive hooves approaching rapidly. It wasn't until Ghislaine's forces were upon them that the knights finally recognized the terrible truth. Chaos erupted as the enemy cavalry burst from the shadows, instantly overwhelming the camp's perimeter. The disorganized soldiers rushed out of their tents, unable to form a defensive line against the shock charge. A de Gauld knight instinctively spotted the leader, realizing that killing the commander would end the ambush. But as the knight approached, he saw Ghislaine's eyes, fiery red and burning with unfathomable hatred. Despite his terror, the knight charged, only to be met by the full, terrifying upward swing of Ghislaine's axe. Mercenaries cheered wildly as Ghislaine crushed or decapitated any soldier who dared stand in his path. Belinda watched her lord closely, wondering if he was suppressing any turmoil after his first human kill. Reaching the far end of the camp, Ghislaine turned his horse and gave the cold command to finish the rest of the enemy. The mercenaries split with precise, coordinated movements, encircling the remaining enemy like a professional cavalry unit. This shock strategy, maximizing mobility and equipment, was his favorite tactic from his past life. Panicked de Gauld soldiers screamed, unable to properly grab their gear or establish any kind of formation. As the enemy broke and fled, Ghislaine commanded his troops not to let a single soldier escape the camp. Keor and his mercenaries rampaged with wild glee, finally free to unleash their full madness against human foes. Ghislaine circled the battlefield, intervening instantly whenever his mercenaries faced organized resistance. One by one, the 1,000 soldiers of the de Gauld supply unit were systematically wiped out. Belinda realized Ghislaine wasn't calm at all. He was suppressing a raging, incomprehensible inner fire. Just as the battle ended, Gillian dragged the trembling commander, Baron Pavro, before Ghislaine. Pavro frantically pleaded for his life, banking on the custom of ransoming captured nobles. Ghislaine's cold, emotionless gaze instantly silenced Pavro, who felt like prey before a predator. Ghislaine confirmed the man's name, then coldly noted that Pavro was too insignificant to leave an impression. Ignoring Pavro's desperate pleas about the customs of war, Ghislaine grabbed him and raised his axe high. "I don't do business with scum like you," Ghislaine stated, swinging his weapon down to take the only thing he wanted. Moments later, Ghislaine strode back toward the castle, his laughing mercenaries trailing behind him. Blood dripped from his armor with every step, leaving a crimson trail across the otherwise pristine stone floor. The most frightening thing was his continued indifference. He was no longer a brat, but a man they instinctively feared. Ghislaine pushed open the heavy hall doors, walking directly into the middle of his father's tense meeting. Zwalter and the retainers gaped, shocked to see the son they thought had fled return covered in battle stains. Without a word, Ghislaine placed a small, blood-stained box heavily onto the center of the meeting table. His voice echoed through the shocked silence. "I wiped out the supply unit. Now let's begin the siege." Zwalter was staring intently at the battle map, trying to figure out their next strategic move. He demanded a full report on the ambush, while the retainers all silently stared at Ghislaine, who was still covered in fresh blood. Ghislaine casually explained that they had annihilated the enemy supply unit and then presented a grisly trophy, the severed head of Baron Pavro. A retainer nervously confirmed the identity of the head, causing the other commanders to erupt in astonished murmurs. Randolph, who had been ready to lash out, was completely thrown off by the chilling atmosphere Ghislaine brought with him. His instincts screamed that this wasn't the same spoiled noble. This was someone with the chilling aura of a professional killer. Even Zwalter was shocked, demanding to know why Ghislaine had acted so recklessly without consulting anyone. An ambush was a risky gamble requiring perfect conditions, yet Ghislaine had done it without consulting anyone and somehow won. Zwalter was furious, roaring that Ghislaine should have consulted his commanders first to avoid losing crucial troops. Ghislaine retorted that hesitation would have meant failure, arguing they couldn't trust anyone since they already had one traitor. Zwalter shot up, incandescent with rage at the dangerous suggestion that more traitors were still lurking among them. Ghislaine maintained his cold, expressionless demeanor, stating clearly that he trusted no one but himself. Zwalter fell silent, staring at his son, while the retainers could offer no objection, knowing the betrayal was real. The sheer intensity of Ghislaine's cold, piercing gaze was enough to silence the entire hall. He then declared they would defend the castle, and no one was permitted to leave, or they would face his sword. Randolph, angered by the dictatorial tone, stood up abruptly to protest. Before Randolph could speak, Zwalter quickly stopped him with a raised hand. Zwalter grudgingly accepted the ambush results and asked Ghislaine to explain his strategy for holding the castle. Ghislaine explained that destroying the enemy's supply unit eliminated their ability to sustain a large invading force. They should use this time to request aid from Count Roges and launch a coordinated counterattack when reinforcements arrived. The retainers agreed, realizing that Ghislaine's reckless success had actually given them a fighting chance. Randolph, however, remained suspicious, sensing that Ghislaine was transforming into something dangerously bloodthirsty. Just as they settled on a plan, Ghislaine threw a curveball, suggesting they abandon the people and flee to the northern fortress. Zwalter erupted, pointing and shouting that such a suggestion was shameful and unworthy of a noble. The retainers stared in disgust, knowing that abandoning the people meant slaughter and decades of ruin. Ghislaine stared back coldly, arguing that fleeing, while terrible, offered the highest chance of survival for their forces. A retainer intervened, demanding they stop arguing, acknowledging Ghislaine's cold logic was strategically sound. Zwalter turned away from his son in disgust, closing his eyes as he accepted that a final choice had to be made immediately. Taking a deep breath, Zwalter commanded them to prepare for a siege and reorganize the defenses immediately. Randolph stepped forward, asking if Ghislaine's mercenaries should be integrated into the main army. Zwalter predicted Ghislaine's refusal, and Ghislaine confirmed he would operate his forces separately. Ghislaine agreed to follow the plan, but requested permission to personally defend the most dangerous spot, the main gate. Zwalter narrowed his eyes, wondering if Ghislaine was trying to save his mercenaries or if he had some darker motive. Ghislaine justified the request, saying his untrained mercenaries could act as mobile reinforcements to plug holes in the defense. Zwalter reluctantly agreed, but warned Ghislaine he would be held accountable for his independent actions later. As Ghislaine turned to leave, a retainer urgently asked where he had stored the valuable runestones. Ghislaine dismissed the question, assuring them he used the runestones where necessary, and then abruptly exited the hall. Ghislaine reflected privately that his plan was coming together, but he was hiding a crucial fact. Aid from Count Roges was never going to arrive. He realized the true mastermind controlling the northern region was Duke Harold Desmond, the supreme commander of the northern forces. He needed one decisive move to send a terrifying message. Attacking Ferdium meant certain death. Count Thomas de Galde was absolutely livid that his entire supply unit had been annihilated. He couldn't believe that fool Pavro had allowed Ferdium to pull off such a successful surprise attack. Thomas collapsed onto a chair, realizing they couldn't sustain a long siege without those crucial supplies. The stern warrior Victor finally broke the silence, urging the hysterical Count to calm himself down. Thomas immediately countered, pointing out that all their heavy siege stones were now completely lost. Victor casually dismissed the concern, assuring the Count that they only needed a small breach in the castle walls. He assured Thomas they still had siege towers and their main force intact, so the setback was minor. Thomas, lacking true military experience, felt a vague, mounting fear regarding the brutal reality of siege warfare. Victor, with a smug grin, told Thomas to trust his experience. The war would be over very quickly. Thomas forced a smile in return, but inwardly he seethed with resentment at the knight's arrogant tone. Ignoring his irritation, Thomas asked if they could secure the victory before Count Roges sent reinforcements. Victor assured him that Amelia Rayfold had already strategically blocked all possible routes for outside aid. Thomas smirked, satisfied at how completely Count Desmond had orchestrated the entire political scenario. He gloated that even Gilmore's death had ironically paved the way for Thomas's future greatness as a lord. Thomas recalled reluctantly agreeing to split the Beast Forest rights with Desmond for his military support. He vowed to drive Desmond out once he gained power from the runestones and grew stronger. Thomas slyly asked Victor for Desmond's troops to help secure the newly conquered Ferdium territory. Victor readily agreed to lend the troops, smiling thinly while hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Victor reflected that Thomas was scheduled to die tragically during the war, leaving Desmond in control. He was satisfied that Ferdium had done the dirty work, weakening de Galde's forces for him. Stepping outside, Victor surveyed the massive, elite army of 6,000 soldiers spread before him. He noted this powerful force, equipped with expensive siege towers, could crush even the great lords of the north. Ferdium was merely a minor obstacle, destined to be wiped away before dinner. He walked through the camp, radiating the imposing presence of the greatest knight in the north. Meanwhile, Amelia Rayfold sat bored in her tent, successfully intercepting Ferdium's desperate messengers. A subordinate, Burnef, reported that 5 frantic scouts had already been caught trying to break the blockade. Amelia commanded him to maintain strict vigilance over every single route, letting nothing slip by. Moments later, soldiers dumped the lifeless body of another intercepted messenger outside the tent entrance. Amelia glanced at the scene with annoyance, wondering why Count Ferdium was so stubbornly persistent. She regretted missing the chance to personally execute Ghislaine and claim the powerful runestones. Suddenly, a frantic subordinate rushed in with the urgent report of the supply unit's total destruction. Amelia scanned the message, initially assuming Ferdium planned a desperate, futile siege hoping for aid. She scoffed at their absurd plan, calling them soft-hearted fools risking collective suicide for pride. But then a strange feeling of unease struck her. The successful ambush felt strategically wrong. She realized Ghislaine would never follow predictable, normal strategies in such a high-stakes situation. Amelia ignored Burnef's confusion and ordered him to send multiple scouts to monitor the battle closely. Burnef suggested the daring attack must have been the reckless Randolph or the cautious Count Zwalter. Amelia laughed sharply, dismissing both the impulsive knight and the cautious commander as incapable of the feat. She determined only one madman in Ferdium would dare to pull off such an audacious, high-risk gamble. Amelia curled her lips into a cold, satisfied smile. It had to be that bastard Ghislaine. Degald's massive main force arrived at Ferdium's southern gate, setting up camp just outside the fortress walls. Watching the overwhelming army, Zwalter felt dread, but he immediately steeled his resolve to protect the people. The sight of the enemy troops quickly broke the spirit of Ferdium's inexperienced soldiers on the battlements. The enemy did not attack immediately. Instead, they began assembling massive siege weaponry near the camp. In less than a day, 4 huge siege towers and a massive catapult stood ready, draining all hope from the defenders. Zwalter realized his forces were already defeated psychologically, losing their nerve before the fighting had even begun. Across the field, Count Tamos gloated, convinced the poorly maintained castle would fall quickly. The enemy commander, Victor, ignored Tamos's chatter and gave the silent order to begin the assault. Boom! The first stone hit the wall without warning, causing Ferdium's unprepared soldiers to scramble for cover. Zwalter watched helplessly as the walls slowly cracked, realizing the enemy knew they had no siege counterweapons. After a brief barrage, the catapult stones were exhausted, but the walls were already critically breached. Victor smirked at the destruction. The rubble pile now served as a convenient ramp for his advancing troops. Boom! War drums thundered across the field as Degald's main force began marching forward in disciplined formation. Zwalter desperately tried to rally his trembling soldiers, urging them to hold fast despite the overwhelming odds. Then the 2 massive siege towers on the flanks rumbled forward, heading straight for the walls. Ferdium launched a volley of flaming arrows, but the water-soaked, leather-covered towers failed to ignite. Under the protection of shield-bearers, Degald's archers launched a countervolley, pinning down Ferdium's soldiers on the wall. The siege towers reached the walls and slammed their drawbridges down, creating immediate entry points for the invaders. Hordes of enemy soldiers immediately began pouring out of the towers onto the narrow battlements. Zwalter and Randolph split up, leading their men into the close-quarters melee to defend the breaches. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the 2 commanders skillfully held the line, cutting down enemies wherever they appeared. Victor observed the intense, chaotic fighting, noting the defenders' surprising resilience and skill. Tamos nervously pressed Victor to simply batter down the main gate, but Victor dismissed the idea as tactically unsound. He insisted on leveraging their numerical advantage on the walls to divide the enemy and minimize the loss of valuable knights. Soon, Ferdium's soldiers were growing exhausted, worn down by the enemy's endless, relentless waves. Victor ordered more troops to advance toward the large breach, aiming to divide the already strained defense forces. Zwalter shouted desperately, realizing they were too spread out and Randolph could not hold the breach alone. Inside the gatehouse, Ghislaine waited with his mercenaries, all clad in new, reinforced black armor. Skoben rushed in, relaying Zwalter's urgent order for Ghislaine to move immediately and defend the breach. Ghislaine calmly shook his head, refusing the order, and then instructed Skoben to open the main gate instead. Skoben frantically tried to stop the mercenaries, but they ignored him, rushing to raise the portcullis. As the gate slowly opened, the enemy's central army could be seen waiting just beyond the entrance. Ghislaine grinned, lowered his blackened visor and delivered the motto, "Attack is the best defense." He crouched low, gripping his massive double-headed axe, mana surging into his legs for the charge. Boom! With a deafening roar, Ghislaine launched himself forward at incredible explosive speed. Ghislaine yelled for everyone to follow him, then immediately vanished from sight, causing Belinda to shriek in panic. Gillian quickly recovered and shouted orders, immediately charging after the young master, followed closely by a delighted Kaor. Back on the wall, Zwalter, Ferdium, and Randolph were speechless, shouting for the madman to come back and defend the position. Meanwhile, the enemy commanders were completely thrown off, wondering why the disadvantaged army had suddenly decided to charge out. One enemy soldier near the wall looked up just as a massive shadow blocked the sun, realizing his mistake too late. Boom! Soldiers were thrown in every direction as Ghislaine landed, the impact creating a shockwave of dust and debris. Ghislaine stood amidst the enemy lines, breathing heavily, red smoke escaping the gaps in his helmet as the mercenaries poured in behind him. Armed with heavy weapons, the mercenaries instinctively swung into the chaos, throwing the enemy forces into complete disarray. The mercenaries were surprised by how easily the enemy fell, quickly realizing that this unexpected attack was actually working. Jillian cut down his immediate foes and shouted over the din, demanding the young master issue the next immediate command. Ghislaine quickly scanned the field and ordered Kaor to take half the troops to secure a retreat route around the breached section of the wall. Kaor agreed instantly, leading his detachment to form a powerful shield wall that immediately began pushing the surrounding enemies back. Satisfied with the formation, Ghislaine turned and yelled, declaring their new target was the massive enemy siege tower. Belinda and Jillian tried to object, but they had no choice but to follow the young commander, running with all their might. Veteran mercenaries screamed instructions. "Don't think, just move. Follow the training if you want to survive this madness." Ghislaine smashed through the disorganized enemy lines, while the mercenaries used their shields to maintain unstoppable forward momentum. They reached the entrance of the massive siege tower, where the mercenaries immediately formed a solid, two-layer shield wall. Enemy archers shifted their focus and rained down arrows, but the shield formation was already solid and protected the troops within. Ghislaine shouted a command to the defenders on the wall, telling them to fire and take advantage of the enemy archers' distraction. Randolph, finally regaining his composure, assessed the rapidly changing battlefield and roared a command for his archers to fire. The soldiers on the wall quickly recovered and began firing volleys, causing the exposed enemy archer lines to collapse instantly. With the enemy archers dealt with, Ghislaine declared he would handle the siege tower alone and ordered Belinda to stay behind and assist Jillian. Ignoring their protests, Ghislaine charged alone into the densely packed group of soldiers surrounding the base of the tower. Commander Victor watched the battlefield descend into chaos, his meticulously laid plans torn apart by this unexpected, reckless charge. Victor quickly reorganized, sending 20 knights and additional troops to secure the left siege tower and strike the black-armored troops from the rear. The soldiers waiting at the tower entrance noticed the lone figure approaching, dragging a massive double-headed axe behind him. A leading enemy knight smirked, finding the idea of one man attempting to block over 100 soldiers completely laughable. The knight released his battle mana and leaped forward with tremendous speed, aiming to cut Ghislaine down in a single decisive strike. But just as the knight closed the distance, Ghislaine swung his massive axe in a devastating arc, slamming it into the earth. Boom! The force of the blow was immense, and the knight leading the charge was instantly and cleanly sliced in half. As the two halves of the body fell away, the black-armored figure of Ghislaine was revealed, his eyes gleaming red behind the helmet. The remaining knight froze, realizing this level of power was far beyond ordinary for anyone in the region. Ghislaine, however, just dragged his bloodied axe closer, impatient to finish the fight and move on. Ghislaine arrogantly told them to come all at once, which immediately infuriated the knight commander. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes and swung his massive axe far back, preparing a world-shattering strike. He slammed the axe into the ground, unleashing a localized shockwave that instantly obliterated the leading 10 soldiers. Ghislaine followed up instantly, spinning around with the axe to tear through the front line like paper. The sheer brutality of the attack made the remaining soldiers hesitate and back away in terror. Red smoke billowed eerily from Ghislaine's armor, making him look less like a man and more like a demon. Their knight commander panicked, screaming desperate orders to attack, but the men's morale had already collapsed. The knight knew his small sword would shatter against that terrifying axe, realizing he should have brought a much larger weapon. Ghislaine ended the stalemate, leaping directly into the enemy ranks, unleashing the full strength of his second core. Every swing of the axe now caused bodies to explode into pieces as he released his full power. The desperate commander screamed at his men to stab him, but their spears merely bounced harmlessly off Ghislaine's mana-reinforced armor. Ghislaine continued to advance, sending soldiers flying, which created the opening the enemy commander was waiting for. The knight lunged, aiming his sword for Ghislaine's throat, using his own men as mere pawns. Ghislaine barely tilted his head, but the blade still scraped his shoulder, cracking the armor and drawing blood. Ignoring the wound, Ghislaine instantly reached out and grabbed the knight's helmeted face. He complimented the knight's cunning skill, but declared that such cold, calculating opponents could not be allowed to live. Ghislaine slammed the knight's head directly into the ground, instantly snapping his neck. After eliminating the commander, Ghislaine took a few more brutal swings, wiping out over half the remaining force. Ghislaine paused, catching his breath, knowing the massive siege tower was the key to turning the battle. He marched into the tower's lower entrance, surprising and slaughtering the enemy troops climbing the interior structure. Soldiers inside realized too late that a monster had infiltrated the tower, but Ghislaine quickly wiped out the concentration of troops on the lower level. While the remaining enemy troops scrambled up the stairs, Ghislaine stopped chasing and systematically demolished the stairs behind them, trapping them inside. Ghislaine took a deep breath, channeling the full power of his three cores. A blinding surge of bright red mana coursed around the head of his axe. He delivered a tremendous blow, causing the left side of the siege tower to explode outward, leaving a gaping hole. Gritting his teeth, Ghislaine channeled more power and smashed the opposite wall, causing the entire giant structure to sway precariously. Realizing the tower was collapsing, the trapped soldiers frantically tried to escape onto the main wall, forcing a clash. Below, Ghislaine struck the final remaining wall, sealing the tower's fate, as the unsteady giant structure could no longer support its weight. The tower fell with a deafening roar, sending internal structures and the connecting bridge crashing down, soldiers plummeting to their demise. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield as Randolph and the Feridium troops stared blankly at the scene below. Amid the silence, Belinda and Gillian immediately rushed toward the enormous pile of rubble, fearing the worst for their young master. Suddenly, Ghislaine burst out of the center of the wreckage. The blood covering his body quickly evaporated into a shimmering red mist. He immediately charged the still-stunned enemy soldiers, splitting open a head before they could even react, as the chaotic slaughter instantly resumed. Ghislaine then bellowed the command to retreat to the wall, as Kaor and the mercenaries had successfully secured a path through the breached section. The mercenaries quickly fell in line, while the enemy commanders frantically shouted orders, realizing their target was escaping. Seizing the opportunity, Randolph ordered the archers on the wall to fire cover, raining arrows down on the confused enemy troops below. Ghislaine led his men through the broken section of the wall, and the mercenaries instantly formed a tight shield wall, sealing the gap. Zwalter watched from above, his heart pounding, unable to believe Ghislaine had executed such a reckless strategy flawlessly. Randolph, still furious over the insane risk, cursed Ghislaine for relying on pure luck, but his rage was drowned out by the renewed cheers of the soldiers. On the ground, the enemy lines were a complete mess, forcing a remaining knight to desperately try and regain control, focusing their attack on the newly sealed breach. Disoriented enemy soldiers rushed toward the breach, where the mercenaries braced themselves behind a tight shield wall. The enemy shoved hard, but the mercenary line led by their shields held firm against the pressure. Just as the enemy pushed their weapons forward, Ghislaine yelled the command to attack. Gaps opened in the shield wall, and long spears shot out, instantly piercing the enemy's front ranks. The front line collapsed, and the mercenaries instantly slammed their shields back together, closing the deadly gaps. Despite the successful counter, enemy commanders ordered a relentless, overwhelming wave to push forward again. The shield line teetered on the brink of failure until Ghislaine climbed the wall above to help. Infusing mana, Ghislaine hurled massive rocks and debris down, scattering the enemy soldiers below like leaves. With Ghislaine neutralizing the breach, Zwalter Ferdium made the quick decision to shift forces to the other siege tower. The concentrated Feridium assault pushed the demoralized enemy soldiers back into their siege tower. Watching the sudden reversal, the enemy commander, Victor, trembled with frustration and rage. His perfect strategy had been ruined by these elite, unknown troops who had appeared out of nowhere. Realizing his forces were scattered and the remaining siege tower was threatened, Victor reluctantly ordered a full retreat. Shield-bearers rushed forward to protect their allies, raising their defenses to cover the mass withdrawal. Mimicking Ghislaine's tactic, Randolph hurled head-sized, mana-infused stones at the fleeing shield-bearers. The Feridium knights and soldiers rained down stones and arrows, significantly boosting their morale. Zwalter quickly stopped the stone throwing, reminding everyone they needed to conserve resources for later attacks. Once the disciplined enemy had fully retreated, Zwalter raised his sword, announcing their victory. The Feridium soldiers erupted in a victorious roar, their spirits soaring after fending off the massive assault. Zwalter watched Ghislaine laughing and talking with the mercenaries, wondering about his son's true capabilities. Zwalter questioned if Ghislaine's perfect decisions were calculated strategy or sheer, reckless instinct. He shook his head, acknowledging that while Ghislaine's actions were effective, they were still far too dangerous and reckless. Zwalter called Ghislaine over, demanding an explanation for his extreme actions. Ghislaine simply replied that he wanted to seize the opportunity presented by the enemy's initial overconfidence. Randolph approached, clearing his throat awkwardly, unsure how to handle Ghislaine's success despite disobeying orders. He admitted he was impressed by the Grand Duke's performance, but insisted such risks couldn't be taken every time. After a moment of awkward silence, Zwalter struggled to find the right words, eventually offering reluctant thanks. Randolph chimed in, praising Ghislaine for his effective command of the mercenaries and his overall improvement. Ghislaine offered a faint smile and returned to his mercenaries, who were still blinking in confused disbelief at their victory. They realized they had simply followed Ghislaine's training motto, "Stop thinking and just do what you are told." Ghislaine encouraged them to maintain the momentum, assuring them that following his lead guaranteed victory. Belinda, however, groaned in exasperation, demanding to know why Ghislaine had to be so reckless and charge headfirst into danger. Ghislaine smiled at the joking recruits, but the moment he turned away, his expression became cold and calculating. He knew this was just a probe. The enemy still hadn't deployed their full force against the fortress. Since their initial plan had failed, Ghislaine predicted the enemy would quickly adjust their strategy. With thousands of troops and siege equipment remaining, the enemy would soon attempt a single, overwhelming final push. Ghislaine understood that the real, decisive battle had only just begun, and he only had one chance to win. Victor, the commander, could barely contain his fury after being forced into a humiliating and unplanned retreat. Tamos watched Victor, silently questioning the competence of the man who had boasted about his siege tactics. He cautiously brought up the black-armored warriors, admitting they seemed exceptionally strong even to an inexperienced fighter. Victor dismissed their strength, pointing out that their movements showed no use of mana, proving they were not true knights. Tamos grew impatient, wondering why they couldn't just charge in with everything they had instead of waiting. Victor shot him a fierce glare, and Tamos quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, beads of sweat forming. Glancing around nervously, Tamos quietly suggested they utilize the two powerful Fourth Circle mages traveling with the army. Victor's response was immediate and cold. The time was not right to deploy such high-value assets. Tamos realized the deep, inherent tension and conflict between the proud knights and the even more prideful mages. Deciding to avoid further scorn, Tamos quietly slipped out of the tent, leaving Victor alone to stew in his anger. Alone, Victor let out a hot breath, bitterly muttering about the humiliation of being caught off guard by Feridium. He calmed his fury and acknowledged that the northern soldiers, hardened by battle, were stronger than he had anticipated. Victor decided to change tactics entirely, planning to shake Feridium from the inside out. He gave his orders: infiltrate tomorrow night and seize control of the eastern gate, where cavalry and infantry would be waiting. The knights looked troubled, cautiously asking if they could truly secure the heavily guarded gate on their own. Victor reassured them, revealing that a collaborator was already waiting inside to assist their breach. The final, icy command was to assassinate Zwalter Ferdium amid the confusion, guided by a Feridium knight. The next day, Victor's army launched another attack, but this one was noticeably half-hearted and strange. They exchanged minimal fire, merely sending shield-bearers forward before withdrawing by noon. Despite the odd behavior, the Feridium soldiers cheered, celebrating another successful day of survival. Commanders remained suspicious, but without knowing Victor's intentions, they could do little but wait. That night, the quiet was broken by the sudden eruption of fireworks from the distant enemy camp. The soldiers were baffled, wondering if the enemy was celebrating victory prematurely or if it was a mistake. Ghislain, watching the fading light of the signal, narrowed his eyes, immediately understanding the true meaning. He quietly moved away as a portion of Victor's army, cloaked in heavy black robes, began moving under the shroud of night. The 10 infiltrating knights located a sparsely guarded section of the fortress wall. Using their mastery of mana, the trained assassins quickly and easily vaulted over the defenses. It wasn't long before they encountered their contact, a knight named Dren, waiting for them in the shadows. Dren, visibly nervous about being discovered, urged the enemy knights to hurry and follow his lead. Before they could take more than a few steps, someone landed with a heavy thud right in front of them. It was Ghislain, who greeted the assassins mockingly, asking if they had missed dinner. Dren and the knights drew their swords, recognizing the Grand Duke, whom they knew they couldn't defeat one-on-one. Dren urged the knights to attack and silence Ghislain quickly, banking on their overwhelming numbers. Ghislain remained composed, raising a single hand in a relaxed gesture that served as an immediate signal. As if on cue, black-armored mercenaries poured out from the surrounding buildings, instantly surrounding the knights. The knights were stunned, demanding to know how Ghislain had predicted their exact movements. The mercenaries raised hundreds of crossbows, the metallic clicks echoing as the bolts were aimed directly at the trapped knights. Ghislain addressed Dren, asking how much he had been paid to betray his own territory. Realizing escape was impossible, Dren dropped his denial and cursed Ghislain in defeat. Ghislain explained that he simply knew Desmond's predictable tactics from fighting him countless times in his previous life. The knights charged, desperately attempting to take Ghislain hostage and escape the trap. Their assault was instantly blocked by Jillian and Keor, who appeared like lightning to defend the Grand Duke. From the shadows behind Ghislain, daggers flew out, instantly piercing the throats of 3 charging knights. Simultaneously, the mercenaries unleashed a devastating volley of crossbow bolts. Most of the knights collapsed, riddled with bolts. Only 5, including Dren, managed to cling to life. Ghislain approached the survivors, noting they were impressive, but clearly wouldn't be standing for long. Dren, gasping for air, desperately begged for mercy, offering to reveal all of the enemy's plans. Ghislain accepted an axe from Jillian and swiftly split Dren's head open before he could finish his plea. Shaking the blood from the axe, Ghislain dismissed the offer, stating he had no need for the traitor's information. Another surviving knight, paralyzed with shock, immediately tried to surrender and claim prisoner of war status. Ghislain showed no mercy, cleaving the surrendering knight's head as well, violating all known codes of conduct. He coldly explained that rules, honor, and tradition were meaningless when dealing with assassination missions. Ghislaine crouched in front of the remaining, terrified knights and issued a deadly ultimatum: speak or twitch, and you die. A small firework exploded near the eastern gate, signaling the start of the enemy attack. Seeing the signal, the stationed enemy cavalry unit immediately began charging toward the wide-open gate. The cavalry commander felt a sudden, strange sense of unease. The area was eerily quiet. The gate was wide open, illuminated only by flickering torches, yet there was no sign of the expected battle. His battle-hardened instincts screamed that something was wrong, but he was bound by the plan. Retreating now would doom the infiltrators, so the commander steeled his resolve and pushed his horse forward. The closer they got, the more the dimly glowing red light looked like the gaping maw of a demon. Finally trusting his gut, the commander shouted the order to retreat, spinning his horse around sharply. But in that very moment, a flying axe embedded itself deep into his neck. The commander fell to the ground with a thud, causing chaos and collisions in the ranks behind him. Panic erupted as soldiers tried desperately to turn back and flee the area, realizing it was a trap. Inside the fortress, Ghislaine clicked his tongue, disappointed that the trap hadn't fully snared the enemy. But it didn't matter, he could still deal with them, trap or no trap. Ghislaine shouted, bursting out of the gate, followed by hundreds of Feridium cavalry. They tore through the disorganized enemy, dispatching the remaining cavalry with brutal ease. Ghislaine and his men charged toward the main infantry force, which was now desperately trying to turn around. The infantry commander frantically urged his soldiers to flee, knowing their surprise attack was compromised. But turning such a large group around was chaotic and slow, providing Ghislaine the perfect opportunity. They caught up instantly, tearing through the retreating ranks like wolves through a flock of sheep. Meanwhile, Victor, unaware of the massacre, rejoiced upon seeing the signal by the eastern gate. He led half of his reserve force toward the eastern gate, expecting to join his successful infiltrators inside. Feridium's response was swift. Zwalter and Randolph rallied the soldiers and manned the walls again. Zwalter ordered Randolph to take half the soldiers and reinforce the eastern gate immediately. Victor was confident, believing that with his forces joining, Feridium would fall quickly. He urged his 1,000 cavalrymen faster toward the eastern gate, certain of success. Suddenly, Victor saw a disorganized group of his own soldiers running toward them in shambles. Victor stared, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what disaster had befallen his advance force. Ghislaine, having finished the slaughter, spotted Victor's massive force and immediately ordered his men to pull back. The mercenaries cheered and laughed, finding the brutal skirmish highly entertaining as they followed Ghislaine. Victor finally erupted in fury and ordered the main cavalry force to chase them down. But the retreating friendly soldiers slowed Victor's advance, preventing them from gaining speed. By the time they reached the fortress, Ghislaine and his mercenaries were already rushing inside. The enemy cavalry desperately raced toward the gap, hoping to breach the gate before it slammed shut. But just as the lead riders approached, a torrent of arrows rained down from the walls above. The cavalry ranks immediately fell apart, soldiers colliding with fallen comrades in the chaos. The defenders, including Randolph and his reinforcements, rained down arrows without mercy. The gate slammed shut, and the portcullis dropped, sealing the fortress against any swift breach. Victor watched the pitiful retreat of his remaining cavalry and screamed in absolute, frustrated fury. Feridium's soldiers erupted in cheers, their victory cries echoing across the battlefield. Randolph hurried to Ghislaine, asking how he had managed to stop such a massive force with so few men. Ghislaine explained he had captured the knights and uncovered Victor's plot, staying one step ahead. Randolph reported the success to Zwalter, who was overjoyed by his son's strategic efforts. Ghislaine, now alone, let a cruel smile spread across his face, recognizing Victor's identity. He realized this was his chance to eliminate a future threat, the swordmaster of Harold Desmond. Ghislaine's smile twisted into something truly demonic as a concentrated black glow emanated from him. Ghislaine swung open the barrack door and stepped inside, finding the mages sprawled across the floor, completely exhausted. He approached Ulfoy, praising the mages for their excellent work in tracking the enemy's movements. Ulfoy could only weakly groan, too exhausted even to complain about being pushed beyond his limits. The mages had hoped to escape, but Ghislaine's stationed mercenaries ensured they stayed put and worked constantly. Ulfoy whimpered that he couldn't take it anymore, feeling like his head was about to explode from the strain. Ghislaine nodded, reassuring the mage that he likely wouldn't have to use that specific, grueling detection spell again. The spell forced 6 mages to process simultaneous battlefield data, causing physical collapse and nosebleeds. Thanks to their sacrifice, Ghislaine had successfully pinpointed the enemy's approach and target with absolute precision. He then called out to Vanessa, who had been tending to the exhausted mages, and asked her to talk for a moment. Vanessa quickly followed him as he headed toward the watchtower beside the barracks. From the tower, Ghislaine gazed out over the perimeter of the fortress walls. He acknowledged her discomfort around the arrogant mages, but urged her to bear with it for the urgent situation. Gathering her courage, Vanessa asked the question weighing on her mind. How did he know the enemy would attack today? Ghislaine chuckled and revealed that he had recognized the signal, the enemy's fireworks, having seen that predictable trick before. Still, he admitted they wouldn't have handled the ambush so smoothly, without the mages providing precise movement tracking. He then asked Vanessa how she felt about experiencing war for the first time, wondering if she was getting used to it. Vanessa's expression darkened as the terrifying memories of people dying right in front of her flashed through her mind. She admitted it was terrifying, and asked Ghislaine how he could fight and kill enemies without hesitation. Ghislaine responded calmly that he fights because he loves his family and everyone in Peridium, and he is determined to protect them all. He sensed her lack of connection to the land, and explained that this was why he had to push her toward action. His tone became absolute. The enemy forces are people she must kill. Vanessa, trembling, asked if there was truly no other way to win the war without total annihilation. Ghislaine explained that if the enemy was foolish enough to split their unified forces, Peridium could win easily. But since the enemy remained unified, they faced catastrophic losses unless they struck decisively now. He asked her to choose. Wouldn't she rather it be the enemy who was annihilated? Ghislaine smiled, but the smile was unnerving, filled with a cold, unsettling resolve to kill. He delivered the absolute command she could not refuse. You can do it, right? It was in that moment that Vanessa finally understood the terrifying, true nature of the man who had saved her life. She recalled the despair that had crushed her spirit, and the mocking voices that told her she would achieve nothing. She decided she was done running away. She needed to step forward and conquer her pain. For her new home, and for the man who recognized her worth, she looked up and confirmed her readiness. Meanwhile, Victor sat alone in his barrack, his face twisted in frustration after being repeatedly thwarted. He dismissed fighting personally, realizing he needed a strategic victory to rise as a respected commander. Humiliated and facing dwindling supplies, Victor realized he had no choice but to launch an all-out assault immediately. Just then, 2 smug mages assigned by Harold entered, criticizing Victor for taking too long to capture the fortress. They suggested dividing the forces, but Victor argued that splitting up would allow the enemy's black-armored unit to crush their groups. Victor snapped back, informing the irritating mages that they would prepare for battle soon, as their magic would be crucial. Hearing of the final assault, the mages finally offered hesitant praise, though Victor knew they still looked down on him. Victor, however, thought only of rising higher, fueled by his ambition and the absolute faith his mentor had placed in him. He announced that the decisive, all-out attack would begin tomorrow, marking the end of the siege. At dawn, the enemy forces gathered again, moving as one massive unit toward the fortress. Seeing the overwhelming pressure of the unified army, the Peridium soldiers froze in palpable tension. Zwalter shouted encouragement, urging the weary defenders to hold their positions and fire arrows. The enemy front line, protected by heavy shields, advanced mostly unaffected by the arrow barrage. Ignoring the patch breach, the attackers placed scaling ladders along multiple sections of the fortress wall. Zwalter commanded his men to use everything they had to hold them off and push the climbers back. The soldiers relentlessly dropped spiked barrels and poured molten metal onto the enemy scaling the ladders. Many attackers fell to their deaths, but the Peridium defenders fought carefully under constant fire. Zwalter wondered why the enemy was wasting men on ladders instead of utilizing the massive siege towers. Their lack of urgency was suspicious, almost as if they were indifferent to whether the current assault succeeded. As the sun began to set, the enemy finally withdrew, leaving the wall intact but the victory feeling hollow. That night the enemy launched a sudden assault, and Zwalter realized they were trying to exhaust his soldiers completely. The following day, the other, well-rested half of the enemy army renewed the relentless attrition assault. Zwalter attempted rotations, but the impressive enemy commander immediately exploited every weak point. Randolph reported that the soldiers were utterly exhausted, but Zwalter had no viable counter-strategy. The morale of the Peridium soldiers plummeted as they fought without sleep, draining their strength rapidly. To keep the pressure off, Ghislaine once again made a bold move, jumping off the wall to disrupt the enemy lines. As Ghislaine's mercenaries appeared, the enemy retreated, and their knights quickly moved to counter him. Ghislaine returned to the wall, a strange, cold smile playing on his lips despite the obvious effort. He thought, "Well done, Victor. Keep pushing hard, but just for a little bit longer." Jillian whispered worriedly that they needed a way to turn the tide, or they would surely be defeated. Ghislaine nodded, but stated coldly that it was not time yet, instructing them to wait a little longer. Zwalter realized the enemy's tailored ladders proved this siege was planned months before the war even started. Any hope for reinforcements was useless, as their messengers must have been intercepted long ago. Meanwhile, Victor, running low on his own supplies, ordered his forces to push harder, accepting rising casualties. Ghislaine ensured his mercenaries rested, but this meant he had to shoulder even more of the fighting burden himself. Belinda and Jillian scolded him, warning that he would get himself killed if he refused to rest. Ghislaine dismissed their concern nonchalantly, saying it was better than resting forever in death. 2 grueling days passed, and Peridium finally faced a severe crisis as resources ran dry. Zwalter hung his head in despair upon receiving reports that all arrows and defensive supplies were depleted. Zwalter told Ghislaine to take his mercenaries and Alina and flee to Count Roge's for safety. Ghislaine was surprised by his father's unusual demeanor, realizing Zwalter was speaking as a father, not a lord. Randolph approached Ghislaine, telling him to go and ensure the continuation of the family line. Ghislaine smirked at the idea of running, announcing instead, "The revenge has already begun." Suddenly, the enemy drums hammered, and the massive remaining siege towers began to rumble forward. Ghislaine gazed at the approaching enemy, then turned and walked away, ready to act according to his plan. Zwalter and Randolph, seeing no choice, rallied the terrified soldiers for the inevitable final battle. Victor anticipated a desperate charge, preparing mages hidden nearby to wipe out the black-armored mercenaries. With the final assault imminent, Ghislaine looked at Vanessa and instructed her to prepare herself. The mercenaries parted, revealing multiple intricate, glowing magic circles beneath their feet on the fortress ground. Vanessa stepped into the largest central circle, joined by Ofoy and the other captive mages. Ofoy, wearing a strange runestone bracelet, nervously questioned Ghislaine about the mysterious setup. When the mages refused to cooperate, Ghislaine simply ordered the mercenaries to force them into position. Afoy grumbled openly, demanding to know what Ghislaine was trying to accomplish with this dangerous maneuver. Ghislaine turned his attention to Vanessa, asking if she was truly ready for the impossible task. Her eyes trembling, Vanessa swallowed hard, her confidence wavering at the moment of execution. Ghislaine's voice was firm. "You can do this. You must succeed," leaving no room for doubt. Determined, Vanessa closed her eyes and began channeling the immense magic surging towards her. Despite her low power, her body slowly lifted into the air as the overwhelming magic flowed in. Afoy screamed in horror, realizing the spell was draining mana from his body at an alarming rate. Panicked, he shouted that giving control to a low-level mage like Vanessa was utterly insane. "Trust her," Ghislaine replied calmly, ignoring Afoy's frantic attempts to escape the draining circle. Afoy writhed in agony, unable to break free as the magic circles mercilessly siphoned his power. Vanessa endured immense pain, gritting her teeth as blood began to seep from her nose and ears. The veins across her body darkened dramatically, signaling she was dangerously close to her limit. Her vision blurred, and her mind slipped toward unconsciousness, overwhelmed by failure and despair. Suddenly, the deafening rumble of approaching enemy forces shook the very earth beneath the fortress. Verdium's soldiers prepared for the end, some weeping, others silently praying for their families. The mercenaries, however, remained silent, weapons in hand, waiting only for Ghislaine's command. Ghislaine called out her name, but Vanessa remained oblivious, lost in her internal struggle. She recalled her promise to help him, forcing herself to slowly, painfully raise her head. Ghislaine called her name again, his gaze filled with both sympathy and sharp encouragement. The wild trembling in her body stopped instantly, and the chaotic mana flow stabilized. Ghislaine clenched his jaw, turned away, and commanded Skoban to open the fortress gates. Skoban, understanding the desperate plan, hesitated for a moment but ultimately obeyed the Duke's command. With a loud creak, the massive fortress gates began to part, revealing the enemy outside. "Stop it! Are you out of your mind?" Zwalter roared, realizing Ghislaine was attempting another charge. Randolph stopped his furious lord, stating sadly that it was already too late to close the gates. Accepting the situation, Zwalter commanded all remaining soldiers to abandon the walls and gather below. Ghislaine ordered his mercenaries to finish the fight before their allies even gathered at the gate. Belinda silently resolved to keep her young master alive, even if she had to drag him away. Across the field, Victor smiled widely, viewing the open gate as the perfect opportunity to end the siege. Victor commanded his vast forces to advance slowly in a tight, intimidating formation. Skoban realized something strange. Neither Ghislaine nor the mercenaries were mounting their horses. Skoban saw not desperation, but certainty on Ghislaine's face, deciding to finally trust the Duke. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes at the approaching enemy, realizing he had been waiting for this exact moment. His heart pounded with resurfacing rage, fueled by the memory of his father's disgraceful execution. Ghislaine lowered the visor of his helmet, followed instantly by every mercenary behind him. The tension was at its peak, as Ghislaine stretched out his armored arm and commanded them to wait. Suddenly, Ghislaine shouted Vanessa's name, and her eyes snapped open, gleaming with golden magic circles. Whispering resonant words, Vanessa unleashed the immense mana, transforming it into scattering, burning symbols. A massive, shimmering red barrier, like a fiery sunset, rose between the fortress and the enemy army. Zwalter dropped his sword, and Randolph stood agape, completely stunned by the impossible sight. Only Ghislaine was still in motion, his eyes blazing with the same intense red light as the barrier. The ground shook violently as Ghislaine spoke, his voice rumbling. "I've been waiting for this day." A massive wall of fire suddenly appeared, trapping the enemy forces who could neither advance nor retreat. The commander, Victor, quickly regained his senses and demanded his mages break the spell immediately. The mages stood frozen, stammering that this level of magic was far beyond their ability to dispel, possibly seventh circle. Victor was furious, but the mages concluded this was powered by a massive magical artifact, not just a single caster's strength. Victor realized his superior, Count Desmond, had severely underestimated Ferdium and ordered an immediate retreat. Before they could move, a mage noted the mana concentration in the area was spiking to an impossible level. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, throwing horses off balance and causing the men to stumble. Vanessa's eyes glowed gold as she activated the final stage, shattering the runestone conduits she wore into dust. The accumulated mana began to seep into the battlefield, merging with the complex trap waiting beneath the earth. With a final breath, Vanessa softly whispered the command that would unleash absolute destruction: Flame Strike. With a deafening roar, dozens of massive, incandescent columns of fire erupted simultaneously across the entire enemy formation. Soldiers were instantly consumed, and siege towers collapsed inward as the fire consumed them completely. Victor and his remaining mages were caught directly in the expanding blast, unable to retreat from the destruction. Survivors fled in terror, discarding their weapons as they desperately tried to escape the expanding inferno. The Ferdium defenders watched from the walls in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scale of the massacre below. Zwalter Ferdium watched the devastation, barely able to steady himself from the profound shock. In stark contrast, Ghislaine and his mercenaries stood completely calm amidst the apocalyptic scene. The effort proved too great. Vanessa suddenly collapsed, spitting blood from the overwhelming magical strain. Ghislaine briefly turned, giving a sharp command to Belinda to secure and care for the exhausted mages. Without hesitation, Ghislaine turned and started walking toward the gate, his mercenaries moving to follow him. Zwalter shouted frantically, demanding Ghislaine stop this madness, arguing they had already won the battle. Ghislaine stopped, turning his head with a chillingly cold expression, stating his necessity: every last one must die. He explained that this massacre was necessary to set a terrifying precedent for future enemies contemplating an attack. A deadly, palpable aura surged around Ghislaine, an imposing presence that chilled Zwalter to the bone. Zwalter urgently asked how Ghislaine planned to survive the intense, burning sea of flames outside the walls. Ghislaine simply offered a thin, cold smile in response, ignoring his father's panic and pleas. Meanwhile, Count Tamos watched the fire columns erupting in the distance, utterly speechless and horrified. His tactician, Lowell, urged Tamos to rally the remaining troops, noting the fire would soon burn out on the open plains. Tamos agreed, ordering his remaining guards to gather the wounded and fall back to regroup. Ghislaine examined his black armor, which was reinforced with tough Duras-Ent hides for temporary heat resistance. He instructed his mercenaries they had a narrow window: kill as many as possible quickly, then immediately withdraw. Gillian shook his head, remarking that this must be the most expensive magical trap in history. Ghislaine confirmed the immense cost, stating coldly that wealth was merely a tool to achieve his bloody ends. The mercenaries praised Vanessa's hidden power, wondering if the maid was secretly an archmage. The massive success was due entirely to Vanessa's meticulous, tireless preparation of the runestones over time. Driven by mounting fury, Ghislaine shouted, "Kill everyone you see," and charged directly into the blazing inferno. The mercenaries followed, their specialized armor sizzling and emitting steam as they entered the sea of fire. The mercenaries ruthlessly chased down the surviving enemy soldiers, slaughtering anyone still alive in the inferno. Ghislaine sprinted through the chaos, ignoring the screams, focused entirely on hunting Victor through the flames. He finally spotted Victor, half-burned and screaming madly, preparing one last desperate mana-infused charge. Just as Victor moved, a powerful, unseen force cut through the flames and struck him hard. Count Tamos watched the distant inferno, cursing Victor for leading the massive army to catastrophic defeat. Lowell observed the low number of survivors escaping, realizing something was fundamentally wrong with the escape rate. Lowell scanned the horizon, noting the complete absence of a dust cloud, indicating no immediate cavalry pursuit was happening. Tension gripped Lowell. He urgently shouted at Tamos that they must retreat immediately from the strange situation. Tamos instantly agreed, lighting up at the suggestion and giving the panicked command for everyone to flee. Terrifying figures in heavily obscured black armor emerged running like demons from the raging magical flames. Tamos and Lowell recoiled in horror, recognizing the uniforms as smoke billowed continuously from the black armor. Tamos spurred his horse and fled without hesitation, abandoning his entire force to the chaos. Lowell scrambled desperately to follow his lord, leaving the remaining soldiers leaderless and terrified. The mercenaries, driven by bloodlust, immediately charged, commencing a brutal, relentless chase. Screams filled the battlefield as the mercenaries mercilessly slaughtered the scattering, defenseless soldiers. Jillian raised a hand, ordering the bloodthirsty mercenaries to halt the pursuit and prevent their own forces from scattering. Moments later, mercenaries immediately began looting the fallen bodies, ignoring the command to wait for fair distribution. Jillian confronted the looters, pressing his massive axe blade against one mercenary's throat. Intimidated, the mercenaries grudgingly backed away, knowing Jillian's ruthless nature during training. Jillian reminded them of the young lord's command to respect the dead and promised them fair spoils later. Jillian looked back at the still raging flames, feeling deeply uneasy about Ghislaine's continued absence. He inspected his ruined duress and armor, noting how the magical fire had shriveled and peeled the protective material. Kaor approached, warning Jillian not to re-enter the inferno and interfere with Ghislaine's plans. Kaor argued that the boss moves unpredictably and likely has a reason for staying behind in the chaos. Jillian paused, acknowledging the validity of Kaor's argument despite his heavy sense of duty. He decided to wait just a short time longer, watching the flames with intense concern. Deep within the fire, Victor staggered back, barely dodging a potentially fatal blow from his mysterious assailant. Victor forced his opponent to retreat, finally getting a clear look at the figure in the heat-shrouded black armor. Victor focused, realizing the armor was a heat-absorbing layer, designed specifically to counter the flames. The horrifying realization dawned. The enemy planned this fire trap from the very beginning of the war. The armored figure calmly tilted his head, asking Victor if he enjoyed the expensive trap set just for him. Victor, overwhelmed by fury and disbelief, demanded the identity of the mastermind behind the defeat. The figure lifted his chin proudly, finally revealing the name, Ghislaine Ferdium. Victor was utterly shocked, unable to believe the infamous Wastrel prince was the one who engineered his defeat. Ghislaine confidently asserted that he was the one and only figure responsible for Victor's ruin. Victor, trembling with rage, realized a traitor must have leaked his secret identity and the entire plan. Convinced he could still win, Victor unleashed dozens of furious, precise sword strikes at Ghislaine. Ghislaine defended with his massive axe, forced onto the defensive by the relentless, flawless assault. Victor's sword pierced Ghislaine's shoulder, and smoke instantly rose from the burning wound. Ghislaine ignored the pain, swinging his huge axe and narrowly slicing Victor's chest armor, drawing blood. Ghislaine followed up with a powerful, spinning kick, sending Victor staggering and collapsing to the ground. Victor scrambled to his feet, enraged that this wastrel could match him in combat despite his injury. Ghislaine dropped his axe and pulled off his ruined helmet, revealing his sweat-soaked, arrogant face. Ghislaine unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Victor with a confident smirk, ready to end the fight. Victor stood up, gritting his teeth as the scorching pain from his burned face and body became unbearable. The overheated armor was now more of a hindrance, so Victor quickly pulled out a dagger to cut the seams. With the heavy armor discarded, Victor felt lighter and grinned with twisted satisfaction, ready for the duel. Ghislaine claimed he was waiting, so Victor couldn't use the armor removal as an excuse for losing in the afterlife. Enraged by the arrogance, Victor channeled his immense mana into his sword, making it gleam a clear, cool blue. Seeing this display, Ghislaine's eyes lit up as he simultaneously opened all three of his mana cores. The sudden, heavy pressure made Victor realize the true, shocking extent of Ghislaine's hidden power. Ghislaine only offered one final taunt before they closed the distance in an instant, their swords colliding fiercely. Ghislaine pushed back, urging Victor to put more effort into the attack, calling him Harold's lapdog. Victor braced against the overwhelming mana, recognizing the astonishing volume of power Ghislaine possessed. Victor remained convinced that such power must stem from some underhanded magic or temporary trickery, not true skill. He launched another forceful attack, demanding to know what kind of trickery Ghislaine was using to cheat his way to power. Ghislaine raised his sword to block, but the sheer force lifted him slightly and sent him sliding sideways across the ground. Ghislaine realized that despite his training, Victor's mana reserves were unbelievably massive, making them nearly equal. Before Ghislaine could regain his stance, Victor was instantly upon him, swinging his powerful sword once again. Ghislaine barely managed to raise his sword in time, the impact forcing him back and making his feet dig deep into the earth. Despite the relentless pressure, Ghislaine grinned, declaring he enjoyed using brute force just as much as his opponent. Ghislaine swiftly spun his body, shifting the momentum of the battle and bringing his sword down in a powerful counterstrike. The tide instantly shifted, forcing Victor to block from below, struggling to fend off the sudden change in momentum. Ghislaine didn't waste the advantage and followed up with a relentless, rapid barrage of strikes. Victor was forced onto the defensive, stepping back repeatedly, using all his might just to fend off the incoming blows. Victor poured all his remaining mana into his sword, which gleamed an even deeper, more vivid blue in response. The sound of their clash changed. It was no longer metal on metal, but the pure, violent collision of mana. Lost in the heat of battle, they moved at blinding speed, and the ground exploded beneath their feet with every step. After hundreds of exchanges, Victor finally started to be pushed back, his defense visibly failing. Though their strength was matched, Ghislaine's superior technique meant Victor suffered 3 to 4 wounds for every one Ghislaine received. Enraged by the disparity, Victor swung his sword with all his might, aiming to split Ghislaine from head to toe. The straightforward, massive attack was something Ghislaine could easily avoid, seizing the brief opening created by the overcommitment. Seizing the crucial opening, Ghislaine thrust his sword forward, piercing Victor near his heart. Victor staggered backward, clutching his chest wound, the pain momentarily overwhelming his focus. Ghislaine's expression hardened as he felt the backlash from the 3 cores taking their toll, wiping blood trickling from his nose. Victor laughed victoriously, realizing Ghislaine's power was unsustainable, likely draining his life force or using forbidden magic. Ghislaine knew he was at his limit and attacked first with a fierce strike, needing to end the fight quickly. Victor focused solely on defense, willing to take non-lethal wounds while waiting for Ghislaine's amplified strength to fade. Ghislaine's sword began to shake, slipping out of his control, signaling that his body was finally collapsing under the strain. Victor launched his final counterattack, and Ghislaine staggered back, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his body failed him. As Victor's sword flew toward his neck, Ghislaine stretched out his left, non-sword hand, initiating a subtle, invisible binding trick. Victor momentarily faltered, feeling strange, invisible mana threads binding his body and disrupting his flawless strike. Ghislaine made a subtle twisting motion, and Victor's powerful sword inexplicably missed its mark, striking the ground with a heavy thud. As Victor struggled to recover his sword from the ground, Ghislaine's blade moved swiftly, piercing his thick neck. Ghislaine withdrew his sword, and Victor collapsed face first into the dirt, blood gushing from the fatal wound. Ghislaine flipped the body over and, wobbling from exhaustion, stood over the fallen warrior, mocking his arrogance. He declared his intent to keep winning, ready to devour anyone else they sent against him. Calling the death relatively clean, Ghislaine brought his blood-soaked sword down to end Victor's life for good. The commander, Victor, let out his final breath, his eyes wide with resentment as Ghislaine ensured the kill. Ghislaine was completely drained. He tried to draw on his mana to recover, but the flow was erratic and broken. The protective tree bark he relied on was useless now, so he discarded the heavy, scorched armor to avoid overheating. He stumbled forward, surrounded by snake-like flames, feeling every step like a knife slicing into his blood-drained body. His legs gave out again, dropping him to the ground in utter defeat. He realized he was completely trapped by the fire. Usually, his subordinates would handle this, but since they were busy, he realized he would have to scar his pretty face again to survive. He stood up, redirecting his last scraps of mana to support his muscles, ready to charge, just as he heard a familiar voice. Suddenly, Jillian appeared, cutting straight through the curtain of flames with a fierce and worried expression. Ghislaine smiled, realizing he did have someone reliable after all, and confirmed that he was mostly fine. Jillian quickly confirmed the commander's death, and Ghislaine told him to handle the evacuation immediately. Without hesitation, Jillian hoisted Ghislaine onto his side and swiftly charged back out of the overwhelming inferno. In no time, they escaped the burning area, feeling the rush of cool, clean air wash over their scorched skin. Jillian carefully set him down, and Ghislaine saw the battlefield littered with the bodies of their defeated enemies. The waiting mercenaries approached, joking about their boss looking like he had just crawled out of hell. Ghislaine immediately asked about Count Diggold, learning the commander had fled quickly, running for his life. Ghislaine decided they had killed enough, leaving the few remaining soldiers alive to spread the terrifying rumors of Ferdium's victory. Just then a group of soldiers on horseback arrived, led by Belinda, Zwalter Ferdium, and Randolph. They had heard Ghislaine charged into the flames and had rushed over, taking a dangerous detour around the castle walls. Ghislaine greeted them warmly, knowing their timing was perfect, as an earlier arrival would have complicated the entire trap. Belinda jumped off and immediately rushed to him, checking his face and scolding him furiously for risking his life. Ghislaine tried to calm the panicked maid, assuring her he was fine and it was just a bit of heat. Zwalter Ferdium and Randolph hurried over, equally relieved to see their heir alive and mostly intact. Zwalter noticed the strange material clinging to the soldier's armor, realizing Ghislaine had prepared this powerful trap in advance. He murmured in awe that they had actually won, despite the hopeless odds and the lack of reinforcements. Zwalter looked at his son anew, recognizing the scent of a true survivor of war, one who treated human life ruthlessly to achieve his aims. He realized this scoundrel, who disregarded all noble decorum, had become the saving hero of Ferdium. Hiding his trembling hands, Zwalter pulled Ghislaine into a rare, emotional hug, thanking him profusely for their salvation. Unable to contain his emotion, Randolph raised his sword high and shouted the victory cry, triggering a massive, booming cheer. Ghislaine watched the cheering crowd, clenching his jaw as he realized that this moment of shared joy made all the grueling work worthwhile. As the flames finally began to diminish, Zwalter happily suggested they return to the castle for a grand victory banquet. Ghislaine coldly interrupted the celebrations, demanding they immediately secure Count Diggold's surrender before he could scheme further. Zwalter was stunned by his son's foresight, realizing Ghislaine was already thinking several steps ahead like a seasoned veteran. Ghislaine explained that Zwalter needed to stay behind, reassure the exhausted citizens, and stabilize the ruined territory economy. To ensure the people were cared for, Ghislaine offered to use his own runestones to cover the massive compensation costs. Ghislaine asserted his authority, stating he would handle the initial surrender and secure favorable reparations terms himself. Jillian and others tried to object, suggesting a rested captain should go, but Ghislaine insisted on going himself. Ghislaine gave the order to mount up, surprising everyone by including the official forest beast guards in the small expedition force. Zwalter gave a final, cautious warning to treat the surrendering Count Diggled with respect, upholding noble law and custom. Ghislaine gave a slight, dismissive bow and smiled, then raised his hand to signal the immediate departure. With that, Ghislaine led the group, galloping swiftly toward Count Diggled's territory to bring the war to a proper, decisive end. Even while frantically riding his horse to escape, Lord Thamos felt like he was losing his mind. He couldn't comprehend how the mysterious magic and black-armored troops had crushed his massive army. Thamos realized too late that he was utterly ruined, having lost his entire army and resources. He decided to negotiate surrender, betting that noble custom would spare his life from execution. Cursing his allies, Thamos drove his exhausted horse until it collapsed right outside his castle gates. Ignoring their shock, Thamos shouted frantic orders to his retainers to prepare for immediate surrender. Moments later, Ghislaine and his forces arrived, observing white flags hastily raised in surrender. Diggled's retainers escorted Ghislaine and his fierce mercenaries toward the main hall. Inside, Thamos sat arrogantly on his high chair, desperately clinging to his noble dignity. Ghislaine entered, looking dismissive, and asked if Thamos was ready to negotiate the surrender. Thamos haughtily demanded Ghislaine's identity, still trying to assert his authority as count. Ghislaine introduced himself as the Ferdium heir, with full authority to handle the settlement. Thamos was stunned, recognizing the delinquent's infamous reputation in the north. Ignoring the count's confusion, Ghislaine delivered the chilling command, "Take him down." Mercenaries instantly grabbed Thamos and dragged him violently from the high chair. Thamos screamed furiously, protesting the commoners daring to lay hands on a count. Easily overpowered, Thamos was tossed onto the stone floor, now kneeling before the chair. Ghislaine calmly walked up and sat down in Thamos's high chair, crossing his legs. Thamos protested the disrespect, desperately invoking the law and the king's authority. Ghislaine dismissed noble status, stating that a loser of war gambled with his own life. When Thamos asked if he was going to be killed, Ghislaine simply confirmed the death sentence. Thamos panicked, pleading to be allowed to leave with a few wagons of personal wealth. Ghislaine refused everything, stating firmly that Thamos would not get a coin and would die here. In a final burst of rage and despair, Thamos cursed Ghislaine, calling him filthy, lawless scum. Ghislaine gave the final cold command, "Kill him." Gillian raised his massive axe high, muscles tensed for the decisive strike. Gillian executed Thamos swiftly, the axe striking down in one motion. Thamos's head rolled across the stone floor in front of the horrified retainers. Ghislaine calmly ordered the immediate execution of all family heirs and war collaborators. The mercenaries moved quickly to secure the castle and bind the terrified retainers. Soon, terrified administrators were dragged into the hall, begging Ghislaine for mercy. Ghislaine accepted a list of names and began reviewing it, sorting them into life or death categories. An administrator identified Baron Asseng, who had personally provided soldiers and participated in the war. Ghislaine judged Asseng, "Kill him," and the noble was dragged away screaming. Next came Martin, a commoner who had only assisted with supply chain logistics. Ghislaine judged Martin, "Imprison him," sparing his life for his lesser involvement. Finally, Lowell, a young, disheveled scribe turned advisor, was presented. Lowell desperately pleaded, claiming he knew the territory and could stabilize it quickly. Ghislaine was intrigued but skeptical, questioning what use a man like him could possibly be. Lowell boasted that he had single-handedly managed the territory's laws and system despite the corruption. Panicking, Lowell blurted out that he could handle trade and runestone business, too. Ghislaine immediately tested him with a complex multiplication problem. Lowell shouted a wildly incorrect answer, 230. Ghislaine stared in utter disbelief, as silence fell over the hall at the absurd answer. After a long moment of tension, Ghislaine broke the silence with an unexpected, amused smirk. Ghislaine found Lowell's focus on utility interesting, setting him apart from the usual begging nobles and piquing his curiosity. Ghislaine decided to lock Lowell up for now, causing the captured official to weep dramatically in sudden relief that his life was temporarily secured. As he was led away, the massive mercenary Gordon genuinely praised Lowell's calculation speed, oblivious to the truth of the man's facade. The messy process of sorting the prisoners continued, while the local commander Scobin nervously paced, unable to stop the executions. Ghislaine secured the fortress, leaving his personal guard to maintain order until reinforcements arrived from Ferdium Castle. After inspecting the remaining assets, Ghislaine and the exhausted mercenaries finally took a much-needed rest. 2 days later, the contingent arrived back at Ferdium Castle, where the atmosphere was completely unexpected. Citizens rushed out, cheering wildly for the young lord and the returning mercenaries who had saved their families and homes. The mercenaries were stunned, having never received such a genuinely warm welcome in their entire rough lives. Ghislaine, completely unfazed by the attention, casually waved back at the roaring crowd with an easy smile. Rumors about the sudden victory had spread rapidly, growing more outlandish with every retelling, from secret magic to demon pacts. Gillian asked him how he felt about all the public adoration and wildly exaggerated stories of his prowess. Ghislaine replied with typical smugness that they could still praise him a little more, showing his old self was returning now that the war was over. Gillian watched him, realizing that the young lord's impossible promise to save this desolate territory was actually coming true. His loyalty was no longer just repayment. He was genuinely excited to see the future Ghislaine was tirelessly building. As they reached the castle gates, a much more formidable and unexpected sight awaited them beyond the cheering citizens. 1,000 soldiers stood rigidly in formation, raising their spears in a perfect, intimidating archway over the path. Even Ghislaine was visibly caught off guard, his eyes widening slightly at the impressive display of military respect. Behind the soldiers stood the Ferdium Knights, the elite warriors who had always dismissed and ignored him before. The lead knight shouted a command, saluting with his sword in the highest form of respect reserved for true heroes. The assembled knights followed suit, their voices echoing the honor given to the victorious heir of Ferdium. The soldiers and citizens quickly joined the roar, celebrating the hero who had achieved the impossible victory. The mercenaries, who had always been treated as scum, found themselves basking in the shared glory and praise. Ghislaine looked around at the joyous faces, then closed his eyes, reflecting on the profound difference from his past life. Before, his grandest victories had always ended in bitterness and the emptiness of having lost everyone he loved. But this time, the people cheering were alive and safe, and the modest gratitude felt profoundly sincere and meaningful. Suddenly, his sister Alina ran forward, waving happily, followed by the rest of the relieved household staff. Homern, wiping sweat from his brow, approached with a relieved grin, happy to see the young lord returned unharmed. Even the usually cold Albert smiled, and Randolph couldn't hide his deep pride in the young lord's shocking transformation. Then the person Ghislaine had missed the most stepped out from the castle, his father, Zwalter Ferdium. Zwalter Ferdium was smiling more warmly than anyone else, genuinely relieved that his son had returned unharmed. Ghislaine was suddenly overwhelmed, feeling a sense of fulfillment he had never known in his previous life. He had returned to this life for this exact moment, to see his loved one safe and greeting him with open arms. Ghislaine offered a genuine, heartfelt smile and finally said the words he couldn't say before. "I'm back, father." Lord Zwalter patted his son's shoulder, genuinely moved, noting how much Ghislaine had grown beyond his expectations. Just as Ghislaine was heading off to rest, Zwalter stopped him, demanding to see the surrender proposal from the enemy. Ghislaine responded with a bright smile. There was no proposal because he decided to just kill the Count instead. Zwalter's face instantly changed, reminding Ghislaine of his explicit instructions not to cause trouble. Ghislaine calmly explained that ending the enemy quickly was necessary to prevent future retaliation from their allies. Seeing his son covered in battle dust, Zwalter sighed, deciding to postpone the lecture until Ghislaine had rested. The next day, a massive assembly gathered in the Great Hall for the long-awaited distribution of war rewards. Zwalter cut the lengthy and boring opening speech short, eager to move on to the actual rewarding process. The lower-ranked soldiers and administrative officers received their due, followed by the commanders like Knight Commander Randolph. The anticipation peaked as all eyes turned to the true hero of the war, waiting for the announcement of the first-class honor. Zwalter stood and announced Ghislaine Ferdium as the undisputed first-class honoree for securing the victory. The specific reward was a staggering sum of 2,000 gold, which sent the entire hall into a frenzy of cheers and amazement. Meanwhile, Ghislaine's close allies were standing off to the side, exchanging confused and disappointed glances. Ghislaine forced a pained smile, realizing just how desperately poor the Ferdium estate must be if 2,000 gold felt like a massive fortune. After the ceremony, Zwalter gathered the core council members and immediately returned to the unresolved issue of the dead Count of Diggold. Ghislaine pressed his father, reminding him that Diggold had outside support and would certainly be used against them again later. Eliminating the entire House of Diggold was the only way to buy time and seize the northern territories for expansion. Zwalter worried about the inevitable bureaucratic backlash and the huge financial burden of managing an impoverished new territory. Ghislaine confidently assured his father that the runestones would provide enough capital to stabilize both estates quickly. Despite the victory, Zwalter admitted he was deeply worried by his son's increasingly extreme and uncompromising actions. Ghislaine nodded, understanding that his father was simply trying to protect him from the resistance of the established aristocracy. Zwalter sighed again, realizing his son's abilities had grown far beyond his control, leaving him both troubled and incredibly proud. Zwalter told Ghislaine to rest and prepare for the victory feast, but then a horrifying thought struck him suddenly. Since they eliminated Diggold instead of accepting surrender, they wouldn't receive any compensation money. The joy of victory vanished as Zwalter realized the estate had zero funds left to pay the promised rewards to the soldiers and knights. Loyalty was built on timely rewards, and delaying payment would crush morale, forcing Zwalter to look desperately for a solution. Finally, one of the advisors awkwardly cleared his throat and asked Ghislaine to provide the runestones immediately. The irony was staggering. They couldn't even pay the hero of the war without first borrowing money from him. The moment Ghislaine mentioned the runestones, the retainer's eyes lit up, sparkling with desperate anticipation. It was awkward asking for resources from the man who deserved all the credit, but their financial survival depended on securing the stones. To butter him up, the retainers resorted to their oldest trick, an organized relay of excessive compliments. Homeron's lengthy speech was abruptly cut short when Albert jumped in, declaring Ghislaine a war hero unmatched by anyone his age. Even Randolph, who seemed reluctant to praise anyone, admitted that the young lord had certainly done something big and fought well. With the atmosphere now cheerful, the compliments flowed freely as everyone agreed his accomplishments were truly astounding and remarkable. Ghislaine smiled, waited until he was satisfied, and then dropped the bomb. He didn't possess the runestones they were so eager for. The flattery stopped instantly, and Homeron looked utterly confused, demanding to know what Ghislaine meant by not having them. Ghislaine simply repeated his statement. The runestones were gone. The retainers exchanged suspicious glances, wondering if Ghislaine was trying to hoard the valuable resources for himself. Growing frustrated, Homeron pressed him, forcing Ghislaine to admit that they had all gone, making an exaggerated gesture. They all exploded. Boom. Albert, quicker than the others, realized the horrifying scale of the waste, trembling as he asked if Ghislaine had used the stones for the massive fire trap. Ghislaine confirmed the truth, stating he had simply laid a massive quantity of runestones underground and set them off. The retainers were utterly stunned, unable to comprehend that anyone would burn the equivalent of decades of wealth just to set a single trap. Homerun clutched his chest in frustration, shouting that the resources should have been used to buy the support of powerful lords like Rayfold or Desmond. Ghislaine immediately countered, explaining that the idea was moot because Desmond was the one who had secretly attacked them. Ghislaine's words were even more shocking than the runestone waste, leaving the retainers staring in utter disbelief. Ghislaine explained Desmond's motive was purely to claim the runestones, as a poor territory like Diggold couldn't muster that army without help. Zwalter's voice trembled with gravity, demanding confirmation that the powerful High Lord Desmond was truly behind the assault. Ghislaine confirmed it, signaling to Gillian to bring in the proof he had been saving. Moments later, Gillian escorted 3 captured Desmond knights into the council chamber, bound tightly in chains. The knights were exhausted and restrained with multiple monosuppressing cuffs and tightly bound chains to keep them subdued. With a stern expression, Zwalter addressed the captives, demanding to know who they were and why they had attacked Ferdium. One knight, hoping for the promised release, admitted they were Desmond knights and guessed the attack was motivated by the desire for runestones. After the interrogation ended, Zwalter and the retainers were left in heavy silence, realizing they had just made an enemy of a powerful High Lord. Ghislaine broke the silence, proposing they officially maintain the lie that Diggold was the attacker to keep Desmond at a distance for now. He admitted that the other lords weren't fools and would eventually figure out the truth, but they wouldn't help Ferdium either. Ghislaine insisted that relying on outside help would only lead to endless demands. They must defend themselves with their own strength. His calm certainty led everyone to nod slowly, especially when he promised to bring in new runestones soon to aid the people and restore morale. Zwalter gazed at his son with newfound admiration, realizing that the child he knew had transformed into a reliable and mature leader. Only Homerun felt a tinge of fear, realizing that Ghislaine's absolute power in the territory could no longer be stopped or questioned. Ghislaine raised his voice again, instructing them to immediately send a messenger to Count Rojas to strengthen their alliance against Desmond. Zwalter agreed and announced that the rewards for the knights and retainers would be delayed until the new runestones arrived. Zwalter then turned to Ghislaine, asking if there was anything else he desired, as 2,000 gold felt insufficient for his achievements. Ghislaine nodded, having waited for this moment, and asked about his father's intentions regarding the recently conquered lands of Count Diggold. Zwalter stroked his chin, explaining that he planned to manage the territory directly for now, eventually dividing it among loyal, meritorious vassals. Ghislaine gave a soft smile, finally stating his reward. He would be taking half of that conquered land. Zwalter and every retainer present were struck dumb with utter shock at the sheer ambition of Ghislaine's demand. Lord Zwalter and his retainers were stunned by Ghislaine's demand for land, specifically half of the conquered county. This wasn't a request, it was a prepared notification, as 2 mercenaries immediately flung open the great hall doors. Ignoring the retainers' silent annoyance, the mercenaries quickly spread out a large, detailed map upon the main table. Ghislaine pulled out a baton, pointing confidently as he claimed 3 baronies centered around the Fenris region. Zwalter stared intently at the chosen areas, quickly realizing Ghislaine was demanding the territory's front lines. Ghislaine explained that these borderlands were necessary to defend the territory and flank any potential attacks from Rayfold. Zwalter was confused. Why was Rayfold, a territory far to the south, suddenly being treated as a hostile threat? Ghislaine simply stated that the runestones would attract Rayfold just as they had attracted Desmond, making them future enemies. He clarified that while Zimbar prevented a direct containment, this position allowed him to send reinforcements to Ferdium if needed. Zwalter realized the implications, asking if Ghislaine intended to officially raise and command his own standing army. Ghislaine confirmed the necessity, explaining that relying solely on mercenaries for large-scale conflicts had severe limitations. Zwalter, concerned for his heir, suggested Ghislaine should instead gain experience ruling the larger, safer core estate. But Ghislaine insisted on taking the frontier, prioritizing the freedom to move and react to the unstable situation in the north. Zwalter warned that ruling this war-torn land was difficult, especially without loyal knights or administrative support. Ghislaine, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating that he had already thought of the administrative challenges. Zwalter let out a wry chuckle, resigned to the fact that his son never took advice without question. He agreed, asking if 3 baronies, consolidated under the Fenris title, would be enough for Ghislaine's immediate needs. Ghislaine confirmed the amount was appropriate for now, given the lack of administrative manpower. Zwalter laughed again, wondering aloud just how boundless his young son's ambitions truly were. He then turned to the retainers for formal approval, finding them exchanging frustrated, weary glances. Homerun, wiping sweat from his brow, stepped forward, advising the lord to simply let his highness do as he pleased. The other retainers quickly chimed in, acknowledging that Ghislaine had earned the reward through merit on the battlefield. Albert added that Ferdium lacked the administrative strength to manage the entire conquered territory anyway. Finally, Randolph gave his endorsement, trusting Ghislaine's abilities even if his methods were risky. With the council's formalities complete, Zwalter cleared his throat and officially bestowed the title of Baron of Fenris. Ghislaine immediately cut off talk of ceremony, demanding they finalize the oath-taking rite then and there. Zwalter sighed but agreed to the simple, hastily arranged ceremony to formalize the lord-vassal relationship. Before a small audience of retainers, knights, and mercenaries, Zwalter began the long, tedious proclamation. After the lengthy speech, Ghislaine gave a half-hearted response, and the ceremony ended with an anticlimax. As soon as the title was secured, Ghislaine bowed briefly and promptly turned on his heel to leave the hall. Zwalter could only manage a wry, resigned laugh, while the retainers exchanged knowing, unsurprised looks. Outside the hall, the mercenaries cheered wildly, crowding Ghislaine. Belinda was practically bouncing with ecstatic joy. Kaor, never missing a chance to tease, mocked Belinda for thinking her training made Ghislaine a rascal. Belinda jabbed Kaor sharply in the ribs with her elbow, threatening him with more if he kept running his mouth. Before the situation could escalate into a fight, Jillian, the sensible one, stepped in to defuse the squabble. Ghislaine stood still, watching the throng of soldiers and servants who now looked at him with newfound admiration. He realized how simple it had been to change people's perception simply by fulfilling his duties without causing trouble. Ghislaine quickly plastered on a smug grin and spread his arms wide, announcing a victory banquet for everyone. The crowd erupted in cheers, excited by the promise of drinks and meat, chanting the name of their new baron. Leading the enthusiastic people away, Ghislaine shouted loudly, followed by cries of "Long live Baron Fenris." Count Harold Desmond received the field report, and let's just say his color matched his temper. He took a shaky breath, unable to process how his elite northern army, the strongest around, had been utterly crushed by Ferdium's smaller force. "How did you lose? What kind of fire magic or trap wiped out thousands of soldiers? Who in this entire kingdom has that kind of power?" he roared. The surviving knights couldn't answer, having barely escaped themselves. Their silence only fueled Harold's destructive rage. Bang! Harold slammed his fist down, instantly shattering the heavy oak desk, consumed by the realization that his prized warrior, Victor, was now missing. He reread the report, trying to identify the variable that destroyed his strategy, realizing it pointed to a mysterious group, the Black Unit. He tried to dismiss it as a fluke, yet the devastating final trap was far too deliberate and well executed for mere luck. As his anger subsided, a terrifying coldness settled over him, causing his retainers to slowly back away, fearing they would be held accountable for the catastrophic defeat. Harold finally broke the silence, glaring fiercely at his cowards of retainers, realizing they were more concerned with fleeing than with recovery. Suppressing his irritation, he gave the critical order. They must immediately prepare for Count Rayfold's inevitable move to exploit their weakness. They had no choice but to accelerate the timeline for Amelia's rebellion, prioritizing internal control over everything else to survive the coming political storm. Harold frowned deeply, the defeat having utterly accelerated his timeline, causing his meticulously laid plans to rapidly unravel into chaos. Worse, he knew the merciless Duke of Delphine would not overlook this failure, and the mysterious individuals assisting the Duke would also hold him accountable. He refused to fall now. He had to survive and prove that his overall plan to overthrow the kingdom was still viable. Meanwhile, far away, Amelia Rayfold was enjoying a relaxing moment, dangling a tuft of grass for her cat, Bastet, inside her luxurious carriage. She had been patiently blocking the roads to Ferdium, relying on her carefully cultivated image of a carefree noblewoman to avoid suspicion. But the prolonged silence from the battlefield was strange. She had expected a clear outcome by now, especially after sending her spies to track that madman Ghislaine. Just then her retainer Bernarf knocked, announcing the return of the spies, who handed over a hastily written, dirty, and almost illegible report. Amelia managed to decipher the messy document, her hand hovering over the page several times before demanding a detailed oral explanation from the spies. Bernarf quietly retreated, bracing himself for the inevitable furious outburst, since Ghislaine's name always seemed to trigger her rage. Surprisingly, Amelia simply nodded, analyzing the report. She questioned how Ferdium could possibly afford or possess magic capable of engulfing thousands of troops. Her advisor suggested only mythical figures like the Guardian of the World Tree could pull off such a feat, which Amelia dismissed with a slight, knowing chuckle. Then a satisfied smile spread across her face as she realized the only logical answer. Ghislaine must have used a massive, buried runestone trap. Bernarf was aghast, pointing out that such a quantity of runestones would be reckless, costing Ferdium the equivalent of decades of their entire budget. That lunatic would absolutely do something so absurd, Amelia agreed, concluding that Ghislaine must have found a way to justify the astronomical cost. Rereading the details, she grudgingly admitted that Ghislaine possessed significant tactical ability, or perhaps he had secured a very competent advisor. Deciding there was no more time to waste, she ordered Bernarf to return immediately and assemble their troops, leaving him completely confused. Amelia explained that her greedy father, the Marquis, would instantly seize the opportunity to attack the crippled Desmond territory under the guise of defending Ferdium. She quickly walked Bernarf through the inevitable next step. Harold would accelerate her planned rebellion to preempt the Marquis's attack, forcing her hand. This meant she would be forced to launch a hasty rebellion, inheriting a weakened and damaged Rayfold territory instead of a unified one. Her greatest frustration, however, was that Ghislaine had survived yet again, confirming that the scoundrel was far from an easy opponent. She forced herself to remain calm, knowing that the greater the threat, the more composed and calculating she needed to be to succeed. Ghislaine had successfully bought himself time. Desmond was crippled, and the Duke was too preoccupied to move against Ferdium immediately. She concluded that personal grudges must wait. She would focus on seizing Rayfold, trusting that the Duke would eventually eliminate Ghislaine anyway. But she promised herself that, when the opportunity finally arose, she would personally ensure Ghislaine was utterly crushed. The massive celebratory feast was loud, full of soldiers drinking and cheering for the hard-fought victory. While everyone celebrated, Ghislaine quietly slipped away from the noisy hall and into the quiet castle corridors. The joy belonged to the victors, but Ghislaine remembered those who could not celebrate, the families of the fallen. He made it his personal mission to visit every grieving family, offering condolences and substantial compensation. Though this was the Lord's duty, Ghislaine felt a personal responsibility for the war he had instigated. The people were profoundly grateful that the heir had not forgotten them in their time of sorrow. Gillian, watching Ghislaine's sincerity, realized he cared more deeply for the common folk than expected. Even Belinda, whose composure rarely broke, was overwhelmed by the losses, quietly shedding tears. Ghislaine noticed her distress and handed the maid a handkerchief before deciding they had done enough for the day. Back at the castle, Ghislaine first checked on the wounded, saving his final visit for Vanessa. He stopped her from rising, praising her incredible efforts that had secured their victory. Suddenly, a weak voice interrupted them. Alfoy was recovering nearby, feeling completely ignored. Ghislaine pretended to be surprised, then offered Alfoy some casual, condescending praise for his efforts too. Alfoy gritted his teeth, furious at Ghislaine's attitude after he had nearly died draining his mana. Despite the fury, Alfoy was consumed by curiosity. How did Vanessa cast such a high-level spell? The mage tower couldn't fix her issue. How had this provincial troublemaker managed it? Seeing the hunger for power in Alfoy's eyes, Ghislaine simply shrugged off the question. He suggested that if Alfoy worked hard for the territory, perhaps Ghislaine would share a secret. Alfoy bristled, warning Ghislaine to wait until he returned to the mage tower. Ghislaine merely chuckled, saying he was heading to the mage tower soon and would pass on Alfoy's regards. He even hinted that this visit might help solidify Alfoy's position as the tower master's successor. Alfoy was confused. Their contract wasn't over, so why the sudden trip to the mage tower? Ghislaine offered no explanation, simply telling Vanessa to rest well until his return. Alfoy's frustrated shouts echoed behind him as Ghislaine exited the infirmary without looking back. The next day, Ghislaine immediately returned to the Forest of Beasts with his mercenaries. He handed over a massive cache of runestones, ensuring Ferdium's quick financial stabilization. Though they had bought time, Ghislaine knew he couldn't afford to rest. He needed to prepare for the next battle. It was time to weaken the enemy further and seize every possible opportunity for growth. With a massive list of preparations needed, Ghislaine immediately turned his horse toward the mage tower. Belinda asked if he intended to sell more runestones, but Ghislaine shook his head. He had a different proposal in mind. While he couldn't ignore the new barony of Fenris, striking a deal with the mage tower was more urgent. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the impressively clean city housing the mage tower. The previously stiff gatekeeper now hurriedly opened the doors, recognizing Ghislaine immediately. Inside, Sylvain, guarding the lobby, bowed deeply and rushed to inform the tower master of Ghislaine's arrival. Tower Master Hubert greeted him with exaggerated excitement, desperate for news about the war. Amused by the overly enthusiastic welcome, Ghislaine smiled mischievously, enjoying the anticipation. After savoring the moment, Ghislaine casually dropped the truth. He simply blew up all the runestones. Hubert blinked, then shouted in disbelief, calling Ghislaine insane for wasting such a massive treasure. Ghislaine, with an oily smile, apologized, saying he wouldn't be able to sell them any more runestones. Hubert's face instantly contorted in utter defeat and bitter frustration. Hubert was furious. They paid triple the rate and deployed mages, so Ghislaine couldn't just back out of the runestone deal now. Ghislaine played the victim, explaining that the recent near disaster meant other powerful lords would now come hunting for the stones. He lamented that, while the stones brought money, the territory lacked the troops and time necessary to defend itself from inevitable future attacks. Hubert desperately offered 5 times the price, but Ghislaine shook his head, insisting that funds were useless if the territory was lost before defenses could be built. Hubert reluctantly admitted that another war was probably imminent, confirming Ghislaine's prediction of the bureaucrats' predictable unease. Ghislaine claimed that, without external protection, his only choice was to keep blowing up the runestones in mass quantities to survive future invasions. Hubert was horrified, pointing out that this wasteful strategy would quickly deplete their supply, but Ghislaine argued survival trumped development funds. The Mage Tower Master was silenced, realizing Ghislaine held the logical high ground, even though the tower desperately needed the resources. Hubert suggested raising an army with the sale's money, but Ghislaine scoffed, emphasizing how difficult it was to recruit thousands in a sparsely populated territory. He revealed that even after scouring the entire north, he had only managed to hire a few hundred mercenaries, which was not enough to repel a full-scale invasion. Ghislaine concluded with feigned sadness. If his land fell, their profitable partnership would immediately cease to exist. Desperate, Hubert offered solutions: royal protection, alliances with other powerful lords, or even becoming a vassal under Duke Delphine. Ghislaine barely suppressed a smirk at the mention of Delphine, quickly returning to his serious persona to avoid revealing his true enemy. Ghislaine dismissed these ideas, concluding that endless conflict and resource depletion were inevitable. Left entirely without leverage, Hubert finally conceded, offering to send even more powerful mages from the Red Flame Tower to protect Ghislaine's territory. Ghislaine had to quickly cover his mouth to conceal the triumphant grin that nearly escaped, realizing his manipulation had succeeded perfectly. Feigning surprise, Ghislaine asked if the tower was truly willing to take on such a massive and dangerous protective risk. Hubert argued that since they were already involved, they might as well commit fully before the secret of the runestones inevitably leaked to the outside world. Ghislaine maintained an innocent front, stating his desire for a long-term partnership, earning him a muttered accusation of being a smooth talker. Ghislaine then thanked Hubert for his leadership, prompting the desperate Mage Tower Master to ask if the runestone sales would finally resume. Ghislaine leaned in conspiratorially, suggesting that if they were willing to take that risk, they should take their relationship one step further. His proposal was shocking. The Red Flame Mage Tower needed to establish an official branch within his territory. Hubert was utterly confused, explaining that establishing branches was forbidden and went against the founding principles of every mage tower on the continent. Ghislaine countered that making it official would eliminate all worries about secrecy or legitimacy, as who would question an established mage tower branch? Hubert grew thoughtful, realizing that while it broke tradition, a branch offered a perfect solution for securing the runestones and monitoring the dangerous territory. He concluded that traditions were only useful when convenient, and sometimes rules needed to be broken for the tower's survival. Ghislaine pushed the issue by standing up, acting as if he was ready to leave and resume negotiations only after his territory was fully secure. Hubert panicked and immediately blocked the door, agreeing to the branch proposal, knowing the elders would comply to maintain the vital runestone supply. Ghislaine offered a genuinely satisfied smile. He had secured legitimate Mage Tower resources for his territory's defense and development, saving him years of effort. Hubert stated that establishing a branch was unprecedented and would require significant time for official arrangements. He then inquired about a suitable location in Ferdium, insisting it must be large, accessible, and possess good land and scenery, fitting the tower's pride. Ghislaine agreed they could have the best spot, but then dropped a final bombshell. The branch wouldn't be in Ferdium proper. Instead, it would be established in Fenris, which he casually revealed was now his own personal barony. Hubert's face immediately paled in utter disbelief at the casual revelation that Ghislaine had secured a new noble title and territory. Hubert was stunned, confirming Ghislaine was truly a lord now, having consolidated 3 baronies almost the size of half a county. Ghislaine, crossing his legs, smugly permitted Hubert to maintain their familiar relationship, subtly implying consequences if he didn't. Hubert pouted slightly but agreed to the arrangement, shaking Ghislaine's hand to formally seal the new alliance. Hubert knew the alliance was a gamble, but with the Crimson Tower facing ruin, betting on Ghislaine was their only viable option. Back in Ferdium, Ghislaine quickly packed his belongings and summoned his key personnel, including Jillian, Vanessa, and the mages. Ghislaine ordered Jillian to lead the group to Fenris immediately, focusing on security with Kaor while leaving initial administration to the existing officials. Puzzled by the unexpected command, his followers questioned why the new lord would not accompany them to the recently acquired territory. Ghislaine explained that he needed to handle a critical matter first and announced his immediate destination, the Austin estate in the neighboring kingdom of Ceylon. Belinda, folding her arms, stared intently at the declaration, suddenly realizing that Austin was the infamous gambling city. She jokingly accused Ghislaine of planning to gamble, which immediately caused the mercenaries to stir with excitement and the mages to click their tongues in disapproval. Ghislaine dismissed the gambling accusation, explaining instead that he was going to retrieve a clever fellow to manage the newly acquired estate. Belinda remained suspicious, questioning how Ghislaine knew someone from a foreign country and reminding him of the imprisoned manager, Lowell. Jillian quickly offered to accompany Ghislaine to Austin, citing his previous experience in the area. After Ghislaine pointed out that Jillian was needed for management, Jillian countered that the older mercenary Tauren could handle things in his absence. Ghislaine finalized the plan, agreeing to take Jillian and only a few others to avoid drawing attention while crossing the border. Belinda immediately demanded to join the trip, claiming she needed to ensure Ghislaine didn't get distracted by gambling. Ghislaine knew he couldn't stop her. Belinda hurried off to pack while Tauren, under Jillian's command, began organizing the remaining mercenaries. Ghislaine turned to Vanessa, warning her to report immediately if anyone bothered her while he was gone. Ghislaine mounted his horse in haste, barely acknowledging the farewells, surprising Belinda with his sudden urgency. When Belinda questioned the rush, Ghislaine revealed he needed to reach the man quickly, fearing he might lose a hand due to his gambling trouble. Belinda was baffled that Ghislaine would entrust his entire estate administration to a man who lived in a gambling den, risking everything. Ghislaine reflected on Claude, his brilliant strategist from his previous life, remembering how trusted and invaluable he was to the mercenary company. Though Claude was a genius tactician, his abilities were limited by their lack of resources, and he had already suffered permanent injuries when they met before. This time, Ghislaine had the resources and influence to prevent Claude's fate, vowing to stop him from wasting his potential on gambling and injury. After several days of travel, Ghislaine and his small escort finally arrived in Austin, heading directly toward the largest gambling hall in the city. They reached the heart of the gambling city, the Kraken Casino, marked by a massive sign featuring a glowing octopus showcasing its immense wealth. Gordon and the other mercenaries were immediately energized by the atmosphere, eager to test their luck and skills inside the lavish casino. Ghislaine quickly warned them not to bother gambling, explaining that the casino was run by professional swindlers, not honest players. He smiled wryly, recalling his previous life when he had resolved Claude's issues by completely destroying the Kraken Casino himself. As they entered, Ghislaine immediately noticed the atmosphere was off. People were murmuring, and staff were packing things up. A sharp-eyed staff member immediately approached them, bowing politely and offering a seat in the VIP room, recognizing Ghislaine's noble attire. Ghislaine asked about the disturbance, and the staff member casually dismissed it as a minor incident common in such places. Just as Ghislaine was about to move on, he overheard nearby patrons discussing that Claude bastard and how they'll definitely take his hand. Ghislaine's face hardened, and he immediately asked the staff member if the troublemaker was the smart-looking guy with perpetually tired, dead-fish eyes named Claude. The uneasy staff member confirmed it, revealing that Claude had been caught cheating one of the local gang leaders and had already been taken away. Ghislaine pressed further, asking if the gang leader was the notorious local figure known as Crank. Upon hearing the confirmation, Ghislaine muttered in disbelief, shocked by the sudden, accelerated timeline of events. Ghislaine remembered the name Crank very clearly, the man Claude always cursed for cutting off his wrist. He urgently demanded the nearby employee take him to Crank immediately, promising a huge reward. Suddenly, 3 local thugs interrupted, mocking Ghislaine and demanding payment up front to see their boss. Ghislaine walked over and tossed a gold coin onto the table, his eyes beginning to glow with dangerous impatience. When the middle thug ignorantly demanded more, Ghislaine drew his sword and instantly severed the man's wrist. The thug screamed and fell back in agony as blood instantly soaked the table, while Ghislaine casually sheathed his weapon. Before the other 2 could react, Ghislaine's mercenaries slammed them face first into the wood. Ghislaine grabbed the terrified, disarmed thug by the throat, demanding Claude's location. The thug immediately confessed Claude was taken to the slaughterhouse on the outskirts of Austin just moments ago. Ghislaine then drove his sword into the thug's shoulder, forcing him to lead the way immediately. They reached the filthy outskirts, and as they neared a large building, the guide screamed, alerting the thugs outside. Ghislaine threw the guide down and ordered Jillian to handle the ensuing fight, then stormed inside. Inside the slaughterhouse, animal carcasses hung everywhere amidst the heavy stench of decay. Crank, the leader, cracked his neck, grinning fiercely as he stood before the bound Claude. Claude, tied to a chair, looked utterly weary, asking Crank who had hired him for this job. Crank claimed Claude was caught cheating and insisted he was simply following the rules to cut off his wrist. Claude dismissed him as pathetic, stating Crank didn't even have the guts to find the truth. Enraged, Crank grabbed a small axe from an underling and raised it high above his head. Claude stared back calmly, telling Crank to just get it over with, showing zero fear. Just as Crank prepared to strike, a loud crash and shouts erupted from the entrance. Ghislaine burst through the exploded door, instantly spotting Crank across the room. Ghislaine pointed directly at Crank, issuing a deadly command: "If you move, you die." A thug charged Ghislaine with a dagger, only to have the blade instantly shatter when Ghislaine grabbed it barehanded. Ghislaine swatted the shocked man aside like an insect, sending him flying into the wall. Panicked, Crank screamed, ordering the remaining dozen thugs to charge Ghislaine all at once. Ghislaine extended his hand, and glowing blue mana threads instantly wrapped around the charging figures. As Ghislaine clenched his fist, the threads tightened, snapping the thugs' limbs simultaneously. Crank stumbled backward in sheer horror at the display of unimaginable power. Even the cynical Claude stared wide-eyed, shocked by this unique blend of magic and martial skill. Ghislaine approached Claude, who asked why a stranger would bother saving him. Ghislaine grinned while untying him, introducing himself as Baron Ghislaine Fenris. Crank attempted to protest, citing local laws, but Ghislaine simply dismissed the cheating accusation. Ghislaine walked over, placing a hand on Crank's shoulder, offering to let him keep his head as fair trade for Claude's wrist. Crank, terrified by Ghislaine's cold, piercing gaze, trembled uncontrollably and immediately agreed. Ghislaine tossed Crank some gold for medical bills, then grabbed his collar and whispered a final deadly warning. As they exited, Claude looked back at Crank, seeing the feared thug reduced to a frightened, sweating wreck. Outside, the fresh air hit Claude, and he finally registered his safety and thanked Ghislaine, questioning his own worthiness. Ghislaine observed Claude's hollow, defeated eyes, seeing the same look of despair Jillian once wore. Claude sighed, deciding it didn't matter why, and tiredly offered to buy his mysterious savior a drink. Claude barely acknowledged the rescue, immediately demanding a drink instead of offering thanks. Jillian, unable to tolerate the disrespect, sharply reminded Claude of Ghislaine's noble status. Claude merely sneered, daring Jillian to kill him if he disliked his lifelong way of living. Jillian paused, recognizing a haunting familiarity in Claude's defiant, broken look. Ghislaine, observing the exchange, stepped in and dismissed the need for any formal courtesy. The other mercenaries were visibly annoyed by Claude's indifference after they risked their necks. Sensing their thoughts, Ghislaine defended Claude, saying the man had been through a rough time. Claude's expression darkened instantly, demanding to know what Ghislaine knew about his suffering. Ghislaine casually shrugged off the tension and offered to buy Claude the good drink he wanted. Realizing he couldn't fight Ghislaine, Claude resignedly allowed himself to be dragged away. Belinda watched them leave, wondering why Ghislaine consistently sought out such flawed and unusual people. She sighed, mentally reviewing the odd assortment of followers and concluding she was the only normal one left. Ghislaine led the group into a lavishly decorated, bustling tavern and told everyone to relax. Jillian, ever the professional, ignored the relaxation order and immediately organized the mercenaries into strict, sober shifts. Ghislaine pulled Claude to a secluded corner table, away from the noise of the main room. As fine liquor and appetizers arrived, Claude's eyes lit up, showing a flicker of genuine life for the first time. Ghislaine watched closely, realizing that Claude's broken spirit responded only to immediate physical comfort. Claude quickly toasted his supposed good luck and wasted no time gulping down the strong liquor. Ghislaine matched his pace, silently downing his own drink without visible effect. Soon Claude, lacking Ghislaine's stamina, was visibly intoxicated and mumbled about Ghislaine's sober eyes. Ghislaine replied that he enjoys good wine, specifically mentioning the extremely rare Red Dragon vintage. Claude scoffed at the mention of royalty-level wine, then pressed Ghislaine for his real motive. Ghislaine quipped that if he wanted gambling lessons, he wouldn't choose a terrible teacher like Claude. Unable to argue, Claude finally demanded Ghislaine state clearly why he risked saving him. Ghislaine straightened his posture, looked Claude directly in the eye, and made his blunt offer. "I want you to handle the administration of my estate," Ghislaine declared simply. Claude blinked, processed the request, and then burst into loud, cynical laughter at the absurdity of it all. Ghislaine simply confirmed his offer, stating Claude could accept or reject it as he wished. After more drinking, Claude confessed he had lost everything, dreams, hope, health, and was shackled to his current useless life. Claude insisted he couldn't leave, but Ghislaine calmly interjected, promising to break those shackles. Ghislaine slammed his glass down, declaring he would do whatever it took, even face death to get what he wanted. Ghislaine's fearless arrogance angered Claude, who finally asked what reward he would receive for following him. Ghislaine simply told Claude to name his price. Claude immediately demanded a staggering amount of money. Belinda, who had been listening from the next table, was shocked by Claude's audacity and high price. To Belinda's utter surprise, Ghislaine readily accepted the demand, stating he had more money than Claude realized. Claude, still skeptical, challenged Ghislaine to prove his wealth by lending him 2,000 gold pieces. Belinda finally lost her composure, jumping to her feet and shouting in disbelief at the 2,000 gold figure. Ghislaine, however, remained unmoved, dismissing 2,000 gold as a negligible amount. Claude was furious, yelling that Ghislaine must be mocking him with this whole ridiculous charade. Ghislaine remained completely unfazed, simply noting that 2,000 gold seemed like a surprisingly small amount for the service requested. Claude, desperate to save face, mocked Ghislaine and demanded an extra 500 gold, pushing the total to 2,500 gold. Belinda was ready to cut Claude down for his brazen lack of manners and conscience, but Ghislaine raised a hand to stop her. Ghislaine stopped her, explaining that Claude was going to be an extremely valuable asset to their estate soon. He then sent Jillian to the largest trading company to arrange a letter of credit for the now 2,500 gold sum. Ghislaine reassured Jillian, reminding him of his own past state, implying that he saw untapped potential in Claude. Understanding his lord never acted without reason, Jillian bowed deeply and left the room to fulfill the order. Belinda remained skeptical, sighing as she wondered what future value Ghislaine could possibly see in this man. Claude's anger had dissolved into utter bewilderment. He was now forced to humiliate Ghislaine just to maintain his own pride. Moments later, Jillian returned, bringing the vice president of the largest trading company in Austin. Claude realized this wasn't a prank. A foreign noble needed serious collateral for such a large line of credit. Suddenly, one of Ghislaine's mercenaries pulled out a glowing blue high-grade rune stone and placed it on the table. The vice president instantly became subservient, his face contorted with intense greed for the powerful artifact. Ghislaine quickly waved him off, refusing to sell any more stones and demanding the transaction be finalized immediately. The mercenary bodyguards began drawing their weapons, forcing the VP to quickly comply and start drafting the letter of credit. Just as the VP began writing, Claude suddenly shouted, nervously asking if the money could be split into two separate letters of credit. Ghislaine nodded, and the VP, eager to maintain goodwill, quickly accommodated the unusual request without extra fees. The vice president bowed repeatedly before departing, leaving the two signed letters of credit for 2,500 gold on the table. Claude stared at the papers, utterly shocked that Ghislaine had given him such a fortune without asking for repayment or reason. He had spent years struggling for this exact sum, yet this young lord had handed it over as if it were pocket change. Shaking his head to clear his shock, Claude snatched the letters, stuffed them into his pocket, and rushed toward the door. The mercenaries immediately jumped up, shouting "Thief!" as Belinda moved to chase the fleeing Claude. Ghislaine calmly stopped her, assuring everyone that he knew exactly where Claude was headed this time. Belinda asked if he was going to the gambling den, but Ghislaine smiled, saying Claude was going somewhere else. Ghislaine noted that Claude was too reckless and vulnerable to carry such a large fortune alone, so they must follow him. Their pursuit led them to the imposing, stone structure of Baron Austin's castle. Just as Ghislaine predicted, Claude was already at the entrance, desperately arguing with the castle guards. The guards mocked Claude, asking if the Baron was his friend, but Claude insisted on a prior promise. Claude anxiously spotted Ghislaine approaching the castle entrance and immediately tensed up, demanding answers. Irritated, Belinda jumped in, threatening to seize the letters of credit if Claude didn't explain his intentions immediately. Ghislaine ignored their bickering, wrapping an arm around Claude's shoulder and whispering a heavy warning about the Baron's notorious greed. Claude realized his excitement had made him completely forget the danger of carrying the fortune alone into the Baron's den. Biting his lip, Claude admitted that having a noble escort might be safer, confirming Ghislaine was his friend. The guard, though suspicious, allowed them entry, forcing the armed mercenaries to wait in the reception area. Inside the audience chamber, they faced Baron Austin, a man whose physique matched his reputation for gluttony and greed. The Baron addressed Claude in a dry voice, immediately asking if the gambler had actually managed to gather the promised money. The previously arrogant Claude immediately threw himself onto the stone floor, pressing his head down in frantic supplication. Claude, completely stripped of his former defiance, desperately crawled forward to present the letter of credit. Baron Austin snatched the document, his eyes gleaming with immediate, unmistakable greed as he confirmed the massive 2,000 gold amount. After a moment of musing, the Baron sneered and casually tossed the valuable paper back at the kneeling man. "Do you truly believe the price for my goods remains the same? I now require a minimum of 3,000 gold, the Baron declared. Claude screamed in protest, arguing that people were not commodities whose price could be hiked due to inflation. The Baron, realizing he held all the power, decided he might as well try to steal all of Claude's money while keeping the family. In a last-ditch effort, Claude produced another smaller credit, offering an extra 500 gold, which only served to widen the Baron's smirk. Claude admitted he had earned the money by agreeing to work in the distant kingdom of Lutania, shocking the greedy Baron momentarily. Having watched enough of this pathetic extortion attempt, Ghislaine finally stepped forward to interrupt the disgusting show. Ghislaine's imposing aura surged instantly, saturating the room with an overwhelming oppressive force that made the air feel thick and heavy. The Baron's personal knights, terrified by the sheer power, immediately drew their swords, their faces pale with fear and duty. Though they were bound to confront him, none of the panic-stricken guards dared to make the first move against the colossal power difference. Baron Austin, oblivious to his men's terror, saw only a new opportunity for extortion and demanded Ghislaine reveal his identity. Ghislaine replied nonchalantly, dismissing the Baron and remarking that some lessons required first-hand experience. Sensing something was terribly wrong, the Baron frowned just as Ghislaine's eyes flashed crimson, unleashing his second-stage core. Suddenly, a knight who had threatened Ghislaine felt an immense, invisible force pulling him forward across the stone floor. The knight put up a decent fight using his own mana, but Ghislaine simply clicked his tongue, unimpressed by the resistance. Ghislaine immediately unleashed his third-stage core, maximizing the power flowing through the invisible mana threads. The overwhelming surge instantly defeated the knight, who was dragged helplessly and rapidly toward Ghislaine like a rag doll. The remaining knights stood utterly frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the speed and magnitude of the power displayed. Ghislaine gripped the subdued knight's wrist and twisted sharply, eliciting a scream of agony as the sword clattered uselessly to the floor. His eyes still glowing red, Ghislaine turned his gaze toward the Baron, promising to slaughter everyone in the castle if they chose to fight. The knights paled further, recognizing the complete hopelessness of their situation against such an overwhelming, singular force. Baron Austin attempted one last noble threat, but his words faltered as fear gripped him, making his legs tremble uncontrollably. Ghislaine smirked at the Baron's obvious terror and advised him to worry about his own survival rather than insulting a higher-level threat. Stammering, the Baron offered to overlook the insult if Ghislaine would only spare the subdued knight's life. "No," Ghislaine replied coolly, clarifying that the 2,000 gold was for the original deal, but the knight's life was a separate transaction. Ghislaine then set the new price for the knight's survival, 3,000 gold, turning the Baron's own extortion tactics back on him. The Baron protested the absurdity, but Ghislaine reminded him that he was merely following the Baron's example of unreasonable demands. Recognizing the potential loss of loyalty if he sacrificed his men, the Baron finally grit his teeth and reluctantly agreed to pay the additional amount. Ghislaine immediately released the pressure, and the knight collapsed to the floor, gasping desperately for air and clutching his throat. With the negotiation settled, Ghislaine pulled the shocked Claude to his feet and confirmed that the original 2,000 gold credit was now his. Realizing the game had changed, Claude quickly snatched up his remaining 500 gold letter of credit and secured it in his own pocket. Ghislaine instructed the defeated Baron to ensure the family and the full payment were delivered quickly, as he did not intend to linger. Baron Austin stood paralyzed by humiliation and rage, clenching his fists in impotent fury, unable to utter another word. As they left the hall, Ghislaine offered one final, mocking invitation for the Baron to visit him in the Fenris territory of Lutania. Ghislaine simply walked out the door, knowing the Baron would soon realize he had just insulted a major Luthanian noble. Moments later, Ghislaine gathered the mercenaries who had been waiting and led the entire group out of the castle grounds. Sensing the unpleasant atmosphere, Belinda approached Ghislaine and asked if the negotiations had completely failed. Ghislaine just smiled and reassured her that everything went perfectly, joking that the miserable-looking escort knight probably just had a stomachache. Before Belinda could retort, two knights roughly dragged a haggard young woman in worn-out clothes out of the fortress, announcing she was free. She was shocked, wondering who would spend 2,000 gold, a massive sum, on someone like her. Then she spotted a man standing nearby and instantly recognized the fiancé she thought she would never see again, Claude. Shouting their names, the two rushed toward each other and collapsed into a loud, tearful embrace, exchanging desperate apologies and questions. Watching the tearful scene, Belinda pouted, realizing that Ghislaine must have known exactly what was happening the entire time. She recalled Ghislaine's strange behavior, from rushing here with the expensive rune stone to immediately paying the massive debt without hesitation. Unable to contain her suspicion, Belinda finally asked Ghislaine if he had somehow known all of these events would unfold today. After confirming the pair were lovers, Belinda sighed, calling it a classic romantic rescue, which slightly improved her opinion of Claude. Curiosity piqued, Belinda asked Ghislaine to explain the full story that had led the couple to this current disaster. Ghislaine revealed the shocking truth. Claude's master had died because of Claude's actions, and the woman was the master's daughter. Belinda and the mercenaries who were shamelessly listening all gaped, unable to process the shocking contradiction. The group struggled to reconcile the two facts. How could he be the lover of the daughter of the man he was responsible for killing? Ghislaine clarified that the master was involved with the revolutionaries, an explanation that made the mercenaries jump in surprise. They questioned how anyone associated with such a criminal group could still be alive, given the kingdom's execution policy. Ghislaine corrected them, explaining the connection was fabricated by political rivals aiming to frame the renowned academy head. Claude, being naive and focused on studies, was tricked into unknowingly delivering the crucial, false evidence that triggered the frame-up. Ghislaine noted that Claude had lived with that heavy guilt and regret for years, knowing his unwitting mistake ruined his master's life. The master chose death to protect the two young people, leaving Anna to be ransomed when the family couldn't afford the price. The mercenaries shook their heads sadly, finally grasping the immense sense of guilt Claude carried toward his master and his fiancée. Since no one would hire someone tainted by treason, Claude had no means to raise the ransom, forcing him into desperate, reckless gambling. Belinda felt uneasy after hearing the harsh truth, finally understanding Ghislaine's unusual decision to take in a desperate gambler with such a past. The couple finally stopped weeping, but an awkward tension remained. Anna's expression was a mix of relief and subtle resentment towards Claude. Anna asked Claude who their rescuers were, and Claude identified Ghislaine as the noble who had generously paid the enormous ransom. Anna bowed repeatedly, thanking Ghislaine immensely, convinced that he must have placed an impossible condition on Claude for such a price. Ghislaine chose not to correct her assumption, simply stating he did it because he wanted to, before leading the group toward the largest inn. Their party checked into the largest inn next to the Kraken game house, the travel bags now heavier thanks to Ostern's money. Claude apologized to Anna, requesting time to speak privately with Ghislaine, and promised they would talk tomorrow. Anna reluctantly agreed, and soon only Ghislaine, Claude, Belinda, and Gillian remained in the spacious guest room. Taking a deep breath, Claude finally asked Ghislaine why he was doing all this, to which Ghislaine replied honestly, "I owe you a debt." Claude pointed out they had just met, while Belinda could be heard grumbling in the background about Ghislaine being stubborn again. Ghislaine was sincere, reflecting that Claude had sacrificed everything to help him achieve his revenge in a past life. Ghislaine promised not to force him, offering Claude the freedom to live however he wanted, completely free of any obligation. Claude insisted Ghislaine was joking, unable to grasp the concept of a noble giving something so freely. Ghislaine then smiled softly, assuring Claude that if he ever wanted to spread his wings, he would find the means in Fenris territory. Claude clenched his teeth, deeply unsettled by the warm, familiar sincerity shining in Ghislaine's eyes, which he couldn't comprehend. After a moment of intense thought, Claude slowly lowered his body, kneeling on the floor of the luxurious room, making his decision. He looked up, his face lighter, stating that this was the best path and pledging his full loyalty for saving Anna. Ghislaine's expression hardened slightly, again pressing Claude, asking if he was absolutely sure about giving up his freedom. Claude insisted this was what he wanted, refusing the offer of 500 gold that would have allowed him and Anna to live comfortably. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, finally accepting that Claude had truly made an irreversible decision to follow him. Claude made one final request, that Ghislaine safely escort Anna to the Salon Royal Academy first while he followed his new lord. Ghislaine let out a deep sigh, as if this final complicated arrangement was exactly what he had expected all along. The next morning, a nervous woman named Anna waited outside the inn with mercenaries, holding a gold note. Anna fell to her knees, pleading desperately, but the mercenary Gordon remained unmoved by her tears. She finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as Gordon and the other mercenaries stood by. Hiding nearby, Claude observed the scene of despair with a look of bitter resignation. Belinda saw Anna's despair and asked Claude why he wouldn't just go with the woman who sought him. Claude admitted that seeing her only reminded him of the painful past they shared. He concluded that he had no right to stay by the side of the woman whose father he had caused the death of. He decided it was better to bury their shared memories so they could both eventually find peace. From the window, Ghislaine asked Claude quietly if he regretted his past foolishness. Claude confirmed his nightly regret, promising never to fall for such shallow schemes again. Ghislaine chuckled, admitting he had made mistakes too, but now worked hard to fix them. Claude quickly shifted the mood, claiming the conversation had become too heavy for his taste. Ghislaine nodded, telling Claude he trusted his abilities and was counting on him for the future. Claude watched Anna and the mercenaries depart toward the Royal Academy, her father's final wish. Feeling lighter, Claude acknowledged that he could finally take a step forward into his new life. Ghislaine's group immediately prepared for the long journey back to Fenris territory. Claude tried to mentally calculate Ghislaine's noble rank based on his casual display of wealth. He concluded Ghislaine must be at least a count, from a very powerful and established noble family. Claude asked Ghislaine about the territory, but Ghislaine skillfully avoided answering. He tried Belinda next, who vaguely described the area as having only good air and water. Claude laughed softly, convinced they were building suspense for his grand, prosperous estate. He set his jaw, determined to be suitably amazed by the vast, wealthy domain awaiting him. Belinda watched Claude's enthusiasm, sighing to Ghislaine about his inevitable shock. After days of travel, they crossed the border, but the landscape quickly became desolate and poor. Claude grew increasingly uneasy as they headed further north into barren, underdeveloped land. They passed small villages that looked far more impoverished than the slums of the capital city. Claude turned to Ghislaine, passionately arguing that they should conquer this poorly governed territory. He called the unseen lord incompetent trash, who was clearly squeezing the life out of his people. Claude suggested the land could be seized and used as a strategic rear supply base after improvement. Eagerly, he suggested they should seize the opportunity and execute the trash lord immediately. Belinda cheerfully interrupted his tirade, announcing they were almost at the lord's castle. Claude was stunned, asking where exactly they were supposed to be arriving. Belinda matter-of-factly confirmed they had been inside Ghislaine's territory, Fenris, the whole time. Claude turned to Ghislaine, demanding to know if this desolate land was truly his estate. Ghislaine confirmed it with a mischievous grin, enjoying Claude's explosive frustration. Panicked, Claude asked about Ghislaine's powerful father, who was revealed to be a margrave. Ghislaine added that even the margrave's land was notoriously poor due to monsters and barbarians. The cold realization hit Claude. Good air and water meant there was absolutely nothing else here. Claude let out an awkward laugh and slowly started backing away, attempting a desperate escape. Ghislaine smirked, and the surrounding mercenaries immediately moved to block all escape routes. Ghislaine strolled over and casually slung an arm round the paralyzed Claude's shoulders. Claude bowed his head in utter defeat, realizing he was trapped by his terrifying new boss. Arriving at Fenris Castle, the group was immediately struck by a truly bleak sight. The citizens resembled beggars, their eyes completely lifeless, as if they had already given up on everything. Ghislaine frowned, realizing the poverty was far more widespread than he had anticipated from the outlying villages. It was clear the previous lord had ruthlessly squeezed every last drop of potential from the land and its people. Even the castle soldiers were poorly equipped, and utterly lacked any sign of motivation or discipline. Ghislaine noted that these broken people didn't even possess the energy required to attempt a rebellion. The rest of the group clicked their tongues, seeing proof of how badly the previous ruler had destroyed this territory. Belinda realized that without their young master and his money, these people would have simply withered away. Claude braced himself, seeing this immense challenge as a perfect opportunity to finally prove his administrative abilities. However, Claude was blissfully unaware of Ghislaine's true, terrifying ambitions and his powerful enemies. Ghislaine entered the castle and immediately summoned the remaining local officials for a meeting. The officials hurriedly bowed and groveled, apologizing profusely for not preparing a traditional welcoming banquet. Ghislaine sharply cut them off, stating that he had no intention of wasting time or resources on such frivolous matters. He demanded full cooperation, warning them the necessary measures might feel harsh, but urging them to speak up if they had suggestions. Next, Ghislaine announced he was abolishing all current positions and forming a new advisory council. After a dramatic pause, Ghislaine pointed directly at Claude, naming him the new chief administrator. Ghislaine then piled on the next role. Claude would also be in charge of the entire treasury. Claude rationalized that handling the finances himself would make things much faster and easier, despite the increased workload. But Ghislaine was not done yet, adding intelligence gathering, diplomacy, public safety, and strategic advising to the list. The roles kept coming: development head, chief justice, quartermaster, and even trade guildmaster. The officials grew pale, and Claude himself began to tremble, cold sweat forming on his forehead. The words Ghislaine had spoken before they left Ostern echoed in his mind. There are plenty of ways to get everything out of you. Desperate, Claude tried to resign, declaring he wanted to spend his life with Anna because the air and the work did not agree with him. Ghislaine smirked, reminding Claude that he had previously claimed it hurt too much to be around her. Claude quickly swallowed his pride, admitting he was just trying to act cool, saying time heals all wounds. Ghislaine delivered the final blow. The only way he could leave was to pay back the enormous sum of money he owed. Claude clenched his fists, realizing he was shackled once again by his dependence on Ghislaine. Just as Claude was about to argue, Belinda jumped in, loudly questioning why Ghislaine would assign so much work to such a ruined mess of a man. She proceeded to list all of Claude's flaws, calling him a gambling addict, an idiot, and someone who probably couldn't even clean a toilet. Claude noted the existing officials were now looking at him with extreme suspicion, their preconceived notions confirmed. Next, Jillian chimed in, suggesting they proceed cautiously and give Claude responsibilities one at a time. But then Jillian added that years of gambling might have dulled Claude's mind, suggesting he might have forgotten how to read. Jillian continued, arguing that Claude was likely out of shape and might misuse his power to start gambling again. Panicking, Claude's gaze fell upon Keor, a red-haired man who was glaring at him with intense, challenging eyes. Claude, unfazed by the glare, discreetly raised his middle finger just enough for Keor to see. Keor's face immediately twisted in white-hot rage, and his hand instinctively moved toward the sword at his waist. Despite his anger, Keor kept glancing nervously toward Ghislaine, knowing he couldn't act in front of the Lord. Feeling bold, Claude escalated the situation by making an even ruder, more vulgar gesture toward Keor. That was the breaking point. Keor roared, drew his sword, and charged directly at Claude.